people and just actually land the 1,000 damage on a target. It allowed a lot of teams to play in ways where you didn't need a second diver in order to kill the AD carry, because, you know, you throw one person at him and then you throw a big old bomb at them, and you know, it counts as that second person a lot of the time. So it's been very strong across the board, whereas TSM taking Gwen away from Speedo and Xin Zhao off of XU.
Yeah, so focus here on some of these AP melee solo laners, although Galio also flexible in the support role. But now focus on these early game junglers, Xin Zhao and also Olaf added to that list. Notable, Viego is still up if somebody wants to go for that one. And again, on this live patch, I think he's still pretty strong. He wasn't touched since patch 11.13, where they tried to push him into the jungle, but it would all come down to champ pool and what Cloud9 Amateur is comfortable playing. So TSM, what you got here for the final ban? Okay, it's not going to be the Viego, but it is the Lee Sin.
All right, it's kind of the third thing that we're kind of looking at from XU, right? The Diana coming through. We already identified these two champions were very good for him right now, and Diana doesn't do physical damage, but is going to be very strong in the jungle, and it does mean that Cloud9 Amateur aren't putting as much stock into Viego. I'm surprised they're giving this over to TSM.
Yeah, they do still think that Diana just provides more for their team right now. It is still just an incredibly strong engage tool. Like, when you think about what it's been able to do in the professional scene as well. But also, you look at the past game histories, we don't see a lot of Diana coming in from Cloud9 Amateur. So maybe it's something new that they're pulling out, but TSM, regardless, will go for the Viego. They'll go for the Thresh. Now, the Thresh does pair very well with a lot of AD carries currently. Let's see if Cloud9 Amateur wants to take any of those away from them.
It's kind of hard to take away an AD carry away from Thresh, because there are just so many options that you can play alongside this champion. The Varus, we've been seeing come out quite a bit, very lane dominant because of the propensity of people to play the lethality style and really just push people around. A lot of times when you see this Varus, you've been seeing it paired with a bunch of melee champions in the front, and Varus is kind of like the cherry on top in terms of a lot of these team fights, but it does present a lot of risk up against something like the Viego when you have all these melee champions, because it's easy opportunities for him to reset.
True, true. And also the fact that Wixie, looking at all of Risen, all of Challengers Uprising, hasn't actually picked up this champ yet. So this will be a new look here for Cloud9 Amateur. But they're paying it with the Leon, a lot of lockdown, a lot of lane presence, priority. And that means that TSM Amateur, if I'm them, I want to lock in my AD carry right now. It's something that pairs well with that Thresh. We've seen Aphelios be high priority, even things like the Jinx, but they're hovering much more aggressive choices right now. Okay, they do go for the Aphelios.
Yeah, this is something that we we all remember when this champion was played every single game by everyone, because it was just so strong. It has been receiving a little bit of tweaks recently, so it is supposed to be a little bit more flat power curve depending on what guns you have at any given time, and we'll see if Gorka is going to be able to pilot that to the same kind of effectiveness as we saw previously. But as we take stock of what the two drafts are doing so far, obviously you have our favorite couple right now in League of Legends, Diana and Leona. Alongside Varus, you have a very strong front line going to be doing a lot of damage, whereas on TSM, you're very focused on trying to get this Viego going, right? He's going to be this major win condition in a lot of team fights, and I'll take any team fight that's teetering on the brink to, if it's suddenly winning, suddenly you're snowballing and killing everybody else towards the end. So TSM, I like what they're doing so far. They just need to find a little bit more team fight power to push themselves over the edge.
And I'm also seeing different windows of execution from these teams. Cloud9 Amateur, their composition, they like to make plays a little bit earlier on. They don't scale as hard, whereas TSM Amateur's composition right now, I mean, Aphelios is still strong in lane, don't get me wrong, with those recent buffs, but their comp can go later and make plays around the 3-item power spike. So, catch up with the bans. Cloud9 Amateur took away these very strong AP solo laners in the Akali, recently nerfed as well in this patch with the LeBlanc. TSM Amateur focused on the Lucian and the Pantheon, and there we go. More of that team fighting style. Okay. They lock in the Mundo.
All right, I've been talking about this champion with a lot of different people recently, and the thing that's interesting about Dr. Mundo is, one of my favorite champions prior to the rework. Now, still jury out a little bit, but I think the thing that this does really well is it forces Cloud9 to pick consistent DPS if they want to deal with Mundo, or to really heavily index into playing for the early game when Mundo hasn't yet taken off. And when Mundo can build things like a hole breaker and just eliminate one person in the other team and say, hey, you are no longer a damage threat to me, it's going to be really valuable when you look at something like the Cloud9 roster, which is only one magic damage threat so far.
Athemus Chains. You got the Hole Breaker's the one that we
haven't
seen.
Yeah, I mixed them up.
I really want to see it, but the Athemus Chains. But here, the answer, if you want a consistent DPS, Aurelia coming in here, historically known to be a tank shredder, and then they also have the Rumble. Now, this will most likely be that solo lane Rumble, as you know, they already have the Diana locked in, and also it's just not as strong in the jungle currently. So that means where do they want to put their lane assignments? They'll come down to a TSM Academy draft here, and they need some AP damage. They will go for the Sylas, Rumble ult, Diana ult, Leona ult, even the Varus. Big targets for Doxa.
Dox is going to be very happy about that, but I really like this pivot into the Rumble in the mid lane, not necessarily because I think it is the best thing that they could have possibly played here, but it does really push Mundo around a little bit, right? We were talking about how with the Anathema's change, not Hullbreaker, you were able to just like use it on one person and say, hey, you can't do damage to me anymore, and therefore I can index entirely into armor up against the Irelia and the Varus. But now, because they have another magic damage source, he's not as effectively able to do that. He does have to be a little bit more damage agnostic, and interestingly enough, something we hadn't really touched about, Mundo got some changes on this patch, so he's now able to more effectively jungle. He gets more healing off of his Qs against monsters, and his E automatically knocks people back, kind of like Sion's E up against all these monsters, and that will allow him to clear a little bit more effectively.
Wow, I like that. I like that adaptation coming in there from TSM Amateur. Also important to note that we have seen Cloud9 Amateur play the Rumble mid lane twice. Once in Risen during the group, and then also first game of their playoff run there too. So they seem comfortable on it, but we'll see who's able to win it. Is it the early game more focused, mixed damage profile over on Cloud9 Amateur, or TSM Amateur with that late game team fight scaling option for themselves? We're going to send it to a short break before we get loaded into the game and bring you all the action on Summoner's Rift right after this. And hello, we are back, everybody, for game number 1. Kicking us off for this event here. Cannot wait to get into this for the EGL Summer Showdown. We got Cloud9 Amateur on the blue side taking on TSM Amateur on the red. Number 1 seed versus number 4 seed in this Group B. Exciting stuff here to start off. The LCS rivalry all the way down to the amateur stage. Joshi, we had a little break there, so if anybody's only just joining us right now, let's again give our thoughts on each composition, and most importantly, what the primary win conditions are. I'm going to let you start over on Cloud9 Amateur side because there's a lot of moving parts here, so I think it's important to cover it.
There is, right? We got a number of different focuses that this team has already picked up for themselves, right? You have a bunch of melee champions in the Irelia, the Diana, the Leona, and, you know, technically the Rumble, though he kind of plays a bit more at a mid-range, right? And so they're really going to have to focus on making sure that they can actually target their damage very effectively. You have multiple divers that can go onto somebody like Gorka or Doxa or even Frost Forest, and if you can blow up any of these champions early on, suddenly you should be able to brawl out the rest of the fight rather effectively. However, if any of those steps go incorrect during any of these fights, you have to remember that Eclipse on this Viego starts resetting, gets a lot of health back, and suddenly becomes a huge problem for Cloud9 Amateur.
The nice thing is that they have a lot of lockdown. Diana, Leona, even Aurelia, and then that Rumble ult on top. So Eclipse is going to have to wait out some of those cooldowns first. But now let's talk about TSM Amateur as XU is started on the bottom side. We'll be pathing up, but Frost Force actually doesn't even get a leash. So what do we think this is going to mean for TSM Amateur and their focus here?
Well, I mean, I don't think it should matter too much, right? There's a lot of sustain coming through for the Mundo early on between the Q changes and just the fact that he's got the fleet foot. We're seeing a bit of a skirmish right off the bat, but you have to look at the TSM roster and say, hey, if we start getting towards the 25, 30-minute mark, Cloud9 haven't built a lead, you have a lot of scaling to fall back on. Gorka on the Ophelia is going to be very strong later on. Mundo becomes very difficult to kill, and of course, Viego eventually, he just auto-attacks and sustain tanks everybody to death. We see another fight.
Outside, they're trading aggressively. Don Bray and Breezy filling each other out here, but it is Breezy getting the better of it. However, level 2 hit by Gorka and Don Bray, so they can assert themselves a little bit further forward. And also, Wixie's behind a little bit on CS. That's down about a wave and a half right there. He'll try and catch it under turret.
Yeah, I mean, you're the support player, right? You know that it can be kind of difficult for Leona to do anything at level 1 in this matchup as long as Donbray has the play. Anytime you try and throw out the Zenith blade and Donbray is, you know, on top of his game, he just plays you out of it, and suddenly you don't have any follow-up, and you don't even do the damage. Whoa!
Captain Shrimp's flashing forward with Ignite aggressively. And Doxa, realizing it, flashes back, respecting the damage that the Rumble can put out. Wow, I did not expect something like that this early, but clearly Captain Shrimp knows this matchup.
I mean, you say that, but he didn't get the kill, right? Like,
but if Doxa doesn't flash, I think that would have been a kill.
True. But it is a 2-for-1 Summoner Expel trade, and while Doxa does have to teleport back into lane, he's also able to do it with a Dark Seal all of a sudden. He's a little bit stronger now that they're back. He's already getting a little bit of the better of Captain Shrimps early on. He still has a CS lead, and now nobody has any Summoner Spells. So it'll kind of come down to who's going to be able to gank better. Mundo doesn't gank particularly effectively, but at this point in the game, like, Diana only really provides damage. You have very little lockdown between both the Diana and the Rumble, so...
Exactly, and that's where the Silas can provide a little bit. Not a ton, but just a smidge. But either way, no ganks will happen. The junglers will both reset. Doxa and Captain Shrimps are still trading. Captain Shrimps is still winning this one. He's overheated with those enhanced auto attack. First blood solo to Captain Shrimps.
Man, I feel bad for underestimating Captain Shrimps earlier. Everyone was like, oh, it's a Doxa diff. We're not expecting Captain Shrimps to do much other than hold his own, but he just gets a solo kill because Doxa doesn't respect Captain Shrimp's damage. This is so big. This is going to change a whole lot about this matchup now that Captain Shrimps is going to be coming at it from a position of power.
I mean, yeah, what a big performance here from Captain Shrimps, and I'll say it too, I feel bad. I was looking at this like Doxa diff mid lane. This is the strength of TSM Amateur, but clearly not if Captain Shrimps is able to get the better of him in this matchup. You had highlighted before, lack of flash. That means that Doxa has to walk all the way back to lane, but despite that, it's still up a lot of CS.
True. I mean, it is a thing where we've been talking about how Doxa has been pushing around a lot of people. He is able to get a lot of time because he's able to get back to lane first, and now he can roam around a little bit. I did a presentation recently about the advantages of just like walking into Fog of War here as we see Donbray finding Breezy.
Yeah, how does this relate to tempo here, Joshi? As Breezy just disrespecting Donbray's engage range, but he is still Leona, does sell flash. Exhaust comes through for the movement slow, but I think Breezy's out of this one. Oh no, he flashes way too late. Donbray with the auto attack. Gorka with the final tick of damage. And that's a traded kill back to TSM, 1-1 on the board.
I kind of feel like our players are waking up still, Kingus, as we see XU come by, steal a small wolf from Frost Forest.
Looking for the 1v1 against Dr. Mundo, but you don't have backup. You don't have priority mid. Doxa's here first. They XU using Doxa as his escape tool. Burns the flash. The Cleavers are landing. He's slowed. Captain Shrimp sits level 6 off the wave. Equalizer into Doxa. This guy still doesn't have flash, keep in mind. Cloud9 can push for more, but now Donbray's here. Captain Shrimp's got to be careful. I know you want this. I know you're confident. Oh, just barely dodges out on that death sentence. Breezy's here now. Doesn't have the flash, but does have the ignite. And Lantern over the wall. Donbray gets Frost Forest to safety, but Cloud9 Amateur, they are asserting themselves aggressively in TSM's jungle.
I was really impressed that Captain Shrimps was like, hold on, I need one minion. Let me go pick that up, and then I'll have my ultimate, and we can look to try and turn the fight. And so things are hinging on really narrow margins right now. You see how far back Doxa has to play. Captain Shrimps, I mean, you got a Mundo around the corner.
Oh, you got to be careful. Mundo flashes forward. Captain Shrimps still trades! He still has the damage to take that kill. Ridiculous.
Doxa doesn't get anything from that. He doesn't even get an assist. He died before he actually landed anything. So that's crazy. Yeah. Doxa now 0-2 up against Captain Shrimps, and his CS lead is gone from what we were praising him for earlier. And we haven't even taken stock so much of this top lane at this point, right? Speedo has been pushing Eclipse around fairly heavily, and it's just really good for Cloud9 Amateur. We're going to take a look at this replay really quick. Where
he misses the chains?
Yeah, it just feels like Doxa is not respecting Captain Shrimps at all, right? He just goes in, misses that, and then because he was relying on that damage landing, he just dies. I think even if he lands a stun, he still just dies to the Flame Spitter on his way, but at least he gets an assist.
He might be able to heal off of it, but yeah, I mean, that's just rough from Doxa. He's still level 5. Captain Shrimps has still frozen the wave underneath his own turret, now level 7. Doxa's got to back off. He can't even get to the wave.
This happens in top lane all the time, right? Where you just are able to push people away because the lane is so long and you just get chased down, as we see Breezy.
Another death sentence plus the Gravitum. Gorka locking him down, but with Wixie there, they'll back off.
Yeah, should be alright. I mean, it still kind of feels to me like some of our players are waking up, right? Doxa, making some uncharacteristic mistakes in the mid lane is kind of putting his team in an awkward spot. And also Breezy just, we've been criticizing Donbray for a while, but he's still like a competent player. He's still a challenger player and has a lot of mechanics he can fall back on. You do have to pay attention to the fact that he does still know how to play this game. You can't just sit around and walk and assume that he's going to make simple mistakes all the time, because he got that first kill. He's able to rotate and make sure that Frost Forest didn't die in the previous skirmish. So, this game is still relatively close, and I think whoever cleans up their play faster should be in a better position.
It's going to come down to who can help out their mid laner, either recover from TSM side or just continue to push that lead from Cloud9 Amateur side. TSM Amateur, despite the fact that mid lane's pretty even, they have prio top side, so they do start up this Rift Herald, playing around the top half of the map, and Speedo, it looks like he's not quite sure if he wants to go for this. Even Frost Forest doesn't want to fully commit, and that was on Vision, so Cloud9 Amateur know it was happening. Speedo's over the wall, and his jungler's behind him, but does TSM Amateur think they have a window here? They do not. They will back off.
Feels like a lot of time being wasted from Frost Forest, right? He's got 3 camps in the bottom side of the map that he can be trying to go for, and I don't really think he wins a lot of these fights up against XU, especially if Captain Shrimps rotates faster. The one thing that they had in their advantage, right, was Speedo was opting to freeze the wave a little bit and wasn't able to move, but now as he pushes it back, the counterpunch might come.
Yeah, they can look for the gank if they want it. Meanwhile, Captain Shrimps 1v1 Doxa yet again. And without any lockdown, Frost Force actually will back away. Eclipse needs to catch that top wave, otherwise you're just falling even further behind the Aurelia. This opens up a window for Cloud9 Amateur to now start up the Rift Herald. Frost Force canceling his back. Let's see how fast Eclipse can push this out. They might look to contest.
Yeah, pop quiz, King, is how long does it take to get to the Baron Pit from a recall?
From a recall, you had this in your stream last night.
I did.
Was it 25 seconds?
It does take 25 seconds. Frostforce never actually goes for the recall, so it doesn't end up coming to fruition, but instead, this is the third recall that he has channeled and hasn't finished. So remember, a recall itself takes 8 seconds to finish. That's probably like 15, 20 seconds, where Frostforce actually just hasn't done anything. The bottom camps are all still up, and they lose the Rift Herald for nothing, so it feels like TSM are a little bit unsure on how they want to be playing things. They're second-guessing themselves quite a bit, and it does mean that we have a small advantage coming out for Cloud9 Amateur, who are a bit more decisive.
Just want it to be known, I'm sorry, Mom. I'm sure that you would have much rather me be able to memorize quick facts about science and mathematics and anything that's useful in school, but no, I only remember Joshi's stream knowledge about League of Legends. That's what my brain wants to remember. But you're right, TSM did waste a lot of time there, but now they're trying to catch up on the map here as Frostforce's path towards the bottom side. Don Bray, good to see him getting out of lane again here as the Thresh warding up a little bit. Spotting out if XU's coming down, and also importantly if Captain Shrimps is, because so far Captain Shrimps has been just staying in lane, but that is a Rumble. Rumble equalizer ganks are very real, and you have to track if he's leaving lane so you know to stay safe and stay further back. And Cloud9 Amateur, they do currently have a lot of vision priority themselves around the bottom side of the river too.
Have a lot of information to play with, and that'll give them better opportunities to try and find these aggressive plays. They are trying to deny a lot of vision and get a lot of this early wards down, and I really like this. These are the wards that will allow you to get the wards that you need to go for the dragon in about a minute and a half. They're making sure they have the information so they have a good idea
Dox is in
where
trouble.
TSM's trying to clear
Doxa
things.
does not see Breezy. He's locked down. Zenith played all the CC. He flashes away, but not going to save him. Breezy picks up that kill.
That's going to be good. That's going to secure them all the vision that we were already looking at before, and now XU can even drop the Rift Herald. Not going to get the first turret here probably, but they are going to be getting at least 3 plates off of this play. So that's, the kill, the assist, and then 3 plates going over. That's effectively 3 kills back to back. They get the full turret. That's huge. This death is more than anything I could have expected off of that one play. So Cloud9 Amateur off to a big lead, and they can recall if they want and still be in time for this dragon.
I mean, I'm going to say it. It wasn't just that one kill, Josh. He was the 2 before it. Doxa is 0-3 right now. We're talking about players being a little tired. I think Doxa might have missed his alarm. I'm not sure exactly what's going on right now, but not what we expected in this mid lane matchup. They had just spent all this time losing vision bot side. Yeah. You know there's a Leona not in lane, and he just walks right there.
Yeah, the vision differential is huge. We've talked about this quite a bit. Just understanding that you know where people are not means that you can play around where they probably are. And this is a situation where Cloud9 Amateur, because they controlled all of the vision in the river, are able to rotate Leona up. And now, just as we said, they've gotten the recalls through. The only mythic that has already been built so far on the side of Cloud9 Amateur is going to be XU with the Hextech Rocket Belt. And it is going to be matched by the Sunfire and the Shield Bow coming out from Gorka. And now as Wixie picks up his Dustblade, we even it 2-2. But I feel like Cloud9 Amateur should be feeling pretty good about going for a fight right now because of how far behind Doxa is and how effective Rumble is.
And yeah, that's the thing, the compositions. I talked in the pick and ban about the windows, effective windows that a comp can really come online. Cloud9, they're ready. They got Diana, Rumble, Varus. These are all champions that can fight very effectively at this stage. Gorka, yeah, you got 1 item, but that's not that much. Yeah, Frostforce is 1 item, but he's still not quite this hyper tank right now. And the big thing is just how far behind Doxa is. TSM Amateur, I don't think that they can actually contest. I think that they're going to have to give over this dragon. Let's see if Cloud9 Amateur want to go for it.
That Sedgwick does land, and we're going to see a little bit of jockeying, right? You got to pay a lot of attention to who actually gets stuck in this choke point, because it is very difficult to go up against a Rumble if you are not already in an open space. And it looks like TSM are going to be backing away, but the vision differential does mean that Cloud9 don't quite know that just quite yet. At this point, they should have figured out, since that nobody has come over, and they are going to be able to secure the second dragon for themselves. But it does give them an idea, nobody contested, what else are they doing on the map? Speedo does need to be careful and wisely backs away before they can send too many members top.
I like that a lot. Too often we see, even at the Academy and LCS level, teams not understand that concept that, hey, if my team's making a play on one side of the map, I don't also need to be making a play on my side of the map, because guess where the opposing team will probably be putting their pressure here. Speedo staying alive, staying all right. And this is, I mean, we talked about compositionally the fact that if TSM can make it to the late stage without Cloud9 having too big of a lead, they're feeling comfortable. I don't know how comfortable they are right now, though, because Cloud9 Amateur do have a pretty sizable lead with already 2 Dragons and that mid turret cracked. They have so much control, so much access to the jungle just from that mid lane alone.
Yeah, I think it'll be really telling to see how Cloud9 Amateur are going to be playing the next couple of minutes. We've already identified that they are on a big power spike across the board. Every single one of their champions has their items starting to come online. They have gold leads to play with. They have priority in the mid lane with the turret already down, so they have a lot more time to play with. They can choose where they want to spend this time a bit more effectively. And whether they want to fight or want to wait for this Rift Herald, they can do a lot of different things. Gorka walking up.
TSM, they're actually taking a fight. Teleport comes in as well, but look at the combo from Cloud9 Amateur, the Moonfall plus Leona, but TSM have the clapback. Breezy's out. Gorka's still alive, gets through the Rumble ultimate. What can Speedo do here? The Aurelia popping off right now. Picks up 1 in trade. Speedo, can he keep going? Captain Shrimp's flashing forward aggressively again, but into TSM Amateur's waiting arms. They'll take him down. Eclipse gets a reset. Speedo in under turret, jumping around, getting the passive stacks. Massive damage, but will go down to the burn from Gorka's red buff that he picked up in that fight. TSM Amateur, very low health bars. Wixie, pretty much full health bar right now. Cloud9 Amateur, they do lose the extended trade, but it doesn't really feel like they're losing. TSM Amateur, they're feeling real lucky about that one.
I can't wait to see the replay because it was such a back and forth fight where people were trickling in on both sides, and at the end of the day, kind of a bit of a wash. The one thing that we have to pay attention to is even though TSM killed more members, Cloud9 Amateur is the one who still has members active on the map, and it will give Texu time to hit this Rift Herald. Tempo. Alright, so we're going to pay attention to this, right? Because it is a thing where I was questioning Gorka's willingness to just like walk up here into so many members, and it's why this fight starts, just because they think, you know, you can't actually be here. But Gorka is smart. He very quickly realizes, I don't actually want to be here, and back away. And then it transitions from a 4v3 in TSM's favor to a 4v3 in Cloud9's favor. And then it goes back into a 4v4 where neither team is quite sure how they want to go in. Everybody is trying to make individual plays. And Speedo ends up finding a kill, but he does trade it right on back to the red buff burn of Gorka. And it's just bit of a mess all over the place, and it's kind of one of those things where I still feel like these teams are waking up. This is not the kind of clean plays I'm expecting from either of these rosters.
Props to Gorka for not flashing the Rumble ult. The fact that he had flash there when Aurelia went in is what saved him. Now 2-0-2. Yes. That's the big win here for TSM Amateur, is the fact that their Aphelios got a lot of that gold injected into him and now can scale a little bit safer here. We already see building towards that, presumably the Collector. That's really the build that we have been seeing on the Aphelios lately. Cloud9 Amateur, though, they're making a play topside. There's nothing to get here. Eclipse backs all the way off.
There's a turret.
Oh, they do have the Rift Herald. Good point.
Yeah, this should be at least one full turret going down. If they want to stick around, they might be able to go for a second. The one thing they have to be careful of is, you know, Speedo has wave clear because he is Aurelia, can dash between minions, but it's not the safest thing in the world up against any crowd control. You just pull him out of that, deny the reset, and suddenly you might be able to find a kill, but not going to be going for that, and it is just going to be a free turret due to the information that Cloud9 was actually able to build up in the top side, and knowing that TSM was not in a position to counter-rotate. And it leaves us in a spot where they still have about the same size lead as they did for the previous dragon, as we come up on the third dragon, a Cloud Drake.
Cloud Soul, that's what these teams are going to be fighting for, and Cloud9 Amateur already have the first 2 dragons, so they're first to this objective. They'll drop down their vision after their full resets. The big thing is XU having that stopwatch means that they can go for very aggressive engages, and they also have the Rift Herald. You can drop that as a distraction that TSM Amateur will have to answer while you then take the dragon. 15 seconds till it's up. Let's see what Cloud9 Amateur wants to do here.
I really wish that they had a little bit more aggressive pushing in the mid lane earlier, because now look at the fact that TSM has position.
You can give it.
The ones who control all the choke points. You don't have to fight for this dragon, it's true, but it is a spot. Okay, Dox is out of position. It's a 5v4.
Gonna go for it. Speedo with the flank here. He throws out the ultimate, hits Gorka, but he's all alone. But Gorka does not flash. 80 carry down for TSM Amateur, and the tank will follow. Cloud9 Amateur could get the dragon, and they also drop the Rift Herald mid, chunking that turret out. Big plays from Cloud9.
Yeah, ultimately, TSM had a split decision again. They weren't committing to the Dragon, but they also weren't committing to defending the mid lane, and Cloud9 puts TSM in a spot where they have to pick, and they end up choosing neither and losing on both fronts. This turret took so much damage with the Rift Herald, and now with all of Cloud9 here, it's going to go down, and Doxa has to just try not to die.
By the Chains of Corruption, follow up by Breezy, easy execution. Cloud9 Amateur did not come to take hostages, everybody. They came to accelerate this game state. 5K in the lead now at 20 minutes.
That's what we like to see. Cloud9 starting to come alive in this game, ballooning to a 5,000 gold lead. They get everything that they wanted on the map, and now Frost Forest just goes back to his jungle. He had a lead in CS at one point, King is. Now he's down 30 CS, and he's just going to be struggling to stay relevant in this game. So we take another look at this. Pay attention to the fact that all the members of Cloud9 are already here, whereas Doxa currently chilling over in the mid lane. This is a 5v4 where Speedo finds a flank. Gorka, because he used Flash in the last fight, doesn't have it now, and wisely Eclipse and Donbird is like, I want no part of this. They leave as quickly as they can, but the fight was realistically lost about 10 seconds before any champion even interacted with the other.
Donbray missed the death sentence onto Speedo. Really nice sidestep from the Aurelia player here. If that had landed, you probably just get blown up, but the fact that that peel is down, and also the fact that then Thresh is right next to Aphelios, yeah. But regardless, at the end of that fight, Cloud9 and Amateur find themselves with an even bigger lead now, and this is starting to feel like a back-breaking lead here, Joshi. TSM Amateur, they're going to need this game to go really late in order to come back.
It is a spot where they still have win conditions, right? Normally, I don't like to pretend that teams have a way back in unless they really do. TSM just needs to hold on. Mundo will become unkillable. Aphelios will be doing basically infinite damage, but they just need to not get caught here. Frost Force might get caught.
He's the tank. He might get caught. Has to pop the ultimate. And the Dark Passage will get him to safety, but that means Mundo ult down. Mundo, that's a pretty big cooldown, and Cloud9 Amateur, I don't know if they'll go for the Baron, but they could bait it out and try and force TSM to walk into them. Look at this vision priority. TSM have no wards down, so they gotta go check this.
And Frost Forest doesn't have his ultimate, so he's nowhere near as tanky as a lot of people might typically think of as a Mundo. Now, Cloud9 a bit split again. They're pushing the mid lane wave while trying to go for this fight. They
Breezy
find
wants
Doxa?
it. Okay, wow, Breezy, that was aggressive, man. I mean, you had XU behind you, but even he didn't necessarily feel like going in there. But TSM Amateur didn't know the better, so they back off. And Speedo, meanwhile, this entire time has been pushing bot side. The final outer turret falls.
Oh, they're hitting, but they don't know they're on vision. The ward right around the corner isn't swept. TSM know this is happening. They see Wixie, but they're a little bit far away. Remember, it takes about 16 to 19 seconds to take a Baron from full to 0.
3K,
they don't have enough time to do it.
2K, Cloud9 Amateur are going for it, and they get it. Death sentence from Donbray does not secure the steal, and Frost Force did not feel like flashing over that wall. So Baron, the big purple worm, pushes Cloud9 Amateur now to 6.5K gold lead. Let's see what they can get done with this one.
All right, I'd like to think at this point that Cloud9 should be so favored that they should win this game every single time. They have another dragon they have to fight for. Yeah, look at the difference in the mid lane. 3,000 gold. That's an entire item that Captain Shrimps is up above Doxa, and I feel like it's one of the big problems that TSM had this game is Doxa was feeling himself a little bit too much, and now because he's 1-5, he's down an entire Void Staff up against Captain Shrimps. He's just not a relevant damage threat. He can get onto the back line, but even then, the only thing he can really do is steal an ultimate and hope to be more impactful with it than he would otherwise be.
Cloud9 Amateur asserting such a high level of performance right now, and they were favored in this match. Keep that in mind. TSM Amateur, I said they're my dark horse, but they're a dark horse for a reason, and Cloud9 Amateur were the favorites for a reason. We're starting to see right now just why Cloud9 Amateur are so respected and also, quite frankly, feared. This is a team that has already qualified for Proving Grounds Prime. Let's see if TSM Amateur can find anything against him. They're making the play onto Speedo. He's all alone here as the Aurelia, but he's stacking up. He's got the Conqueror. He's still alive! Buys enough time for the rest of the team to come through. And XU with the Moonfall. They take down 2 members of TSM Amateur. Now, Donbray, he lands a pretty good death sentence. Traded one back. XU does fall. But what a play from Speedo.
Man, what is going on in this game? Back and forth and back and forth. We see Speedo stay alive with the Conqueror and the Blade, the Rune King, the Divine Sunder, and then he's even able to use... He's cheating tempo, Genghis. He's using a teleport to take the 40 seconds it would take him to walk here, to already be here, provide 2 sources of pressure at the same time, hitting the bottom lane inhibitor turret with Captain Shrimps and bringing everybody else from Cloud9 into the mid lane. They already got the mid lane inhibitor, and they are so close to getting the bottom lane inhibitor turret, and now they can just back away to dragon. Everything is going in favor of Cloud9. They've been playing this map beautifully.
Broken middle inhibitor, bottom inhibitor turret about to fall, and Cloud9 Amateur say, well, we also have Dragon Soul on the table, so I guess we'll take this. 25 minutes on the clock right now. TSM Amateur have had no answers. At first it was Gorka. It really still is just Gorka.
Yep.
He didn't go for the collector build, important to note. He's got the more traditional AD carry style build. But like this, if you can't kill Speedo in this moment, you're not gonna answer him in the sideline.
Yeah, it's kind of over when you can't kill Irelia at this point, 25 minutes into the game with your champions because they sustain so much. It's, you know, props to Donbray for finding this hook towards the end and getting them something, but they just lose all across the map. They aren't actually able to get anything anywhere except for that one kill, and I think it's probably a shutdown that went to Gorka, which is nice, but he's the one man. He's one man up against all of Cloud9 Amateur, who is now going to be barreling down the mid lane. Yes.
That ain't one man. That's 200 years right there. So I need you to realize the implications here. I've seen a lot of games turned around from one of Helios. But with that said, I don't expect this to be one of them. 9,000 gold is a lot to come back from. And Cloud9 Amateur looking to put the final touches right now. They don't have the Baron, but they do have a wave. They'll take the bottom inhibitor turret. XQ's just jumping forward. Pulling out these cooldowns from TSM Amateur. TSM Amateur, when are you going to go for the play? Against Peter, dodging out the death sentence. He's so fast on the execution there. Again, the buffs to Aurelia coming out big here for Cloud9 Amateur. And they'll just take the bottom inhibitor. They're not going to go for the killing blow just yet. They want this to be a clean one.
Are we not going to talk about that chain of corruption?
No, it's good.
No, okay.
It's good.
All right,
no.
well...
See, the team that's doing too well, we can't criticize them because they're an up 9K.
That's true, that's true. They're winning, therefore it would be dishonest to say anything bad about them ever. They are going to be getting this turret, and Frostforest just ults in to try and save it. Buddy!
Oh, okay.
What?
Yep, nice try.
What?
All right, Frostforest. This is a GG go next angle right now from TSM Amateur, because Cloud9 Amateur, when they can do that to your front line, to your tank, to your ulting Mundo... Alrighty,
is that the Utah engage? Okay, well...
Supers, man, this game's going to be over quick here, Joshi. Cloud9 Amateur, they just got to go for the final push. They're not doing it!
They're not? Okay, well, they're going to play safe, right? Remember, they are technically still on a timer, but the timer's gotten a lot longer because of how large their gold lead is. So, you know, it's going to take TSM about another 10 minutes before I'd say that they are even close to being in a spot where they are at parity. But you have to remember, there's a Baron coming up in 50 seconds. Cloud9 doesn't even need to take it. They just need to use it to draw TSM out of their own base. And we'll see what they can do as Donbray. He doesn't have vision. Okay, they know now.
Okay, but that's Speedo. Okay, Speedo, can you just turn and kill Gorka? Maybe, or he's just going to heal up off of Donbray. He's taking a lot of damage. Gorka does do it! Big shutdown to TSM Amateur.
Very timely, too, right? Right before the Baron is actually going to be spawning. You got 30 seconds left, and you have a 5v4 briefly for TSM, but even with a 5v4, I'm not sure if it's going to be enough due to the insane damage output that Captain Shrimp and XU have between the two of them. And as long as they are able to hold these chokes, it's very difficult for TSM to walk in. They can't really get any structures because of the wave clear that is here, and I think it's a nice stalling of the game, but that's probably about it.
And Speedo will have his teleport back up by the time he spawns, so he can just get right back into it. Breezy throws out the solar flare, misses the stun. Now TSM going for the re-engager, teleporting in Eclipse, but they don't quite have it. XU with the 3-man moonfall. Rumble ultimate to follow up. Cloud9 Amateur, they don't care about Eclipse teleporting in. They're on Gorka. 80 carried down. TSM Amateur out of here. That's a bucket of cold water to the face. If they weren't awake before, they are now. Cloud9 Amateur with a dominant performance and a clean ace to close out the game. What a game number one from this squad.
I don't even know how to describe that. That was a 4v5 that they just went in for and dominated. They didn't lose a single member because they were able to find the back line so easily. Speedo doesn't even need to teleport to the fight. He teleports to the bottom lane and they're able to push it in there, right? Like,
wow.
You know, this game started off a little rough from both sides, but eventually Cloud9's like, all right, we got our coffee, we're ready to play, and from that point on, there was no turning back. This is the team that was able to take a wild card to 5 games, and this is the team that is currently up 1-0 in the series.
Yeah, that was not particularly close. We talked about the strengths of TSM Amateur's composition, how if they can make it to the late game, lose gracefully, then their composition can come online. But from the get-go, Captain Shrimps versus Doxa. What was going on in that mid lane? Captain Shrimps just hard stomped that lane, and it wasn't just jungle difference. It wasn't like Xe was coming in here and hard camping. That was just straight up out execution on the Rumble into the Sylas matchup, which, mind you, Doxa opted into.
Yeah, it's something that Doxa picked the matchup. He got the Sylas into the Rumble. It's going to be the kind of thing where you kind of have to ask what the plan was, right? Because it feels like you have to know these matchups really intimately when you're trying to win your game through this lane. And as we have an opportunity to look at some of these replays, we'll talk more about, Doxa needing a little bit more coffee to wake up as we pay attention to all the results that happened because of this mismatch that we were expecting.
Yeah, the first one we had was around the mid-game at the one fight at the river. Crucial one to take a look at, so whenever production's ready to pull that up, we'll go through it, because a lot of just individual small, tiny execution errors coming in from TSM Amateur here.
Yeah, and this is kind of the last point where I'm like, this isn't the Cloud9 I'm really looking for, right? This isn't quite where they're ready to do things. Captain Shrimps is far away. It's a 4v3 kind of, but then Doxa gets here first. People are dying. People are flashing. Speedo's not really here. And because it's so messy and so back and forth, and we get to see Speedo and Captain Shrimps like starting to step up at this point, which is what we were praising them for previously, it looks okay, but at the end of the day, it's just a situation where both these teams are unclear, like who's diving where, what's going on, and it ends up being kind of a wash.
I mean, the big thing was that Gorica got fed off of this play, but TSM Amateur were never really able to transition that Aphelios lead into anything else. Even by the end of the game, they didn't have like a big front-to-back team fight where they were able to get all 5 members against all 5. The Viego resets, the Aphelios kiting. I guess the closest that we had was the next Dragon fight, which we can also take a look at here, but that's where Speedo had this big flank on the Aurelia, was able to sidestep the death sentence and still get onto Gorica regardless because he had to flash in that earlier play. So it's the fact that Cloud9 Amateur were so willing to play around these key resets, and honestly just very impressive performance from Speedo overall as we take a look at that Dragon fight here.
So one of the tragic things about having a Fed 80 carry king is even though you have a lot of freedom to reactively have agency, you don't have a lot of proactive agency, and when you get jumped on like this, it's very difficult to do much of anything as an AD carry. And when you're playing a 5v4 because Cloud9 drops the Rift Herald in the mid lane, has this one threat they have to deal with, they're collapsing on the bottom side of the map, they have an opportunity to just push the mid lane. Because they have the decisiveness to go for this thing, the fact that you have this Fed AD carry, unfortunately, just doesn't mean much of anything because you're more decisive on the map. And it's one of those beautiful things where it's just like gold, it's a currency that you have, you buy stats with it, but those stats don't mean a whole lot if you aren't able to properly apply them.
They had to do one of two things. Don Bray, for the most part, actually had a pretty decent performance. I was actually kind of impressed with a lot of what he was doing. But in that fight, you either got to hit that death sentence or you got to position really far back so you can actually lantern Aphelios to safety. He was right next to him. He missed the death sentence. And that's just rough. The team's not able to stop Speedo. And maybe you also just ward so you see Speedo coming around for that flank to begin with, but they weren't quite ready for that. But the final fight is when they actually got all 5 members grouped together. So let's take a look at that final fight, because at this point, the gold was so in favor of Cloud9 Amateur that it didn't matter that TSM finally got their front.
Yeah, we're going to get to that in just a moment, King. You're jumping the gun a little bit.
Next,
we got to talk about the fact that at this point, I mean, it's kind of a similar story here, right? Like, Speedo is so far ahead. He's got so much sustain built into his kit, and unfortunately, they're just not able to get the reset for Viego. He's never able to get more HP off of it, and well, XU does die because Dombre, again, we're praising him for landing these hooks when he does. It is a situation where you are still fighting a 4v5 and losing, and just as you alluded to in the next replay that we're going to see, where I was flabbergasted watching Cloud9 go for this play, because I was just like, guys, you just got to wait like 10 seconds for your other player to be alive, for Speedo to respawn, and then you have a super easy fight to go for. They're like, you know what, Josh? You need to just calm down. This is why we're on the stage and you're talking about it, is because we're just going to take the fight anyway.
I would you 9k up, you might as well go for it. So let's take a look at it. I thought the Cloud9 Amateur were going to peel back and take down Viego as he teleported in. But no, they go forward.
They go forward. Look at XU, right? This is the kind of thing where, at this point, this is the kind of play where you see in solo queue where he's just so far forward, he finds his way into the back line, and this is the thing that we were praising Diana for at the beginning. Absolutely massive playmaking ability. You have the stopwatch to reset a little bit afterwards, and from there, I mean, remember, Speedo just teleports to the bottom lane at the same time, so the game just instantly ends because XU finds this big ult, and this is part of why we were praising this champion for, or this player for finding the right champions, being in the right meta, and letting himself look really, really good.
Very impressive stuff right there. I mean, just the level of performance in Cloud9 Amateur, absolutely stellar here. And it makes me wonder, what is TSM Amateur going to do next? Because I liked their draft. I liked the matchups. I was like, all right, Dox has got counterpick. This is everything TSM Amateur wanted. What's next in their playbook?
Yeah, I mean, they got the Viego, they got the Silas, they got the Dr. Mundo. They obviously wanted all of these things. I guess the situation is just going to be really dependent on what side teams are going to be in the next game, because it felt like even with counterpick, TSM weren't quite ready. So if Cloud9 ever gets the counterpick, I think it might be lights out for TSM Amateur.
Let's see what happens here. We're going to send it to a short break while the teams get ready for game number 2. You're not going to want to miss it, so we'll be right back after this. And now they're getting ready for game number 2 here because that game number 1 went heavily in Cloud9 Amateur's favor. So let's really quick talk about that and talk about changes that we expect in game number 2 here, Joshi. Pick and ban is right around the corner. So let's start on Cloud9 Amateur's side. What went well and what do you want them to keep leaning into?
I mean, I feel like it really has to do with how they were moving around the map and making decisive choices over and over again. They always knew what they seemed to be playing for, and while they were a little bit slower than I think I would have personally liked to see, they made up for it really heavily by just being on the same page almost every single time for these fights. The only real criticism I can level towards them is that sometimes they were caught out a little bit. Breezy, I mean, we remember his solo death at the beginning, and then a couple people got caught by Donbray just like moving around the map in places that they probably could have recalled a little bit more safely. But other than that, like, they are looking quite good with what they were able to do so far in game 1.
They looked incredible, and just the fact that they were able to win that mid lane matchup so heavily, and also Speedo popping off. 2 of the players going into this weekend after doing all the prep, after talking to a lot of guys like Cubby, Rafa, Smax, they were saying that if they had to identify a weakness on Cloud9 Amateur, might be one of the solo laners. Those are the ones that maybe don't have as much carry potential, but those were the 2 that hard carried in this game, so they looked very strong.
You can't understate XU.
Yes,
right?
Yes. Oh, I mean, that's always a known factor. The engine of the team
we know
forward. Yeah, that's one that we expected to show up. So, no praise to XQ. This is just another performance from him, Joshi.
We expect this from you at this point. Anything less is a disappointment. No. This guy's really good.
It's like LCS. You can't get Player of the Week twice in a row because once you have it, it's like, you have it. But now let's talk about it from TSM Amateur's perspective here. They just got stopped. I'll go first on my thoughts because there's one big area that I want to identify. That Aurelia really popped off. Speedo looked incredible on it, and I went into this expecting TSM Amateur to be prioritizing that pick. It was recently buffed, and we heard rumblings that they would be a team that wants to pick it up. But they let it through, and they picked the Mundo and then had to do that Viego lane swap. Yes, top lane held out. That wasn't the issue in the early game, but the fact that they also could play that, I want them to put more focus on that kind of pick and maybe play more through the early game instead of going for the scaling.
I agree. I feel like there's a little bit too much in the scaling department, right? Like, you guarantee yourself a win by about the 35-minute mark with, you know, any 2 of the 3 champions that they picked between Silas, Viego, and Aphelios and the Mundo, right? I guess 2 of 4, right? You don't need to.
The Silas was like the early game pick, right? That could kind of help bridge them to that late game, but then he got hard shut out.
Yeah, it's really tough at that point when you just can't get in, right? And when you don't have a front line that can support the Aphelios, then, you know, the Aphelios having a bunch of kills, like, it's nice. And if your opponents make mistakes, Aphelios can capitalize on it. But you really need to have an opportunity to make more aggressive plays. Maybe pick a little bit more aggressive crowd control, because they were looking at Silas E and Death Sentence from Don Bryan. That was about it that they could rely on.
Gravitum, well, you gotta add that in.
That is a fun one. Yeah,
that is a fun one.
Really cool picks off of that, but not necessarily the full team guaranteed engage button that you have with a number of other champions. So I feel like their composition was fine, but it could have been better.
I wonder what would have been different if we had seen him go for, instead of the traditional hyper-scaling Aphelios build, we've seen Danny go for a much more unique build. I don't remember if it was Danny that actually kind of pioneered this one or if he credited somebody else for it, but you go Collector second. And I'm blanking right now on what the keystone is. I believe it's Gale Force, so you can go aggressive, and you're more of like a caster than a traditional auto-attacking marksman. Your abilities will deal a ton of damage. You have a gap closer, so you can engage within your Gravitum, so there's more options for the Aphelios to work around. He went for a more defensive one with that shield bow because I think he identified there's a Diana, there's an Aurelia, like, I gotta be a little careful here, but I'm just wondering if that would have been better to play more aggressively, because then his early game gold lead would have actually meant more.
It's possible. I feel like by the time he got the gold lead, he was already committed to the shield bow line, right? I'm pretty sure he already had it. So it's hard to make that heavy of a pivot because you only get 70% of the gold back when you sell an item back to Boris. He's just like, no, this is a used item, Kangas. I'm not going to give you full price off of this. Maybe I can sell it for, 80% of what I sold it to you for. So it gets a little bit rough. I mean, in
terms of like normal video game mechanics, though, you actually get a pretty good deal from the league shopkeepers. I mean, like 80%, 70% sell back. Like, you compare that to Skyrim, that's like 30%.
30%, yeah, at best. I've been playing I've been playing a game recently called The Last Spell where you get a 30% sellback ratio normally, and you have to spend money in order to get a better sellback ratio. So it ends up balancing out in the long term, and Boris is fairly generous. He's like, yeah, I get it. You guys are defending my home, the Nexus right here, so, we can figure something out.
Yeah.
You guys in business.
What are the implications? Are the shopkeepers just like war profiteers? Is that do they just know that these people are going to be hitting each other? Like, yeah, is this like Nick Cage in War Games? Like, are they just fighting each other or like helping out other people fight the crystals? Or is that their home? Like, is it their city under siege when you're breaking through turrets? We got to get the lore of the shopkeepers sometime.
Okay, well, there's one that has like the big like bantha-looking thing from Star Wars, right? The big like semi buffalo that you can just leave, and the other one is an airship. So I feel like they're probably closer to Nicolas Cage.
They're
right?
definitely war profiteers. Yeah, they're just rolling in here. They're like, all right, I see a battleground. Let's go check that out.
Oh, I see you fighting. Those are explosions.
And the funny thing is,
I got a lot of swords.
In every game that you load into of League of Legends, the champions can change, but those two always stay the same. So I wonder over all of League's history just how much money they've made and how much of that they've given back to the community, or if they just profited for themselves. Are we getting Tony Stark here, or are we getting just full-on Nicolas Cage?
Yeah, right.
Regardless,
we need answers to this. We'll come back to that later on. I want to talk a little bit more about TSM's overall chances in this tournament, right, in the pre-round circuit, because they're in a very tough group, as we previously identified. But they are also currently sitting with 40 circuit points after getting 3rd in Challengers Uprising and 3rd in the Risen Champions League, and that just means that they are not guaranteed a spot in the qualifier just quite yet, though they are very close. It's very difficult for them to not get a spot. But there is a possibility that they don't lock it down. And so they are still playing for their lives. If they can auto-qualify, that's the best of the world.
That would be incredible. And so that means even a 3rd place finish would feel good. They've gotten a couple of those already. A 3rd place finish in this group would get them 20 points. 4th place, they still get 10, so that put them up to 50 overall. They're tied with 100 Thieves Next, Supernova, and even Golden Guardians Academy, who were just playing in Challengers Uprising for the practice leading into Academy. So basically, the only way that they're not going to make it is if they get low in this group, don't get a lot of points, and then some of these other teams that we haven't actually seen earn points make it out of groups and make a big push, because even minimally they're going to have 50. That means that some of these other teams are going to have to get top 4 to overtake them. And then even then, if you get 1 or 2, you auto-qualify. So it's really only 3rd and 4th place that will get more points. It's almost locked for TSM Amateur.
It is so close, but it's not mathematically locked just quite yet. So
but they would feel a lot better just making it into that playoffs. If they can make that run, it's guaranteed. It's their own will, their own actions that got them there, and not relying on other teams to not do as well. But let's see what they can do here. It's still a tough opponent, and this is still heavily favored. You even gave Cloud9 Amateur the 2-0 in your prediction, so let's see what happens here in this game number 2. TSM Amateur now find themselves on the blue side, Cloud9 on the red. TSM starting off with that Pantheon ban still. This is the second time. Is this just a Cloud9 Amateur pocket pick that I'm not aware of?
I'm not entirely sure. I'd have to do a little bit more research. I feel like this is something we've seen played by XU and Shrimps in the past, just because it is, very strong early game. You press W on somebody and they're stunned, right? There's not that many point-and-click stuns left in League of Legends, and Pantheon can definitely do that. But
I don't see any in Challengers Uprising or Risen. Not even bans against them. So this has got to be something new that they've been pulling out.
Maybe. I mean, they obviously have more insight into some scrims than we oftentimes would, just because it is, players talk, people are like, things are going around. The Ziggs is also a bit of a surprise coming out from the Cloud9 Amateur side, because Doxa on Ziggs feels very odd. I could see Gorikup pulling it out at some point, but it's not necessarily something that he's going to be opting into a lot of the time. And with the Xinjiao band, this feels like a bit of a topsy-turvy draft already.
The thing is that they already did play it in the open qualifiers to get into this event. So TSM Amateur did recently show that Gorka does play that Ziggs if they need to. So I still like it. It's just, in the words of Cubby, it warps the meta. Like what Ziggs can do to turrets to lane states. But the Thresh taken off the table. Diana, and then Volibear Xinjiao to round us out. So we got some fast lock-ins here. TSM Amateur go for the Gwen blind pick, and Cloud9 Amateur... Ooh, Camille with Graves. We were talking about Graves going into this. He did recently get that slight 2 AD buff, and I guess it's enough for XU.
Yeah, I mean, he was playing it even before the buff, right? This is something where
True.
he will oftentimes play it, especially into a lot of less mobile junglers like the Udyr or the Volibear. But it also means that there's a lot of these powerful picks going on the other direction, right? Gwen, very powerful, getting played by Eclipse, and Speedo, like, he's one of the few people that are still playing Camille just because of how powerful this champion has been in the past, and he's able to showcase a lot of prowess. And, of course, when you have a Camille, Galio is oftentimes not far behind because you have that guaranteed ultimate from Camille into a guaranteed ultimate from the Galio.
Wow, really strong lockdown combo right there. I love it when people pair that Camille with something else. And honestly, I think that Camille still does a decent job into that Gwen in particular, but we'll have to wait and see where TSM Amateur rather put the Gwen. Still probably a top laner, but technically flexible, as well as that Lee Sin. And then they go with the Ezreal lock-in here, so they're showing what their bot laner is going to be. Let's see what Cloud9 Amateur want to do with that information. It's ban out supports currently. The Bard ban, interesting right there, along with Braum and even the Nautilus Leona. This support, yeah, this is pinched right now.
Okay. All right, well, Varus has picked up to counter the Ezreal since we already see that, and there's kind of like an interesting, like, extended rock, paper, scissors going through here because the Galio might be a support, right? You can still play it down there, though it's not the most exciting thing a lot of the time. But the big thing is, with so many supports already taken off the board, a lot of people are questioning, like, where do we go from here? And Doxa just says LeBlanc. That's where we go from here. Tarek!
We got him! The buffs came through for him on this patch, too. He's got much lower mana cost on his Q and his Dazzle, the E. So I'm really hyped for Tarek right now. But it is going to be the Galio mid. Now, this was weird that Doxa locked in that LeBlanc, because I typically think of Galio as the counter to that. You can still push out your waves fine. You're kind of a naturally magic resist tank, and then you can also roam with your ult, even if she gets out of lane first. And it was flexible to support, so they still could have counterpicked it with something else mid instead, but it is going to be the Galio mid, and Cloud9 Amateur lock in Rakan for an engaged tool. They got a lot of engaged now. The Camille Galio combo, the Rakan going in, even Varus can throw out that ultimate, and technically double marksman too with the Graves. A lot working for them here.
I'm a little bit worried, honestly, looking at the Cloud9 roster, just because of how they have drafted into the Gwen, right? You already have the Graves, who is a ranged champion, who likes to be in melee range, to be fair,
True,
so he can interact with Gwen, but Varus cannot interact with Gwen as long as she has that W active, just because she is not targetable throughout that entire time. And not only that, they have the double range champions into the Gwen, but they're also a mono damage type. It's like a mono type team battle from Pokemon, right? You only have physical damage with a Galio to follow up. This Galio has to itemize a lot of
and
damage,
Rakan and Varus passive. I mean, come on, Joshi, there's options here. But let's see. We're going to send it over to a short break here before we load into the game. We'll finish our breakdown of these compositions on Joshi. So if you got to grab some water, you got to do your stretches, do them right now. We'll be right back after this for game number 2. All right, hello everybody. We are loaded back on to the
Ducky!
Rift for game number 2. What a little ducky. Nice little frog here as Cloud9 Amateur taking on TSM Amateur in our first match of the EGL Summer Showcase. Big match ahead of us here as TSM Amateur, as we said during the pre-show, really fighting for their spot at the Proving Grounds qualifiers here. They aren't necessarily locked in with their points currently. It will be dependent on how other teams do in their groups, but at least picking up a win, at least not taking last place in their group, would help out a lot here. But let's catch up after the break here. TSM Amateur currently on the blue side, and Cloud9 Amateur on the red. We got a lot of cool, unique picks for this new patch. So, Joshi, when you're looking at these team compositions and how they want to match up, what do you think is going to be the linchpin here for either one of these teams, especially in the early game?
I mean, we've already looked at it a little bit. There's a mono damage type coming out from Cloud9 Amateur, and because they are so focused on getting all this physical damage through, they're going to have to blow up Eclipse rather quickly because he gets a ton of free armor from his W as well as untargetability against a lot of the champions that Cloud9 Amateur are bringing to the table. So
and from
really
Tarek.
It puts a
Tarek
lot
W
of
passive
emphasis
gives him more armor
on Speedo and Captain Shrimp to actually get some of these early kills in these team fights, just because he's gotta blow them up so that the rest of your champions can actually hit other members.
And also, fun fact, Tarek Ultimate Channel just barely longer than the Galio Ultimate Channel as well. So if you're able to, if you see Galio coming in, you throw out yours, he will land, but then that person's invulnerable, so low chance of Cloud9 actually blowing them up. The more we're talking about it, the more I'm thinking TSM Amateur might actually have a chance in this one, especially with this top lane matchup currently. Eclipse getting a heavy trade against Speedo, forcing out that early pod. But we do see XU starting on the top side for Cloud9 Amateur. We see Frost Force starting on the bottom side for TSM Amateur, and they will presumably be pathing against each other, opposite directions here. So talk to me about the Graves right now, Joshi. In the current meta, what my understanding is junglers, they with the catch-up experience, it's all about ganking. It's about being active in the early game. Is this something that you expect XU to be doing on this pick?
I mean, this is the kind of thing where, like, Graves has always been known as a power farmer, right? He clears very quickly, and then he brings a ton of damage to gank. So, most of the time, most of the champions that people pay attention to when they think of as good gankers have their own crowd control, but Graves, while he can gank rather effectively, he doesn't bring the crowd control of his own. He relies on other people to be doing it for him, and luckily, the rest of his map has picked plenty of it. You have the knockup from Breezy, you have the knockup from Captain Shrimps plus the taunt, and then Speedo has a very consistent stun as well. So there's a lot of ways for this Graves to transition all of his farming into these fights. And look at this. Frostfire comes up, but he's going to get spotted out. Speedo knows he's here, but he already
dive. Hookshot's already used. He trades onto Eclipse. If Frostfire starts tanking this, he misses both abilities.
Tragic.
Kind of awkward right there.
Are they going to go?
Wait, no, they already started taking. They don't even have a wave right now. Eclipse throws out the Ignite. Will pick up first blood, but the turret, that's 2 shots. That's traded back. Not the cleanest of dives, and it is a 1-for-1 trade.
And remember how much time is being spent at this point. You know that he sees this up top lane. You know he doesn't have any buffs that he's got. He doesn't have a lot of CS. So XU knows that there's a lot of camps that Frost Forest has skipped over. Well, pay attention to this, and it just starts off, you just miss a couple of key abilities, right? And you have to try and go for the second spot. And Frost Forest, he has to use the Q in a less optimal way. He doesn't get the execute off of it in order to get a clean dive off, and it means that TSM Eclipse is going to be going down as well, and it ends up being a bit of a wash.
Well, you can say that at least Eclipse casting wand on his back because of that CS advantage and doesn't burn teleport. So he'll catch the wave as it pushes into his turret. Speedo doesn't even see Frost Force here. We could see a repeat dive. Speedo used teleport and ignite. Frost Force doesn't go for it. I actually wanted him to. I feel like that's the opportunity, but Speedo, he does have a long lane, and that is still coming out with hookshot. So you can't fall too far behind as the Lee Sin, but that's the big advantage for TSM right now. Eclipse is slightly ahead and also has that TP advantage if they want to make a play somewhere else. Breezy, that's just rude.
That was funny. He used 2 abilities in order to make that happen, but it ends up being worth it, right? Speedo, I mean, you already talked a little bit about how this is a pretty okay champion to be playing into the Gwen, right? Because you have a lot of true damage on your Q, you ignore all the bonus armor and MR because you are a melee champion, It doesn't matter nearly as much that you're untargetable if you are standing outside the circles, because you're almost always going to be standing in the circle anyway. So Speedo is going to be okay in this matchup, but now we might see some of the effects of the early dive and the teleport coming through, because Eclipse gets a second back and also gets a Ruby Crystal and can heal.
Yeah, he's going to try and chase down Speedo now, use this item advantage to try and get a kill, but XU is up here, and Eclipse does not know that. Do they go for a dive of their own, though? It would be very difficult without Camille Ultimate.
Coming up.
If they have Hextech Ultimatum, I could see it happen, because you can try and de-aggro that off of Camille.
Yeah, but look at everybody.
All right, here we go. XU's going for it. Breezy's up here as well. Captain Shrimp not level 6. Yes, we can't join in. Eclipse just kills Speedo. Didn't even need the turret to help him out. Now he's on to XU. Teleport coming in from his mid laner, Doxa. It is canceled, but a double kill to Eclipse regardless. TSM Amateurs top laner now 3-1.
And it's ballooning across the map as well. You end up giving over the jungler that Dragon is going to be going down, and because Breezy was committed to this fight up on the top side, suddenly he's not going to be able to affect the bottom lane where they had a CS advantage previously. So Wixie is suffering for his top laner's mistakes as well. This is a disastrous fight. Let's break down how this actually happens. Remember, Speedo is looking for this opportunity, and XU is so far, he doesn't actually have an opportunity to go in here. But now they go for the fight, and they don't have any of their buttons. Where's the stun coming up from Speedo? He already used it. XU can't hit these champions because of all the minions that are in the way, and Breezy's like, wait, you guys are fighting already? I was going to go for a dive. They didn't know what was going on. The decisiveness that we praised them for earlier is
Oh, now they want more. They almost get Captain Shrimps. Not quite. Real close right there, but wow. Yeah, like you were just saying, Joshi, the indecisiveness. They didn't know if they were going to dive or if they were going to just try and fight him outside of turret range. And Speedo did just barely take one turret shot. I didn't think it happened in the initial play, but in that replay, he did get hit by one. What can he do now? He's level 6, pushing into the jungle here against Frost Forest, but Cloud9 Amateur find themselves on the back foot right now. TSM Amateur do have a lead, and it's on Gwen. So hard to actually come back when she gets ahead.
It can be very difficult, right? We already identified that she is going to be one of the most difficult champions to deal with in League of Legends in general, but even more difficult for this Cloud9 Amateur squad and the composition that they drafted for themselves. So, a lot of pressure on Speedo. We praised him for Game 1. We said he was making a lot of big moves just across the amateur scene in terms of his improvement. Now he's put himself in a hole, and one of the big tests is going to be, can he bring it back? Camille is strong late game and can dive on their own, so he's not out of the game, but he has put himself in a very tough position.
And now he's going to have to just back off, catch this wave. Cloud9 Amateur have pretty much lost their top laner to play through, unless Captain Shrimps, now that he's level 6, wants to go for that. They do still have the Galio-Camille combo, so that's the nice thing about Camille. Even if she's behind, she doesn't necessarily need to be winning her lane to still have an impact, especially when you pair it with this kind of composition. But it's still not where they want to be, and TSM Amateur, with their power on the top half of the map, will go for this Rift Herald. Eclipse pushes in the lane, Speedo's capturing it, and Frost Force goes towards this objective. I don't think we'll even see a contest.
I would not expect so with XU on the far side of the map. I mean, he doesn't have a whole lot he can do. When they see this go down, it might give him an option to like run towards Frost Forest red buff and try and pick that up. They do get the announcement now. Frost Forest, they know kind of where he is, and XU.
He's going for it. He's going to be spotted, and look at mid lane, though. Frost Force is going to pass through here. Lands a chains from Doxa. Captain Shrimp's in a lot of trouble, but he does that back up. XU's here. Ooh, blocks the Sonic Wave. Big play there from XU. Nicely done from the Graves. He doesn't go for the invade, but he is still hovering around mid lane here, but that means that he doesn't get anything for that Rift Herald that Frost Force picked up.
Remember how we praised Cloud9 earlier for understanding that they don't need to be making plays everywhere on the map? This is a spot where they kind of got hurt. Captain Shrimps was trying to make a play despite the fact that he knew Lee Sin had just picked up the Rift Herald and could be there almost instantly and got punished for it. Had to blow the heal they had opted into with the Summoner Spellbook, and also pulls XU away from the red buff that he was going for. So it is an awkward position right now for Cloud9 Amateur. I think they can... They still have tools, right? Camille Galio doesn't fall off. Those aren't damage numbers. Those are just, I'm on top of you, and then I'm bringing my friend too.
It helps if you have the damage too. And it also helps if you don't die right here, Speedo. He's got the hook shot. He'll use it over the wall.
He's okay.
Dox is low on mana, so they can't really follow up. But it does delay his back even more. This gives Eclipse time to choose what he wants to do with the lane. Do I freeze? Do I push? It is the push angle, which means Speedo doesn't even get that back, has to go and catch this wave. And with Eclipse resetting here, that should be the completed Riftmaker mythic item here. Let's see if he's able to pick it up right now. There we go.
Yep.
First mythic on
That's
Gwen
really
at
early.
10 minutes. Very accelerated.
Very early. Normally that's something you look at as between the 14 and 15 minute mark. So having it 4 minutes earlier means that not only are they going to be able to use it to potentially contest the second dragon that's spawning, and we do know that TSM has picked up a Cloud Dragon that hasn't shown up just quite yet, and we'll see how effective they can be in these fights. You have to remember, Donbray, the ultimate from Taric is very committal. You have to make it before you think your opponents are going to be doing the damage. Otherwise, it doesn't do anything if you've already taken all the bursts.
But that's why it's so nice against Galio, because that's also committal. So if you see Galio ult come in, you just press your own ult, and the fight's happening regardless of what's going on after Tarek's ult, actually comes down. But the big thing is that a Cloud9 amateur haven't been able to really even out the gold lead anywhere else on the map. They've been playing defensively around Speedo. We just saw XU up there to back him up as he caught that top wave, but he hasn't played through bot side. Wixie has the ultimate. Breezy has his engage too. We were talking about the fact that Graves likes to gank lanes that have set up for him. He hasn't looked at any other lanes, or even for that matter, any ganks really after that top dive failed.
It's really tough if you don't know where Lee Sin is, but we know that Lee Sin is top, but they currently do not on Cloud9 Amateur, and XU is going to be starting this up anyway. He has a push in the bottom lane to play with, and Galio is effectively in the jungle all the time just because he is Galio and can use that ultimate to join your Speedo
Another
again.
dive top side, going for it. He'd use the Hextech ultimatum to try and survive a little longer. Ignite taken down. He's up. He's not dead. TSM Amateur failed the dive. They do not get the kill. They don't trade their lives for it this time. But that is well played by Speedo. Now bot side, XU is finally here. He's looking for Donbray. He doesn't even live long enough for Graves to show up. He's just dead. Now Gorka's all alone.
Yeah,
he does not have heal, has the flash. Do they commit for the dive? Oh, XU even caught that. But topside, TSM Amateur, they do get the turret.
Okay.
Let's take a look at bot. All right, Gorka's dead.
Oh, yep. Didn't see it. It's okay. We're going to get a second crash, and plates are going to get picked up for Cloud9, so good for them and picking up something on the far side of the map. But this is the second time where Speedo ends up using the hookshot at a really inopportune moment and ends up losing so much pressure because he doesn't have an escape when Lee Sin jumps out of the bush. And I mean, it's 2,000 gold. It's not the end of the world. You still have fallback patterns, but it is a really tough position. And the fact that they picked up this Ocean Dragon and equalized against the Cloud that TSM had picked up means that it's could be worse because TSM could have 2 dragons towards this Mountain Soul already. But it is a very tough position as we see Speedo once again just using the hookshot, putting himself in an odd spot, and luckily he's able to walk away. Yeah, the Hextech ultimatum pushes Eclipse further, so he's not able to get the auto
Watch this burst onto Donbray, though. This is absolutely insane here. I mean, I know that it's a Varus. He's got his stacks up. Wow.
Boom.
And now let's take a look at how Gorka even died here, because we didn't get to take a look at it live. So during the replay, oh yeah, he goes aggressive.
Yeah,
I mean, you can't go back at that point, so you might as well try and go for the play. But Breezy having ultimate just hard shuts him down.
Yeah, I respect the attempt. You got to try and do something, but this is where the game starts to get really scary because with the top lane turrets gone, you now have freedom to move around to XU's bottom lane.
Play bot side. Donberry's gonna have to flash this. He doesn't even get it. Locked down. Shane CC from Cloud9 Amateur.
Okay.
And they do pick up another kill. This is a big tempo swing back in their favor. I know, as I say, use the word tempo incorrectly after Joshi's big stream about that last night. But Wixie got 3 kills off of all of these plays. Now, very fed on this Varus.
It is. Wixie's becoming wider. Don't make me pull out the meme once again. He's got 3 kills, and now XU spotting Doxa a little bit as they trade back and forth. But you got to get the vision fans. You got to get the information so you can actually start to look for the upcoming dragon, because that's still a big win condition for Cloud9. If you just have the extra armor and MR and burst resistance from the LeBlanc, suddenly it becomes very difficult for Doxa to play this game once again.
And again, hasn't gotten much done so far in the early stages. Is up a little CS, 2 waves on the Galio, but hasn't gotten much on the map. When I think of LeBlanc, I think of a champion that, you can have a laning phase, but then your job is to help out elsewhere. Help link up with your jungler. Go for those top ganks with Eclipse and Frost Force. We haven't seen it yet, but now that we're pretty much out of laning phase, they are going for their second Rift Herald. The first one netted them the top turret. And Cloud9 Amateur, they're going to give this up.
Felt like that might have been an opportunity because Captain Shrimps does have the ultimate, but Speedo has now taken too much damage from Doxa to be as effective in a lot of these fights. But Cloud9 Amateur, they're toying with the idea of fighting for this anyway, but the Rift Herald is already gone, so I'm not sure what they're doing.
TSM Amateur picking that one up. Cloud9 Amateur hesitation yet again. We saw this in the top dive too. And, I mean, maybe, hey, I said it, TSM Amateur, they're awake now. They have woken up. They know how to play League of Legends again. And they are doing just that right now.
League of Jackets.
League of Jackets, yeah, I don't know what was going on there. I was trying to switch the G and the L around. But Gorka and John Bray now out of laning phase. Bot side, they've been rotated into the mid lane. And that was actually 2 turrets that were taken top in that extended play from TSM Amateur earlier. And now with this second Rift Herald, they can look for even more. Cloud9 Amateur, they're going to have to find a way to get back into this game. And ding, 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 big eyes on Wixie right now. Can this Varus be that tool that they need?
It is going to be tough, right? Because it is the lethality Varus. You do a lot of burst damage. You do a lot of poke damage as well, but not necessarily going to have the same kind of team fight presence as some other versions of AD carries can do. And now you got to jockey for a little bit of position, and Breezy trying to get this ward cleared on the opposite side. And interestingly enough, XU, I think they're going to be giving up this dragon. They don't have anybody really around that can contest for it.
XU was topside to look for a gank with Speedo, but I mean, there's really not a lot of reason for TSM Amateur to be up there other than to just save that turret. So I guess they'll trade the top turret, top jungle for this. TSM Amateur, though, they will get a dragon for themselves. This is the Mountain Dragon here. And a big pickup right now, as that is the Dragon Soul that they'll be stacking up towards. Bot side, they're also pushing in, so they're getting multiple objectives for this.
Yeah, I still want to remind people that that is their second dragon, right? They did pick up a Cloud Dragon earlier that you can't see on the screen. You can see where the banner is supposed to go, but it's just not there.
It's hovering. It's Cloud Dragon.
There it is.
It's all about air. It's all about, invisibility, right? That's kind of the theme. But all right, it has shown up now. Thank you, producers. So TSM Amateur with their second dragon picked up. They also take that bottom turret and drop the Rift Herald. This is another 2-turret takeoff of Rift Herald. TSM Amateur really putting in work for these objectives that they're getting and kind of flipping the script here.
Yeah. I mean, luckily, it is Camille. There aren't many champions that do as much structural damage as Camille does with so little time, right? You just press Q, you get the Sheen proc, then you wait for the second Q, and then you get another Sheen proc that does a ton of damage.
Joshi, I don't want to correct you on cast, but I believe you Q auto Q. I mean, auto Q. I see. I even messed it up. I even messed it up.
You know, you auto queue and then you wait for the Sheen. But unfortunately, it turns out you don't auto between. I'm kidding. You do continue autoing.
You throw a Tiamat in there to help clear the wave during the animation.
Oh, it doesn't have it doesn't have a active anymore. King is. Now we're both looking silly.
Well, let's just move on to another talking point then. Here we go. Amateur, they go for resets here. Wixie's still strong and hasn't picked up that second item quite yet. I'm looking at Gorka's item. Went for the Trinity Force. Interesting to note there, and building towards still that Muramana stacking up. That will still be a big power spike for the Ezreal. But the big one is top lane. Still Eclipse so strong. But TSM Amateur, they're not looking to play through top lane. They're looking to punish XU here as he was roaming around in the river. Don't find him. But they're fishing for kills at this point. I like this style from TSM Amateur now. They don't really have a lot of turrets to push for other than mid-turret, so you might as well just try and get a pick instead.
Yeah, you also have a lot of pressure in the side lanes due to the fact that this LeBlanc has been farming rather well, and this Gwen is very large. Breezy went in?
Yeah, he can jump back to Wixie. But the big thing is Wixie. Wixie gets stunned there, does not get punished. Outside Doxa and Speedo in a little 1v1 right now. Speedo will get that turret with the wave if Doxa doesn't turn onto it. But look at this damage that LeBlanc can do. Hextech ultimatum from Speedo. Doxa gets pulled back. Can Speedo do this? He's actually doing a lot of damage right now. Doxa juking him left and right. The Speedo doesn't know what's the real one. Heals up huge off of that mythic item though. Putting in work. Now playing the mid lane too. Here we go. Targ ultimate's down.
Okay.
Gorka falls first. Dombre does not get it down in time. Now XU's looking for. Oh, Dombre fails!
No.
He fails the flash dazzle! Oh, it's a tough mechanic to pull off to time it correctly, but he also overshoots it. And that's a clean pickup for Cloud9 Amateur.
All right. Overall, though, the only thing that happens in all of this is the fact that Gorka's the only one that died. Okay, Speedo, Doxa are still playing this dangerous game on the far side, but neither of them died, and the turret is still alive. So, I mean, Speedo ends up picking the wrong LeBlanc, and it does mean that they both walk away. So, a lot of fancy things happening on screen, but not a lot of results coming out for it, and it does mean that the game will continue to extend.
Game is still going. It still can go either way. Looking at this replay here, Speedo with the Divine Sunderer just barely stays alive. But look at Doxa. Watch this juke right here. Speedo gets on him. He thinks he's got it, but then this happens.
Yeah, and he goes for the one that's closer. He doesn't recognize that while invisible, Dogs had gone back to the circle. But as you pointed out, the Divine Sunder, the little bit of healing, so big. But also, something you pointed out earlier, Kangas, is the Galio ultimate is a little bit faster than the Taric ultimate, and Dombre not quite able to get the flash off of that stun. Doesn't predict the aggression quickly enough, and it does mean that Gorka going to be getting another death. 0-4 currently for TSM's bottom lane, as the solo queue players would all know. It's like, man, what is my bot lane doing?
Heavy bot, everybody. But hey, but as the Taric, as the support main, I've been here before. It doesn't matter because they still like you. They're like, all right, Taric, you're cool. You still shield us. You still heal us. You're still landing these dazzles. Hasn't hit that one. All right, never mind. He's hit a couple. We did see some earlier on. But the Dragon looks like the next big objective here for these teams. Cloud9 Amateur are setting up for it. They're up 1-0 in the series. They were hoping for a quick 2-0. You predicted it, Joshi. TSM Amateur, look at the damage. Wixie's in trouble! Frost Force almost assassinates him, following up Dox's initial burst. But either way, that's heal out of Wixie. He's very low on health. He's got to back off right now. But look at the clips on the bot side. He's caught out here. Speedo locks him down. Camtrims follows up all of Cloud9 Amateur. Dogpile on, and that's a big pickup for Cloud9. But Doxa, he's still looking for more over the wall. He roots down Breezy. Dazzle doesn't land. He's too mobile. And we did see that Speedo, the grapple off into nothing. But either way, TSM Academy, Amateur, they go for this Dragon. Man, I love it when LCS teams are investing into amateur programs, but it does get confusing. We're not done. Teleport in, Dragon over to TSM Amateur. That's their third of the game. And Cloud9, they're too late. They're not going to stop this. They're not going to find anything after.
Alright, well, ultimately, it feels like a lot is happening on screen without a whole lot of large results. At the end of the day, TSM picked themselves up another Dragon, and another Mountain Dragon means that they're getting a bunch more bonus armor. We already said you get a lot for free from Eclipse, you get a lot for free from Dawnbray, and with all of the physical damage that Cloud9 Amateur is going to be doing, it's going to be very hard to punch through this later on. The lethality that Wixie has built so far is going to be less valuable than it might otherwise be if you had a different kind of build. And so, Cloud9 Amateur are really up against the wall, despite the fact that they've been fighting quite well over the past couple fights. They just haven't been able to convert it into any actual objectives.
And Gorka could even go for the Frozen Heart too, so I think that's even more armor on the AD carry. At that point, it's like, well, I guess Doxa's the focus until he gets his Zonias. It's going to be tough. Let's see what Cloud9 Amateur can do here. TSM Amateur, though, they want this win so bad. We've been talking about their journey through Proving Grounds circuit so far. They're sitting at 40 points. Minimum they could get is 50. That almost guarantees them a spot at the Proving Grounds qualifiers, but not quite. They'd have to at least get third in the group. But their goal is playoffs. Their goal is to auto-qualify. Their goal is to take down Cloud9 Amateur right now, and they're looking for an XU picked off right here. Doesn't get over the wall, but he does with collateral damage, but still falling from Frost Force. Flashes forward, picks up the kill. Jungle v Jungle violence, but now Speedo on the bottom side onto Eclipse. He's got backup from Breezy, and the Galio ultimate. The combo comes through for Cloud9 Amateur. They'll trade kills across the map.
Okay, but it's going to be traded for this Baron. How much is going to be traded as we see piece after piece fall? Material is trading all across the map. There is an age-old question, which is worth more, the Baron or the Inhibitor? Well, the answer these days is pretty clearly the Baron, but you are going to be getting up the Inhibitor for it, as we still see so many members. They do it so quickly. Okay, they get the turret for sure.
They get back. That's just going to be the turret. Inhibitor
That's
stays
just the
up.
turret. That's
Big
big
win for TSM.
3 turrets for the Baron. In terms of gold, it is still a slight advantage in terms of Cloud9 for now, because you get 1,500 gold off the Baron, but the big question is going to be, how many turrets are TSM going to be getting in exchange for this Baron on the backswing? We see another series of fights. XU gets caught up towards the top lane, and this is just crazy active aggression coming out from Frost Forest, knocking him back into the stun. He's got nowhere left to go. You just run him down because you're faster, right? But it's traded for a play on the opposite side of the map, and for the first time in this game, we get to see the insane engage range that Camille Galio does provide, and we also see Breezy come in just to secure everything. They were able to pick up 2 turrets here in the bottom lane, 1 turret in the mid lane, all for the Baron up on the other side of the map.
Still 2K up in the lead. Still on Dragon's Soul point, too. It's 3 dragons to 1, and that's going to be up in a minute 45.
Wixie.
Let's see what they can get for this, because the Baron will be down by then. But if they can break an inhibitor, if they can create some free pressure on the map, that's huge for TSM Amateur. Right now, they're sieging this mid turret. Cloud9 Amateur are responding with 4 members here, but also still pushing with Speedo topside. A lot of poke damage. Eclipse also pushing bot, and I don't know if we'll actually see a dive come through from TSM.
I mean, it's tough. You don't necessarily need to do it because you have the pressure of the Gwen in the side lane, right? They're already hitting the inhibitor turret in the bottom lane. And remember, TSM lost 3 turrets off of the...
Speedo staying. He's going to 1v1 Doxa. Actually, there's a lot of damage back. Does he go for the dive himself? It looks like he will here. Lots of damage traded. He's going to keep trading down, but he's tanking turret. I think he had a burn or something on him. Doxa with the outplay under the top inhibitor turret. TSM, they get the bottom inhibitor. Big swing for them yet again. They cannot lose in this game right now. Cloud9 Amateur, they're floundering.
They're floundering. What are they going to do? Frost Force looking for something to teleport on Doxa available.
All right, they locked down Gorka. Can they kill him? The answer is no. They got to peel back because Frost Force goes in. Even Captain Shrimps uses the ultimate backwards. XU says, okay, we gotta make the play happen right now, but look at Eclipse onto the backline. The Gwen cashes Captain Shrimps along with Wixie under the turret. They will fall onto the turret. Cloud9 Amateur will go down. TSM Amateur, they've woken up, everybody. They had their coffee, they did their morning stretching routine. Teeth have been brushed, hair is combed, and they will take down Cloud9 Amateur in game number 2, bringing us to a full 3-game series. 4th seed versus 1st seed. Cloud9, you already qualified for Proving Grounds, but you still got some competition here. TSM, they came to win.
They got a final kill at the end, but at the end of the day, everything we said about these compositions comes true. The Gwen becomes impossible to deal with because the melee champions can hit them, but the ranged champions cannot. It is a brutal spot for all of Cloud9 Amateur at the end. It really comes down to, you know, the difference in the fact that they were the only ones that made flubs early on in the game, unlike in game 1 where both teams did, and Cloud9 were playing from such a deficit.
I will say the first turret dive from TSM Amateur wasn't the cleanest. They did trade 1-for-1, but it was the fact that Gwen got to a better lead. Gwen actually won that because he got Blasting Wand, was able to walk back to the top lane, so you save your teleport, and then we saw that save her in that one, the dive that Cloud9 tried to pull out later because you had that extra health from the Ruby Crystal. So it actually did end up making a difference, but the big thing was Cloud9 Amateurs failed dive topside. They had Breezy commit time going topside. Everybody was going up there, so let's actually take a look at that play because I believe that's the first replay that we have to watch. This was the big moment that TSM started to run around with the game.
And it's just rough. Remember that we were looking at all 4 members. You got Captain Shrimps and Breezy walking up towards this top lane to go for this dive, and Speedo walks in, takes a... I mean, I think you said you take a turret shot at something here.
Right there.
It is, and it is just too much damage at the end. But Captain Shrimps had already walked back towards mid lane. Breezy's on the wrong side of the wall. It takes him too long to come over to the fight, and what should normally be a 3v1 ends up becoming a 1v2 that the Gwen is able to turn around. So props to Eclipse for finding a beautiful line.
Not sure who called the ambulance on that play, but I think the Cloud9 Amateur was definitely hoping for that one to arrive a little earlier, not after the game already happened. But yeah, from that moment forward, Eclipse is so far ahead. Nobody could answer the Gwen. We did see one play at the Dragon where he did get picked off alone with the Camille locking him down, everybody else dogpile on top of him. But other than that, completely unanswerable.
Yeah.
And we got to a point where TSM had just too big of a lead.
Yeah. I mean, you said no one can deal with the Eclipse, but hey, what if 5 people can? You end up seeing the dog pile right here, just as you said. But one thing I also want to point out during this fight between Eclipse and Speedo is, while this is happening, you see the True Shot Barrage, it actually forces Wixie's flash on the far side of the fight as well. But we end up seeing 4 people die, but Wixie's out of the fight, Speedo's out of the fight, and so even though TSM are the ones that lose a member, there are too many low health bars on the side of Cloud9 for them to continue this fight, and it does mean that the Mountain Drake does go over to the side of TSM. They continue their stacking, and Cloud9 continues to flounder because their engage tool in the Camille is just not strong enough at this point.
And Speedo even teleports back in, so they also lose the TP for this play. And then TSM says, yeah, we're just going to walk away. We're done. That was their, I believe that was their second Dragon at that point. It might have even been their third, but
second. Yeah.
They were stacking up the armor too. It was, Cloud9 needed to play more for the early game, win the early game to make sure that they were ahead so that Varus could actually put in work. Wixie, 3-0 after laning phase, but then we saw just how little damage he was able to do because the passive armor from Tarek's W, the passive armor from Gwen, even Gorka building towards armor as well. And then it'll come down to that final fight at that inhibitor where we all saw it come to fruition. TSM Amateur, again, too far ahead, able to just kind of walk all over Cloud9 Amateur, honestly. So let's take a look at that one and close this out.
80 carries just in general, right? Because one, you know, you just had Doxa just going back and forth, outplaying Speedo here for a second time in a row and just not giving him the ultimate that would probably have gotten the kill. And it ends up just being brutal. Like, this is the Doxa we've been expecting, but at the same time, you've just been poking out Wixie over and over again as this LeBlanc, and eventually, when you have extra members to play with, you can just go super aggressive. And as we said earlier, I wasn't super fond of the Graves into the Gwen because as we see the Gwen dive in here in just a moment, you're not going to be able to do any damage to this guy. He's going to just throw down the W, and if you're standing on the wrong side of it, look at the fact that neither Wixie nor XU can even touch him. He's able to just like walk forward and isolate a duel up against Captain Shrimps, and the rest of the team is able to follow him up with the pressure he's able to create, and it's just a clean win coming out from TSM Amateurs. They're trying to find their way out of groups for the first time this circuit.
They're hoping for it, and man, bringing the #1 team in their group to match point already to start us off here. This is Seed 1 versus Seed 4, technically, based on how the seeding had happened going into this. So this would be big for TSM Amateur. My predictions, I said they'd take at least one. Let's see if they can take another. We're going to send it to a short break before we come back for this final Game 3 in this series. You will not want to miss it. So we'll be right back after this. And hello, welcome back everyone. We're preparing for Game 3. TSM Amateur versus Cloud9 Amateur, and we got a series on our hands, Joshi. Can't wait to see what happens here. But before we hop into that, we got to do some due diligence, catch up on what's happening elsewhere in the tournament for the games that we have not been able to broadcast. There's some spicy stuff happening. Break it down for me, Joshi.
All right, so to start, the one that might be surprising a lot of people is the fact that the OQ team, the one that won the OQ, and they're also called OQ, took down Resolve 2-0 already. And that's one of the big things that we got to pay attention to in Group B, is we already have our first result of the day. We're also getting a little bit of information. Well, this one affects the matchup that we're currently watching right now. So OQ might be another team to watch, but Conviction also is going to be showing up against EGP. They're currently tied 1-1 and headed towards a Game 3. And Conviction was one of the teams that we were looking at as like probably not going to have a big opportunity to play up against Wildcard Red and Evil Genius's Prodigies, but already showing up on day one. So very exciting stuff.
Impressive stuff. That's awesome to see. And yeah, over in the Group A, that's where Conviction versus EGP is going right there. But just a reminder, we are still 1-1 in the TSM Cloud9 matchup right there. So we'll see. We'll see if that updates later on. It's going to be a 2-1 for Cloud9. But TSM, based on that last performance, still looked incredible. But yeah, I mean, it's awesome to see. And I believe that we also have... No, that's all that we have to update on for right now. So
yeah, well, AOE Randoms is currently 1-0
true.
over Supernova, which is not super unexpected, but it is something worth paying attention to over in Group B.
But we haven't gotten the results of the second game on that one yet. So we'll keep updating everybody as the day goes on, and we can. But yeah, congratulations to OQ for already picking up the first win in this group. So let's talk about what's happening elsewhere in this group right now, Joshi, because we got a tight series ahead of us here. A very different look from TSM Amateur, and all I can say is, as much as we were memeing, they've woken up and they are ready to play right now. So let's talk about it from each team's perspective in the series currently. Let's start on the winning side. TSM Amateur, you just took one off of Cloud9. How do they roll out this momentum? How do they keep going forward and make sure that they can close the series with a 2-1?
The one thing that I gotta say is, while Donbray had a couple of really good plays in Game 1, kind of suffered a lot in Game 2, right? It's partly because of the Tarek, which I know you're a big fan of, but the thing about Tarek is it is a very telegraphed kind of play. You're trying to use the ultimate before other people on the other team are doing anything, and unfortunately Donbray was not quite able to do that as effectively this time around. So put a little bit more priority on the support pick, and finding something comfortable for him earlier on could give them a lot of success.
He missed a lot of dazzles too, but to be fair, he's still Tark. He's still providing W. He's shielding. He's healing. Like, it's kind of like the enchanted buff.
It's like,
but he's
Braum,
also a front line. Exactly. It's like this is why I love support. I don't need hands. I don't need to win lane.
Just right click that dude, and you're good.
Find the most fed person on my team and put my Tark W on them, and then it's like, go get him, Frost Force. And that's pretty much what we saw happen in the last one. But now let's talk about it from Cloud9's perspective. You just lost that game number 2 after a dominant performance in game number 1. What happened, and how do they prevent that from happening again in game number 3?
I gotta say, I'm not a fan of the Graves in this draft, right? Like, Graves, I think, is okay into a lot of champions these days, just because he always does the same things that Graves typically does. But when you're picking a ranged champion into a Gwen after the Gwen is first picked, like, you're not being surprised by the matchup that you're going into. It does make your life a little bit more difficult. So opting into something like the Lee Sin or the Xin Zhao that we know XU has had a lot of success on so far, I think will give them more success later on in the draft as well as later on in the game. So I think that's some of the early draft things. The one other thing I would start looking at is Speedo on Camille looked okay. At some points he had some big opportunities to pop off, but a lot of times when push came to shove, unfortunately he just came up a little bit short.
I also want to see better communication between Breezy and the rest of the team, because again, that dive that they botched topside, Breezy was right there, and then he if you watch the replay, I was paying attention to what he was doing, he kind of turns around and starts walking away as they then commit to the fight. So it seems like Breezy's saying, now wave's gone, we're not going to crash it in time, so I'm not going to waste any more time, but then they still go for the play topside and then die for it. And if they hadn't made that play and Camille, or rather Gwen doesn't get that accelerated, it's a very different game state. it's pretty much impossible to predict what would happen after that, but we know that there's not going to be a 3-1 Gwen at that point, and that seems to be a kind of an issue.
Yeah.
Kind of an issue for them. But I'm happy that you also talked about pick and ban, because that's one of the biggest things that we can immediately change in the pick and ban phase, which will be coming up here in a couple seconds. The Graves, I think it was picked because Xin Zhao was banned away, Olaf was banned away.
But they had the Lee Sin available.
Okay, yeah,
because it went over. They picked
options.
Camille Graves while the Lee Sin was still up, and they ended up getting played by Frost Forest. And he had some good plays on this Lee Sin. He did a lot of the things that Lee Sin needs to do. So it does raise some questions, like, is there a matchup that he's really fearing for with the Lee Sin? Is it not something that they have as much flexibility with their roster? I guess we'll find out as we are going into Game 3 and Cloud9 shifting over to the blue side of the map.
We do currently have 100% blue side win rate. We'll see if that continues here. Cloud9 Amateur banding away that Ziggs. We've seen that ban every single time so far. I'm still a fan of it. I think it's way too busted right now. Pantheon, yeah, that would be what's been happening throughout so far. But I'm wondering if there's going to be any adaptations. Has there been an issue with any of these picks? I mean, I can't really identify one champion that was like, oh, this was out of control, and that's why the game swung in one favor. So I think we might just see a run back in the bans.
Yeah.
Oh, there is one,
That was
though.
going to be the one that I was kind of going to point to, not because it got like really big and popped off, but just because it was so obnoxious to deal with. Right?
Yeah.
Like, it's so hard to lock down as the Camille. It's difficult for the Varus to deal with, and because LeBlanc is just one of these champions that unless you have other things that can just run at LeBlanc and lock her down for the rest of the team to follow up, it's difficult to deal with, and Captain Shrimps wasn't even able to do anything about it in mid lane. So, going back to kind of a Game 1 draft in a lot of ways.
But the crazy thing is we have not seen the typical Doxa identity so far. Yes, he had a better LeBlanc performance. He was annoying. He was a distraction most of the time, but then once he got items, he was actually doing a lot of damage. But in game number 1, he got hard shut out. When we saw Doxa back in Collegiate, when he won the Collegiate Championship with Winthrop as Frost Forest with his jungler, it was play through Doxa and get him fed. We haven't seen that yet. But, yep, triple jungle ban here from TSM Amateur. Hard shutting down XU, but Cloud9 Amateur say Gwen's up, we'll take her.
Makes sense. It's a very strong champion. And then this has kind of been one of the early counter picks that a lot of people look at. Wow, okay, as we do see the Gragas coming through. But the set is kind of able to stat check Gwen rather often because he has so much sustain built into his kit just off of passive regen. It can be really hard for the Gwen to push him out of lane. So it is a fairly standard thing. You can play it around in a lot of different places. It's not committed just quite yet. But the Kog'Maw is instantly picked up by Cloud9 Amateur, and we know a lot.
Are they going Lulu? Are they going Lulu right now? Are they just going to commit to it? I mean, you might as well if you're locking in the Kog'Maw. Oh, the Braum instead. It's an angle.
Okay, yeah, it is an angle. I mean, typically on the Kog'Maw, a lot of people will typically build him in an odd way, right? You will often see people go Kraken Slayer, which is unfortunately not very good. The items that you typically want to build on this champion first are the Wit's End is the common thing that you see built most often, or the Phantom Dancer is actually starting to come through as a first item, right? Because after 4 auto attacks, you get a lot more attack speed, and most of your damage doesn't come from your items per se. It comes from applying your W. So the extra attack speed there makes him very dangerous against this really beefy front line that TSM has already drafted.
But it's interesting that they paired it with the Braum because he will help keep the Kog'Maw safe, but mostly against ranged threats. I mean, you can block the explosive cask of the Gragas, and then TSM answered with the Varus. Do they go for the Lucian? I wouldn't like this because you're playing into the Braum at that point with multiple ranged champions that he can block with that shield. So I think that this is a safer bet here for TSM Amateur. Surprising that Thresh actually made it this far through the ban phase.
Well, you got to really shut down Doxa at this point, right? You're seeing a bunch of bans going towards his way, and it kind of makes me wonder if we're going to see something a bit more spicy coming out of him. Okay, we'll talk about this Kindred in a moment, but I'm kind of looking at, like, Sylas or the Zed. The Zed is actually suddenly a real threat.
Ooh, it could be. That's a twisted fate. Global plays, but the double scaling marksman with the Braum. Now, I like these comps when you have an enchanter, when you have something that can also provide the buff of something like an Ardent Sensor, some shielding, some move speed, like the Lulu or the Karma can. Karma was up. They didn't opt for her. Interesting
Yasuo.
draft here from Cloud9 Amateur. You think Yasuo?
I don't think so, but I think Yasuo would be sick here. If
Does
Doxa
Doxa play Yasuo? I don't think
I
Doxa
haven't
plays
seen him do it.
Yasuo.
Okay, hold on.
He hasn't
Wah,
played it
wah.
at all lately. Oh, it looks like
Okay, but think about it. Think about it, right? You already have, as we're getting a reset on the Champions League. I think we're probably just gonna go right back to the original spot that we were at.
Probably.
Oh, okay.
Oh, looks
All
like they
right.
did want. Okay, so they were
Okay,
going to go
okay.
for that Lucian. So that's an answer there for what happened in the picking
Alright.
bans.
I just want to talk about the Yasuo real
Huh.
quick, right? Because you already have the Gragas,
Okay.
right? You have like 3 or 4 range champions on the other side, so Windwall gets a ton of value. And with the fact that you also have the Kindred on the other side, suddenly you can use that to knock everybody out and get the crowd control there. And the one other thing that makes it really good is Yasuo has a really good matchup into Twisted Fate, because Twisted Fate can never gold card you, right?
Exactly.
You
It's
just-
very telegraphed when
yeah,
he's
you
going
save
for
the
that.
W. So it's a very interesting spot for the Yasuo to actually get picked up, but we are going to have to reset the champion select due to the fact that, you know, it's just how it goes when people have certain champions and we're not on the tournament realm. You are going to have situations where sometimes people don't have every champ, and it is going to be a Lucian
Surprisingly.
as the last
Yeah,
lock-in coming out for
The
TSM.
Lucian is interesting for me because I didn't like it when they were hovering it. You're playing that into Braum. That's going to give you Lucian, Varus, and Gragas against Braum. Suddenly, this Braum that I was like, this is picked way too early in the draft. They can just draft around this. They're drafting into it. So I guess it'll come down to how fed Lucian can get in the laning phase, because that will be against that Twisted Fate. So it is still a good matchup. But we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens here. TSM Amateur and Cloud9 Amateur not doing what we expected in the pick and ban phase, but picking unique champions regardless. We're going to send it to a short break here while we get ready to load in for game number 3. Cloud9 Amateur versus TSM Amateur, bringing us all the way. You won't want to miss it right after this. Welcome back, everyone. Loading on to Summoner's Rift for the third time of the day. Let's go, Joshi. TSM Amateur versus Cloud9 Amateur, giving us a full 3-game series to start off the day. What a treat. And I wouldn't want to spend it anywhere else with anyone else. So thanks for being here, Joshi.
I love this whole transition that we've been getting where people have been like looking at all the animals in Summoner's Rift, and we're gonna have to like name everybody in the zoo at some point. Maybe we can ask Alora and the rest of the zoos to give us some imaginative names. So we are in a spot where we were asking, what is going on with these compositions, Kangas? It's a very odd set of things that people are doing, but I do want to highlight that Captain Shrimps has played more Twisted Fate than I think any other champion so far during the summer, and it is something they have a lot of experience with. So hopefully this like comfort that they're going to have on this champion should override some of the initial questions we had as we looked at it.
True. 5 games throughout all of Risen. And again, TF did receive some buffs with the reduction of cost for the AP items. And he does love that Everfrost. So it can work. I still would have loved Karma here. It would have brought the composition together in such a nice way. TSM also drafting out Lucian into it. That's going to be the big area I want to pay attention to in the early game. And also bot lane. Flash from Captain Shrimps. Flash from Breezy. They are hard committing onto Don Bray. They will get that flash used by Wixie. Everybody is committing. And that's first blood over to Kog'Maw.
Jeez, that's 3 flashes that they commit right off the bat, but it does a couple of things. One, it gives a kill over to Wixie. He's going to be very happy with that start, but it also puts Frost Forest in a very awkward spot in terms of his pathing. He had to start at the Wolves, whereas Exy was able to come in and take away his first camp. So it looks a little bit weird, but it is going to be giving a small advantage to Captain Shrimp, and it will ask TSM, what are you going to do while our flashes are down?
It means that Wixie and Breezy are actually kind of susceptible to a gank bot side if Frost Forest wants to go for it early. But that gold on Kog'Maw, that means that he's a little accelerated himself. So what will happen next? We'll have to wait and see here. He didn't get to back. Wixie is just right into lane, so that hasn't been spent gold. It's just going to feel good on that first back. But yeah, let's get used to that mid lane matchup. Dox is probably going to be doing that a lot to Captain Shrimps.
Yeah, it's a very rough spot overall for Twisted Fate normally, and now they have no flash. You have even less tools to fight back, but Speedo goes in. He has Ghost.
Eclipse completely whiffing.
Oh, no, he's still
dead.
Speedo
with Ghost can flash him down and get the kill. Speedo in another 1v1 takes down Eclipse.
We're missing something there that we have to praise a lot of really smart players for doing. Normally you think that you can use the flash just to create vision, but this time Speedo doesn't have flash. He has Ghost, and he's going to have the movement speed long after you flash away, and it means that Eclipse had to flash over the wall there in order to keep himself alive, and it means that Eclipse is now going to be on the receiving end of a very strong win.
And the lane's still frozen, right in place. He's got to teleport topside in a really rough lane position here. But XU isn't interested in punishing a push topside. He's interested in going for this mark on the bottom half here. So he will get this on the Scuttle Crab. Breezy and Wixie had priority down here too. So pretty telegraphed. TSM should know where XU is, and that means they could go for a dive.
Okay, I mean, this is not the easiest dive in the world, right? You're still going up against Speedo, and you don't have a whole lot of resets.
All right, Eclipse starts tanking the turret right away. He throws out the W, will go down, and Speedo just gifted a kill.
Guys, whoever's writing the script is being really lazy, because so far we're just seeing the same exact script. This is not how sequels are supposed to go. You gotta flip it up, give us some different stakes.
They did, because last time TSM did this, they at least traded a kill. But this time, they just give one over.
I know, but then in game 2, the red side Gwen...
Okay, we're still in it. All right.
Still in it.
Gorka kills Wixie and gets a double kill.
No.
Look at that. Varus
okay.
in the 2v2. Maybe XU with the flash can actually take down Gorka. What does Dombre have? The flay back. Gorka, he's in the bush. No vision here. Death sentence lands. Gorka's out. XU's in trouble. Doxo with the teleport. Gorka with the kill. TSM Amateur with another play on the bottom side. What a bloody game. 6 kills in 4.5 minutes.
Okay, all right. So you're telling me I have to analyze this now?
Break it down, Joshi.
All
Not
right,
only what happened, but what does it mean? What's going to happen next?
What does any of it mean? Okay, well, so we got to pay attention to who's actually getting the kills, right? As this fight kind of all over the place as they just go in as Dombre finds another hook on the Thresh. But the big thing is, You know, you pay attention that nobody has flash at this point. Wixie can't actually leave. So he just gets run down by Gorica. Big burst comes out from the last Q, and, you know, while Braum tries to fight, he knows he also can't leave, so he's stuck. But XU, you know, he thinks he can go for something, and
what a
it's
play.
just like, yeah,
right as he's queuing. I think if you're XU, you just got to flash out of the brush and queue forward and just try and get the kill that way. But Speedo, 1v1 against Eclipse. He's under turret, though, taking a lot of damage. Has the ultimate, gets the kill! Solo! Speedo, now 3-0 on the Gwen. Frostforce looking for it. He's running him down. He's got the Predator. He's got the kill. Shut down Gold over to Frost Forest.
Okay. So 4-4 in kills, but 1 Dragon going over to Cloud9 Amateur, and 3 kills on Speedo, and 3 kills on Gorka.
It's the same.
Day where we were saying that, like, Gorka might struggle because Wixie Brazy is a super strong bottom lane, and Speedo might struggle because he's going up against Eclipse's potential Irelia. Yeah, this is like all these teams saying, like, hey, you know, none of that matters. We're instead just going to pay attention to how some of these initial fights go. Speedo has 3 kills, Gorka has 3 kills, and even though Frostforce picks up a pretty big shutdown for himself here, getting 2 kills worth of gold off of it, at the end of the day, this Gwen is still going to be a big problem for the exact same reason.
chasing him
Fate
down.
comes in.
TFL tier. Frostforce, though, with the lockdown. Doxa throws out the Coley. XU's tanking it all up, though. And TSM Amateur will not find anything for that if Frostforce was level 6. Very different play. Now Captain Shrimps with some awkward pathing.
Blue
Doxa
card.
ease forward, not going to find him. Captain Shrimps does get out. What's happening topside here around the scuttle? Frostforce getting aggressive. Oh, Eclipse, he's wrapping around. He's got the ultimate. He's going to use it right onto Speedo, carrying him into Frostforce. They locked out XU. That's Kindred down. Speedo's got to retreat under turret. Does not have the ultimate available, but can clear this wave. And okay, why not? Why not give Gora kill bot side too? And continue the dive onto Wixie. He's got the cleanse. Donbray tank at turret. Oh, he's got stopwatch. Wow, you brilliant. Donbray! Oh, what a play! TSM Amateur with the successful dive bot side. 11 kills in 7 minutes.
I guess I just don't get to talk this game because you're just going to have to talk this entire time as these teams continue fighting over and over again. We asked a lot of questions like, is this Twisted Fate going to be able to do much? It uses its first ult, doesn't get anything, and now
Speedo's in trouble.
Speedo's
Frostforce got ult. Watch out. Oh, just flash from Frostforce. Kill. Picked up. Another onto the Gragas. Yeah, Joshi, keep talking. What? I'm just going to shut up and give you every moment that you can.
Okay. Well, okay, so the big thing is, one, at this point, you got to pay attention. Remember the conversation we had about whether or not you can move away from this Speedo? Really wants to be able to farm this wave, but he has to go save his teammate because it's worth too much. And here, like, Donbray just goes in, right? He knows he has the damage to actually go through, and with the stopwatch to reset the turret aggro, you're going to be just fine at the end. So, I mean, the fact that we are seeing this extension of the lead from Gorka and Donbray in the bottom side of the map, and this stifling of the lead from Frostforce on the opposite side is a huge win for TSM because they suddenly don't need to devote Frostforce to the bottom side in order to extend the lead. They can devote him entirely to stopping Speedo, and they're going to be the ones who actually have an opportunity to play this game later on with the double marksman for the foreseeable future until we start getting towards the 25-30 minute mark and Kog'Maw becomes a dominant force on the map.
But Cloud9 Amateur are still controlling these neutral objectives. They got that early Dragon, and they also get the Rift Herald. So TSM Amateur have a gold lead, 3K in 9 minutes. But Cloud9 Amateur are not out of this one yet. They do still have options. I think it's just hilarious that last game we saw Eclipse on Gwen be 3-1 and Wixie on the Varus be 3-0. And this time we got literally the opposite.
Yeah.
I guess the same for the teams, like red team, blue team, but opposite of the players. But like you said, it's the fact that Frostforce is successfully shutting down Speedo. That's a big difference. And also Gorka hard shoving. Look at this difficult laning phase for Wixie. He can't do anything. This is why I would have preferred, a Karma, a Lulu, something with the Kog'Maw rather than just the Braum.
Yeah, I mean, they wouldn't have gotten the first blood, with a Karma or a Lulu.
True.
That didn't need to be the Braum. So, it's a mixed bag, but it is a tough spot for them now because they don't have a lot of aggressive tools. They're not the ones who are going to have a lot of say over when fights start unless TSM is really out of position. So, the fact that you have this Braum here and the Twisted Fate in the mid lane and the Kindred in the jungle, and you have, like, pick tools, but you don't have any real engage tools, means that the Kog'Maw might struggle to hit later in the game.
Two forms of hard CC. Well, I guess 3 if you consider Braum's passive and ultimate, but then outside of that, it's just gold card. Like, that they have very little lockdown.
Yeah.
It's going to be really hard to even find those picks. It comes down to this TF. How do you use your ultimate? How do you get Destiny around the map? Or can you go for plays like this? XU topside, but watch out. Frost Force right here. Ultimate's available. XU, he will go for the dive, but Twisted Fate's ulting in as well. They now see Frost Force, so Cloud9 Amateur wisely decide to back off.
This is really tough because this Twisted Fate that we saw Captain Shrimps go for as kind of the expected one of his best characters is just not doing anything. It had the gold card at the beginning, and then it tried to ult once, wasn't able to find the gold card onto Doxa, and then now it goes up, realizes, we don't actually want to take this fight because Set takes too long to kill under turret, and that's his second ultimate that hasn't had any results just quite yet, so the gold lead that TSM have of just over 3,000 gold is going to get worse.
Captain Shrimps doesn't have flash. Don Bray's looking for the gank in the mid lane. If the observers can take a look there. Okay, no, Captain Shrimps does get back. I thought Don Bray would go for it. Might have missed the death sentence, but
it's fine. Okay.
But thank you, observers, for listening and giving me what I was asking for. Now Frost Force looking for Captain Shrimps. Oh, with the jukes! Death sentence lands, though. Flay back into the box. Captain Shrimps is dead. Doxa getting that kill. And Don Bray setting it up. The support player. His Thresh is looking pretty clean.
That's big, right? I wanted to praise Captain Shrimps for his dodge on the explosive cast, but he's not able to get away from the death sentence as well. And like, Don Bray has had a very different set of games. He's been looking quite good on the Thresh so far, and it is going to be resulting in dumping of the second dragon of the game, which is going to be in Infernal, which is going to make these double marksmen very, very scary. We have to pay attention to the fact that Gorka already has the Duskblade completed. It's probably been done for about 2 minutes already, whereas on Cloud9 Amateur, Riftmaker is done for Speedo. So again, very, very similar in some ways to last game, but last time TSM was really ahead off of these skirmishes and on the blue side, and now they're really ahead on the red side.
What a performance from TSM Amateur, Joshi. Incredible stuff right now. And this is Captain Shrimps. Oh, dodge. Oh, but he doesn't sidestep that one. And Don Bray with the sniper hooks, picking that one up. TSM Amateur, they find themselves with a 4,000 gold lead. They just tied up the Dragons. And we talked about how important wins would be here. If TSM Amateur can close this one out, that's upsets on both ends. Because, again, Revival losing to Conviction, not the expected result here. Wixie could be in some trouble. Actually, Gorka could be in some trouble right here, but he takes a Dark Passage to safety. Wixie not going to find it. Nicely done there by Don Bray yet again. Level head, keeping his AD carry safe. But, again, the point stands. TSM Amateur, this is a massive victory if they can clutch this out.
It will be really big for TSM Amateur, and also kind of a big question mark for Cloud9 if they end up dropping this, as is currently expected based on what is happening in the game. And I have to kind of go back to what we saw from Game 1 in TSM, where they were picking a lot of scaling elements, and this is a time where Cloud9 have a lot of scaling elements between the Gwen, the Kindred, and the Kog'Maw. And here, they're not really able to do anything in the early game. They don't have any proactive tools. As you said, they have 2, maybe 3 forms of crowd control, and none of them are particularly effective at getting teamfights started.
Exactly. It's all about the Twisted Fate ultimates, and also just playing through Speedo still. Gwen is still 3-2, has that mythic completed. True. I don't want to, undersell Cloud9 Amateur's scaling options, but the problem is, like you were highlighting, they got to get there. And TSM Amateur, so far, they're being very willing to make plays. Frost Force, not only does he have Predator, he's also got the Rocket Belt. This Grog is going to be just chain ganking with this kind of build and looking for as many opportunities to get kills onto Cloud9 as possible. And also just the fact that the Gragas can counter what that Kindred does. So let's do a quick prediction here, Joshi, if we're thinking about the next objectives coming up here. We got the Baron up in 5.5 minutes, but the Rift Herald will be spawning before that. Do we think we'll have a team fight, or does Cloud9 just have to give it up right now?
Cloud9 has to give it up, right? Like, there's no way that they can get these fights started. They can't walk in second. They can't... They can kind of be there first just because of the raw damage output, but there are too many ways into these passages, and they aren't actually able to do a lot of these objectives quickly enough. And I know that sounds weird with double marksman and the Gwen, but the fact that TSM has so many tools to just walk in because there's no crowd control keeping them away means that Cloud9 have to just hardcore commit to burning these objectives every time.
Well, looks like we might have a disconnect here on the side of Cloud9 Amateur. We'll see if that turns into a pause or what is happening right now, because it looks like XU is still clearing the ground. So, all right, ignore that on the top side here. Play from bot's side. Cloud9 Amateur are going for it. Breeze under turret. Oh, gets shut down. Doxa going forward with that kill. Has Dombre behind him. Oh, actually using the Mythic to get it even further forward. Flash out of Captain Shrimps to dodge the death sentence. But what a mechanical play from Doxa right there. Impressive stuff. Explosive cast onto XU. He's blown up before the Lamberson Spike can even go down. Speedo looking to trade. Getting a lot of damage onto Eclipse. But ultimate still available from the set. He's dodging out. And the damage from Frostforward's big old belly is enough to get a kill. Doxa chasing down Captain Shrimps yet again. Remember, he doesn't have Flash anymore.
They're already
But he gets
dead.
back to the brush. All right, he's back. He's back. Yeah, TSM Amateur, stop it. They're dead. They're dead.
Oh, it's so sad. Every single time Cloud9 looks that they try and do something, this Twisted Fate, it goes for its third ultimate, fails to get anything. This Kindred is 0-3, doesn't really have a lot of marks, and they can't really do anything. They haven't ulted effectively at all, and it's just one of these things where it feels like TSM have figured out that Cloud9 are so reliant on playing in the middle to late stages of the game that you can just fight them. You just fight, you just hit them, you go for everything you can, and this is kind of like a Hail Mary at this point, right? Cloud9 need to find something, and they get the stun, but it's so far away because Dawnbreak is there. And then it doesn't matter if you're unbreakable when you have an unstoppable object coming out with the culling, and the game just goes back and forth, but always tilting in favor of TSM.
And then this burst onto XU. Like, this is the AP Gragas. He does a lot of damage.
Yeah. I mean, you try and go for Eclipse, but as you can just break things down, you can buy so much time, and you see that Frostforce even gets the Q in the right place because he knows what Eclipse is trying to do. Breezy,
but we're live.
probably
Breezy's dead again. Yep,
yeah.
Doxa easily, like a laser, slicing through butter. Takes down Braum. Breezy's dead. Another member off the map. Wixie, despite getting that first blood, is just not coming online as his Kog'Maw. He's a full item behind Gorka right now. Did go for that Wits End rush, and hey, at least Cloud9 Amateur get a top turret. Speedo picks that one up, but TSM, they're not doing nothing for it. They are getting kills mid. They're getting this dragon.
Yep, they're going to be able to pick that up. Should be able to chain it relatively quickly, and, you know, I don't like saying teams have good fallback conditions, and I say here that Cloud9 don't have particularly good fallback conditions, Kangas. They have a lot of scaling, right? But it's hard to actually bring it to bear. You have a lot of damage, but because all of your stuff is long range, and TSM are so good at getting inside that range, it's going to be hard to do it.
Oh, Captain Shrimp's in some trouble here. He's got Breezy to back him up, and there's a teleport coming in as well from Speedo. Frostforce is going to go down for this one. Speedo picks up the kill. That's a big shutdown onto Gwen.
It's a shutdown, so you get a little bit of gold back, but that doesn't change the fact that you're 7,000 gold down and now get nothing else with it, right? You extend the game a little bit, but as we just said, like, the range that you're playing at matters a lot, right? Kog'Maw doesn't get a free hit like we might expect later on because he doesn't have a front line to stand behind. The Kindred doesn't really have an opportunity to get the damage down because everybody is just in their face over and over. And while this mistake is a bit uncharacteristic from Frostforce, and, you know, a good heads up from Breeze, just throw down a bunch of wards to prevent the Lantern from getting picked up, it doesn't really change a whole lot of what TSM is going to be doing over the next 10 minutes.
TSM still can assert their lead with the gold that they have in their pockets. Gold that they've already spent here as they go for more resets. Pretty much everybody on the map just went for a reset there. And Doxa on the Lucian also very far ahead of this mid lane. It's not just the bot lane. Both marksmen for the side of TSM Amateur are far ahead. And Breezy can only do so much right now. So let's see how TSM Amateur want to approach the mid game. We're at 19.5 minutes in, and they are up a dragon. That Baron will be spawning shortly, and with double marksman, you can actually burst that down very fast.
Yeah. I mean, you can, right? Remember, as part of the presentation I did yesterday, I went back and kept track of all of the dragons, excuse me, all the barons that you take. Remember, like, the fastest baron that we tracked was still 13 seconds, right? That's still a long time. to actually go for it. And it changes like your effective threat range on how close the other team needs to be. But the difference between 13 and like 16 seconds is really not that large most of the time. Having the extra marksman is nice, but it is going to be a situation where if Cloud9 knows what's going on, they will almost always have the option to at least try and contest.
And they do have that Twisted Fate ultimate too, so they should pretty much always know if there's something going on right there.
God.
Oh, look at that arrow onto Wixie.
One arrow. Is this Legolas?
And I don't even think that was a W empowered arrow. I wouldn't imagine he would just throw one of those out blind. So, yeah, Wixie's going to be feeling it for a little bit here.
They know this
TSM is spotted on this ward, but they will go for it. Eclipse is bot side, but he has teleport. Speedo does not have teleport, so he's going to have to walk into this. Cloud9 Amateur, they're going to wait a little bit of time. Now they see it. TSM now back off. Death Sentence misses from Don Bray, and that means TSM, they will peel off the objective.
Well, that's good for Cloud9, I guess, but the threat remains that TSM can just go back and do it again if they want. They can just continuously push out this wave.
Just start it, yeah.
So,
like, how is Cloud9 going to engage on you? They have to walk at you to stop you, and then you turn with your Gragas ultimate. You turn with your Varus ultimate. I think that they actually have a decent plan there to just start it up, but the issue is they don't necessarily have a tank if Eclipse isn't there. They don't have anybody to tank all those blows because Gragas went for the full AP.
Yeah. I mean, they have enough sustain, right? Like, Gragas is able to stay relatively healthy. The big thing is they just need to make sure that they have another control ward outside of the pit to prevent any of the other wards from coming through and getting the information. Because if Cloud9 don't have the good idea,
or you just catch Breezy. You know, the Braum all alone.
That's easy.
Going for wards in the bottom river with not a teammate in sight. Breezy caught out, and that's a big pickup for TSM. Now they're going for more onto Speedo right here. Gwen could be in some trouble, but Twisted Fate ultimate is used and will help keep Speedo alive. That means that TSM, they're going to have to back off for right now, but with Breezy dead, they can start positioning around this Baron yet again.
They can. They can also just wait for this Mountain Dragon. There's a lot of options they have to them, and you see that up here, Captain Shrimps is trying to push this out, but he doesn't have a lot of options. The turret is so far away that Eclipse is going to be able to match him. So TSM, again, just finding another free kill. They're going to be getting a lot of vision control, and look at how distant their line of information is going to be from the Dragon. Cloud9 Amateur can't even come close without being seen, and Doxa might be caught.
He's taking a lot of damage from this Gwen. Speedo not able to find him, but teleport comes in from Eclipse. Doxa was already out, and Eclipse does not have backup himself. Nope, he does. As I say, Frost Force is here. Eclipse still alive. Shutdown does come through, though. Gemshim picks that up. Breezy falls, but this is a big swing for Cloud9 Amateur. Not only do they get the top laner, but they almost get him. Oh! The third card flashed into. Don Bray flashes away. Cloud9 Amateur will not get more for this, but they did get 2 kills.
But the question now is Cloud9 going to be giving up the Dragon anyway after fighting this fight? This was their best fight for a little while. There's no flash on Lucian. They have to go for this, even though it's such a scary
position
to be
in
up against.
He's going to take a lot from that. Oh, I missed. Okay, I thought Gorka might have just been able to kill him. Oh, instant cleanse from Captain Shrimps. I like that. But now Doxa's here. Gorka just kills Wixie.
How many people die?
Oh, absolutely disgusting. They got to get over the wall. Speedo does too. He's waiting for his cooldowns right now. He's pulled back. Oh, XU with the Lambs of Spike keeps Speedo alive, but he's waiting for way too long. The arrow, ooh, not quite. Doxa jumps over the wall. His cooling's almost up. Doesn't want a hard commit for it. Let's take another look at this fight bot side, though.
All right, so this is good for Cloud9, undeniably, right? You get more kills, or I guess you trade even, right? Because Wixie ends up dying in the pit, but you stop the Dragon scaling coming out from TSM. But the problem is, as you see in this picture in the bottom left, TSM is just hitting the Baron, and Cloud9 are super far away.
Cloud9 see it. They don't have Wixie. But Captain Shrimps will ult in. He's over the pit, over the wall. But there's 5 members here. Oh, XU got in there, but he didn't get the steal. TSM Amateur, they'll take the Dragon. Speedo does a lot of work for it, but they're going to take the fight after 2. XU's got to retreat. Wixie's finally joined in, but he says, hey, guys, I'm ready to fight. Can I flash onto Gorka? Oh, nope, he's gone. Breezy, you're dead. All right, I'll head back to base.
Okay,
sorry,
goodbye.
guys. Double kill over to Frost Forest. TSM Amateur do look to chase this down. I don't know if they'll catch Wixie. Kog'Maw is back to base. TSM Amateur don't even need to catch him, though. They can just turn their attention to these turrets and start cracking inhibs.
Cogman does almost nothing for the defense by himself. You got 15 seconds before anybody else is back up, and there's going to be multiple inhibitors going down in a
This might be game.
coming out from TSM. It might be. Dombre's far. I think they'll probably settle for 2 inhibitors at this point. Maybe just the one in the other inhibitor turret. Yeah, they're going to be backing away. But TSM are already, this is your dark horse, King, as you said that they were looking for an opportunity to play really effectively against these teams. They were the ones that might have a chance to take it down, and they are really taking it to the team that just auto-qualified for Proving Grounds.
Cloud9 Amateur floundering right now. TSM Amateur popping off. What a win this will be. I'm saying will because it's pretty much inevitable at this point. They have such a lead right now and have been playing so cleanly here. And yeah, Cloud9 Amateur, as we look at the replay, they didn't have many more options.
Nope. They came in. And I'm just going to take this time because we all know how this fight goes. It's basically just TSM flexing their gold muscles at this point to let everybody know that Maryville has also just confirmed a win up against Glaive Esports Prime 2-0 in Group C. So we do have another fairly expected results coming out from there, but it does not take away from the massive upset of TSM currently against Cloud9.
This is going to be big, everybody. TSM Amateur, they need every win they can get, and this win, oh man, what a win it is against the #1 seed in the group. I don't know how many other teams are favored to beat Cloud9 either, but if they can do this, this is the fight from Cloud9 Amateur. They're starting off strong. Eclipse almost goes down, but look at that damage traded back. Lambs spite under the turret. Eclipse is still alive, but Speedo's causing havoc on the top half of the map. Wixie actually gets the first kill on the Eclipse. Gorka trades one back. He's golden under the turret, but he will fall. Still traded. Doxa very low on health, throws out the Colin. Wixie still throwing out damage as Cog, but Speedo lived through all of that in the 1v2 on the top flank. Wow, Cloud9 Amateur, they're still in this, and Doxa, you gotta be careful. Speedo does a lot of damage here. They will back off, but Cloud9 Amateur, they hold on.
Bit messy coming out from TSM, but they're still so far ahead at this point. They're still up 10,000 gold. They have a dragon that they can go back to here in about a minute, but they didn't actually get what they came to grab. As we take a look at this fight once again, you know, Donbray finds Captain Shrimps, but because the fight is so spread out, because they're not really sure whether they're committing to the dive or not, it ends up being this weird split fight where the fact that Speedo is still a very strong character makes it very dangerous for TSM to play the rest of the fight.
And the fact that X2 survived for so long with the Lambs Spite just made TSM Amateur not sure what to do. They couldn't just like reassert themselves onto one side of the fight. Like, okay, we won our side, now let's join up with the other, because both sides took forever. The Zonia's, or rather the stopwatch from Speedo really helping him out right there. But okay, we're back onto the Rift, Joshi. Wow, what a performance right now. It's still a 9K gold lead for TSM Amateur. Do not get us wrong, they are still monstrously ahead. But Cloud9 Amateur, man, they're giving me hope. They're making me think that they might still have it in them.
Yeah, as a CLG fan, you know a lot about hope at this point, right? It's
yeah,
there. It's not a 0%.
You realize I just lost all of Twitch chat now with that statement, especially.
Oh man, they're all gone. I'm
certain,
sorry, Twitch chat. Come back.
Social media posts earlier today.
Come back. Yeah.
We're not here to talk about that org right now, Josh. We're here to talk about the two orgs
Cloud9
present on the
TSM.
screen. And honestly, both of these teams have shown a lot of promise in Proving Grounds. And we're expecting both of them to be facing each other for rematches in Proving Grounds proper, especially now after this TSM Amateur performance. And I think that just shows all the talent developing in North America, all the promise, especially when you get LCS orgs behind some of these players.
I've been really impressed with Dombre, honestly, today. Just like watching him play when a lot of people, you know, Mark or Rafa had some tough words for this guy during the podcast last night. And, you know, I was saying like he's got a lot to work on, but he's been a big part of why they've had so much success today.
Huge. Absolutely, yeah. Even as the McHale's picked up right now, for the few C options that Cloud9 has, that means basically -1 from that. Doing a lot.
Yeah. All right. So Doxa has picked up a big item as well, Sorelda's Grudge. And if you've ever seen him use a culling with the Sorelda's Grudge, it's pretty gross. It's very hard to walk out of because suddenly it has this big slow attached to it every single time you hit somebody. And notably, every single bullet that you hit has its own individual slow attached to it. So it's not like you get hit by the first one and can walk out after the slow disappears. You get hit by slow over and over and over again, as we get a wonderful image of the fact that a lot of zombie wards currently exist on the far side of the map, but it doesn't quite matter, as we're going to be playing for the Baron once again, Kangas, and TSM, with control of all the chokes, is going to be daring Cloud9 to even try and come close.
30 minutes on the clock right now. Baron up in 10 seconds. CSM getting all these wards down. There's nowhere for Cloud9 Amateur to teleport to, and they're still pretty much back in their base right now, playing very defensively here, trying to push out these waves, get control there first. TSM Amateur, they're not hard committing onto the Baron. They will also get priority of the mid lane and then rotate back towards it, but Speedo is getting some work down bot.
See how much he can actually deal while this is going down, right? He does have the control ward to teleport to, but I don't think he really wants to come
No,
to
they're
this.
going
He
for
can
it.
Teleport.
It's going to be the Gwen flank, but TSM Amateur, they just peel all back on top of Speedo. Literally 5-on-1, but he's still tanking up through this, but the shutdown comes through. Now the re-engage comes in from Eclipse. Look at XU though! Oh, the Kindred putting in work up here with Captain
No
Shrimps.
way.
Takes
No
out
way.
Doxa. Can they get more? Breezy Wixie taking down Eclipse in the 2v1, but TSM will win the top side of this fight. It's traded. Wixie and Breezy taking down Eclipse means that they are still in this game. I do not think TSM Amateur can go for this Baron. If they do, they're insane.
This is great. We're seeing how good Gwen
No
is
way.
at this point, right?
They're doing it.
Wait.
Wait.
Try and go for it?
Wixie, you got to go check this out. He's got his ultimate. He can use this to spot it. Gorka's not attack speed. This is the lethality Varus. They don't take this that fast. And Wixie does have a Braum in front of him. Is this the Wixie angle? The 3-item Kog'Maw. He's got Runax. He's got Gwinsus. Wixie's going to do a lot right here. Chains of Corruption will lock him down. That's a lot of burst damage from Gorka. But the shield comes up. He's down. Wixie's down. TSM just win the fight off of that alone. But they do not get the Baron. Cloud9 Amateur successfully pushed them off.
They get an extra kill off of that. TSM very happy with this situation nonetheless, because they can get back. Remember, 25 seconds to walk from the fountain to the Baron, so Wixie's not going to be there in time. But look at how long Speedo actually stays alive in a 1v5 situation, right? It takes them a long time to kill him, but on the opposite side, we also have to pay attention to the fact that it takes Eclipse a long time to die up against Wixie and Breezy, just because he's able to run away and force them to chase him elsewhere in the fight. So, as both top laners die and dive really deep, it ends up being who's able to better focus on all of the other members, and it's TSM come out ahead this time.
We're back to live. TSM Amateur back on the Baron.
No
Cloud9 Amateur are approaching. We saw what happened last time they were in this position. Baron secured. TSM got it. Now can they look for the fight? Wixie's joining from the mid lane, but already so much damage. The Sorelda slows. Breezy has to throw out the ultimate. They have disengaged. They're out, but key ultimate's down. Captain Shrimps, half health. Cloud9 Amateur, they cannot fight right now, and guess what's up? 40 seconds for that Dragon. That would be sold for TSM Amateur, but they don't even need it. That's too long for them to wait. They will walk this wave mid.
Yeah, there's multiple inhibitors with no turrets to protect them. They should be able to get this one for sure, and if they want to go for the top one as well, they can, but Speedo is top lane. He doesn't have teleport.
He's pushing bot side. He's got 4 items on the Gwen, can cut through these waves very fast, but he's realizing, okay, we just lost out of TSM. Let's back off. I don't want to get TP flanked on and then die. If that happens, that's just game. But it's also rough here because if this Mountain Soul goes over to TSM Amateur with this gold lead, you got to consider that game too. This is going to be such an advantage for TSM.
Yeah, and Cloud9 Amateur is nowhere nearby. You see that XU is in the top half of the map clearing out some vision. It doesn't do them a whole lot of good to know that there's no TSM members over here when the Mountain Soul is picked up for the opposite side of the map. And so Cloud9, they're continuing to bleed out over and over. The objectives are becoming too much at this point, but the game hasn't ended. There's still an opportunity if TSM takes another fight in a sloppy manner.
Yeah, man, Joshi, this game, this is not how I expected this series to go. You said 2-0, I said 2-1, both of us favoring Cloud9 Amateur. But TSM, they're about to do it, everybody. They're about to be the dark horse that I thought they could be. XU looking to stop that, jumping forward. Breezy absorbs the Chains of Corruption, so that's a pretty big cooldown. But even as I say that, it's already a quarter down.
Yeah, QSS on Doxa, right? We already talked about how few sources of crowd control there are. When you buy this QSS, you turn the 2 sources into 1. That's 50% gone, and now Speedo has to try and find a teleport to come back, but Eclipse is just going to match him.
Literally one arrow onto Xuse, half his health bar right there. Gorica, 10, 1, and 6.
Speedo's not coming.
Absolutely popping off right now. Speedo is teleporting in. He's got to. They're hoping to keep open these Nexus turrets, keep them alive, but the cannons, they're doing all the work for TSM. 2 Baron-powered cannon minions is enough, and now supers are pushing it up. Whoa! That was a lot of damage. The big man in the jungle going AP. Not fun to play against with that burst. Speedo going forward, trying to get damage onto Eclipse right now. Wixie is the one to pay attention to. Kog'Maw, can he do it? Can he get the damage off? Oh, wow, Speedo's still alive right now. He healed up through all of that, but Breezy cannot be set the same. Nexus as well. TSM have done it. TSM Academy take down the #1 seeded team in their group. And they give the upset of all upsets, keeping their dreams alive and pretty much locking in their proving ground spot.
There's no way that Cloud9 can walk away from that and just be saying like, yeah, I think TSM just played better. That was a situation where you're coming off of some of these great games over and over from Risen Champions League, but TSM realized there are some cracks in the armor. We're going to find the opportunities, and Donbray, oh my God, the improvement that we saw from this guy in Risen to what he's already showing on the first day here of the Summer Showdown is absolutely incredible. This guy, I'm not going to say he's like, he's already the best support in the league, but just being able to take down Wixie and Breezy multiple times in the 2v2, not something I would have expected in a million years.
And multiple times to the 2v2, the dives. He was also getting around the map, going mid lane and helping shut down Captain Shrimps. Impressive stuff right here. Man, that performance, games 2 and 3 from TSM Amateur, just night and day from game #1, where they essentially just got shut out from the get-go. And whether they're playing through top lane or bot lane, they're looking good, and they give us our first red side win too, so they won that side of the matchup. I have nothing but positive words to say about this team. Very impressive stuff.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's really impressive. Just like watch how they're moving around the map and actually be really aggressive and just be unafraid to take these fights. It is kind of the difference where in the very first game they seemed a little bit hesitant to go for things, and then their coach comes to them and is like, guys, just fight. You're better. Just do it. And they were able to find every single skirmish after that. There was a couple of small mistakes, right, where they tried to dive the Gwen and didn't learn from the mistakes that Cloud9 made in game 2, but it ends up being okay because Frost Forest was able to spend so much time up there. We're going to spend some time looking at the 2v2 down here in the bottom lane and actually give some opportunity to praise Donbray and Gorica.
Yeah, let's take a look at that replay right now, because this was a big part early on. Wixie got first blood, remember, but this just kind of shut that down.
Yeah, it starts off with them realizing, oh wait, this guy doesn't have any flash. They used it in order to get the first blood on Donbray originally, and so he can't leave. Breezy can't leave either. He has nowhere to go. He just needs to put as much DPS into Gorica as possible.
This
and
flame. Oh, yeah.
Oh, God. Doesn't get any of the damage. Gorica just walks away, and you see his health bar is back up to like 250, 300 by the end of it, just off of all the sustain he's able to get between the Ravenous Hunter as well as the potion that's running. It's just so much, and because they were able to find these kills here, they were able to chain snowball this side of the map, where Cloud9 couldn't do so on the top side.
Very impressive performance on the bot 2v2, but it wasn't just the lanes, it was also getting outside of laning phase and into the team fight stages that TSM Amateur was able to impress. We have one around the 25-minute, the first Baron take here, as we take a look at this replay as well, because Cloud9 Amateur, we highlighted how few engage options they had, and you really felt it in this moment.
It was really brutal at this point, right? By this point, you've already lost so many skirmishes. You try and come in, and remember, stuns don't actually stop smites from going off. Frost Force is able to lock it down. XU gets yeeted out of the Baron Pit, and the Kindred is so weak at this point. And as a marksman, if you don't have any damage, you don't have much of anything, they just run everybody down, because Wixie comes around, little puppy, he's like, oh, I want to play, and then he has to run away with his tail between his legs.
Great flash from Gorica right there. Really good timing, because a lot
chances.
of people, a lot of AD carries, they're looking at their target. They're looking to the left where they're trying to chase down. Oh, wow, I didn't even notice that.
I
But the
didn't
fact
know
that he was
that.
able to see that there's a Kog'Maw flashing on him, very impressive stuff. So, yeah, I mean, is it a surprise that Gork was 3 levels up when he was 10 and 1 by the end of that
In
game?
retrospect,
Absolutely
no.
insane.
But like that's still such a large difference that you don't expect to see. So this is a big opportunity now that TSM are able to shore up their bottom lane. They look like they might be able to contest with some of the other top teams in the league.
Especially if they can get these kinds of drafts. I will say it again, I was not impressed with Cloud9 Amateur's draft right there. They just had Karma in the mid lane, that would have been much better. And you could really feel that they just didn't have the team fight, and the TF did nothing early on. TSM Amateur's composition played out much better. And let's take a look at the final play here around the 31-minute Baron fight, the next one that happened, because this one was kind of every play was the backbreaker. I don't even want to say this was the backbreaker. I would just be
this is the last in a long string of
Cloud9's back just kind of kept getting cracked a little bit more, and now it's a 90-degree angle at this point.
Yeah, it's honestly surprising, right? Like the Gwen is just such a powerful first pick. You're able to stay alive against all of these all of these ranged champions, and it looks okay for Cloud9. And there were a couple fights that looked okay for Cloud9 throughout the game, which was itself surprising. But unfortunately, it's just a matter of like too little, too late. This is a situation where this composition has scaling elements, but they don't scale together. They just scale in the same way, and you aren't able to leverage that when there are such crazy engage tools available from the Gragas. So TSM are able to identify some areas where Cloud9 is a little bit lacking, and they're really looking very strong. So with the #1 seed already underneath their belts, and we already see a bit of an upset coming in the rest of the group as well, there might be even more opportunities for TSM to not only continue rising here, but maybe take first in the group.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves right now, Joshi. I mean, there's a chance, obviously, but that's a lot of faith right there. Let's catch everybody up on everything else that's happened in the group. If you didn't catch us earlier, we did have confirmation that Resolve, they were not able to take down their opponents in OQ, so OQ were up 2-0 over them. And also Conviction, they were 1-1 against EGP. I believe that we have the answer on that one, but I'm not seeing it here. So we'll wait for word confirmation from production on who is the winner of that one. Obviously, AOE randoms were able to 2-0 Supernova, and Maryville University 2-0ing Glaive Esports Prime. So that catches us up. And here we go. We do have confirmation. EGP were able to come back. They were down 1-0, but they did reverse sweep and get that 2-1. So, all right, at least one of the predictions that we had going into today did work out. Although I guess the other two, Maryville and AOE.
And AOE are against Supernova, so we get most of them correct today, or at least the favored teams seem to be coming out ahead. But TSM, can't understate how much of an upset this really was. They hadn't made it out of groups before, whereas Cloud9 got second at Risen, right? The huge difference that we're already seeing is going to make the rest of the Summer Showdown very exciting.
Very exciting indeed. And speaking of, we got another match coming up after this one. We got AOE Esports versus 100 Thieves next after a shorter break here. So now's the time. Stretch your legs, do your wrist stretches, maybe play some TFT on your phone. I don't know, something to distract you for a bit. We're going to take a quick break here. We'll be back for our second series of the day right after this. Hello and welcome back, everyone. We're preparing for our second match of the day. I know, later than we expected. That last one went to all 3 games, and TSM Amateur did take it. But next up, we got AOE Esports going up against 100 Thieves next. Again, a lot on the line here for these teams. AOE Esports, they are currently locked in for the qualifiers for Proving Grounds, but they're hoping for that auto qualification by getting a top 2 finish here, obviously. And 100 Thieves next, they have not yet locked in their spot. And obviously, they would also be happy with a top qualification. So, Joshi, talk to me about this match coming up in front of us here. But actually, before that, let's catch everybody else up at home as to what's happening elsewhere around the tournament, because we do have a couple of our matches finished. So we can take a look at the current group standings. Joshi, walk me through this. Any big surprises right off the bat?
I mean, obviously, Group B, we've had a bunch of big upsets, right? TSM over Cloud9 and OQ over Resolve are both rather surprising. But as we look towards the rest of the standings, right, the Wildcard and EGP beating Conviction and AOE Vice, not a big surprise. Maryville taking down Glaive is expected, and AOE Randoms over Supernova, also something that we were kind of looking for. So ultimately, you know, we had a couple of surprises in Group B, but everything else seems to be shaking out the way most people would expect.
So Group B is the problem child, is what you're telling me right now. They're the ones that are not going according to plan. They're the middle child. They don't want to go to college. They want to go to, you know, art school.
They're the ones that need attention. You know, we'll pay more attention to Group B later on. But yeah. I think it's going to be interesting as we're looking at this new group between AOE and 100 Thieves, because we haven't seen them play so far during the summer. They haven't been in the same group, and because 100 Thieves have yet to make it out of groups so far in both Challengers, Uprising, and Risen, they haven't had an opportunity to go to playoffs and play up against AOE either. So we get to see these guys go head-to-head for the first time in summer.
Absolutely, I can't wait to see it. Also, just for the record, I'm not disparaging those of you who went to art school. Great for you. Hope the best. Absolutely. But with that said, AOE Esports versus 100 Thieves. I just had to qualify. AOE. They did take first in their group in both Risen and Cup. These are the real deal here, and they, like we said, have already auto-qualified for the Proving Grounds qualifiers. So currently 7th in the standings overall when we look at teams that have already qualified, and the team is based on points. So even though they've taken first in their groups, once they hit playoffs, they haven't necessarily had the strongest finishes despite looking really good in the group stage.
And it's really kind of a big stark difference that we've been seeing, where partly is like they're running into tough opponents, like they played up against AOE Randoms, their sister team, and they went 1-3 against them in playoffs. And then they played up against Wildcard Red, who would go on, to win the tournament after that. So partly it's their tough opponents. You know, AOE Random is one of the teams that just knows them really intimately and can beat them. And then, of course, Wildcard Red is just very strong. So part of it is just a rough group draw, but also they haven't just been looking quite as strong once they've made playoffs as what we typically expected from them coming out of groups.
But they will be, like we said, going up against 100 Thieves next here, who haven't really had the best finishes themselves. They've yet to make it out of groups in either Challengers Uprising or Risen. So, I mean, what's their journey been like to get here? Because 100 Thieves next, if anybody's surprised to hear that, just the pedigree of this team, historically they've been one of the top performing in Amateur. But, I mean, it's tough to keep performing when all of your players keep getting promoted to Academy and LCS, which is the whole purpose of the league, right? So catch us up on the current 100 Thieves Next program, their current roster, and what they've been looking like.
Yeah, so 100 Thieves is now made up of Gamsu, Chad Jungle, Young, Instinct, and Busio. And they have a lot of players that you look at who are on paper at least middle of the pack or better, but they haven't necessarily figured out how to play necessarily super cohesively. I know that Gamsu, you know, a lot of people know him from his time in the Overwatch League, and he's been coming back and he's been looking just fine, and notably one of the few people who has still been playing Ornn recently in the current meta, which is not something you would typically expect. And I think it's, to me, looking like a situation where they have a lot of players who don't necessarily know how they want to play as a squad just quite yet, and it means that they are performing worse than I would have otherwise expected them to.
Yeah, they got a lot of losses, but they were able to take down Wildcard Black twice back in Risen, so they do have that to their name. Another team that's kind of below them in the current standings right now. They have 40 points, so if they get last in this group, they're at 50. Again, they're not technically locked. It's very hard for any team that's at 40 points right now to not get into the Proving Ground qualifiers. They would have to get pretty much last place and then have other teams that have yet to pick up points get a lot. So that way, you know, the numbers work out. So, I mean, they're still a strong team. I still expect them to be making it to the Proving Ground qualifiers, but their opponent right away, we are leaning to the AOE Esports side, right? Like, if you had to go over the win conditions for AOE, I think there's a lot more for 100 Thieves next. So let's go over those. Let's have you take AOE, and then I'll hop in with 100 Thieves next.
Sure, we can go back. I mean, when you look at AOE, it's really a story of Dark Wings and RBM more than anything else. I remember a long time ago, RBM made a tweet saying he wants to continue playing just so he can make sure that Captain Flowers has to say the name really big meme on cast, and luckily for him, he was able to do so. He looked quite strong previously with previous rosters, but now that he's on AOE, he's continued to look rather strong. And Dark Wings is one of these players that on their good days is looking like one of the best mids in the tournament, but is still working a little bit on the consistency. I'd say that when he plays things that are a little bit unusual, like the Aatrox, perhaps where the name Dark Wings comes from, he can look really, really spectacular, but other times when he brings out the Zed and he just, you know, flips that coin and flips 2 heads but 1 tails, it ends up asking a couple of questions as to whether or not he's ready to play for Academy.
Well, we'll see. Dark Wings is a mid laner that I've been very excited about. When I rank mid laners in North America, the #1 thing that I look at is trigger pulling willingness. I don't have like a cool name for it, but just like the willingness to go in, to go for that play, that killer mentality.
The number 2 thing is how closely their name reminds me of DuckTales.
I get Darkwing and what Nuke Duck, I guess, would be the second one. I'm trying to think like what other mid laner hits that criteria. All right, you got your own, Josh, regardless. But the big thing is Darkwing is willing to pull that trigger. He's willing to go for those big plays. Sometimes it gets a little inty, but like you said, you were leaning kind of 70-30 for consistency right now. So if he can lean on that 70% consistency in this series, that's enough to win a best of 3 right there.
It really is.
The opponents on 100 Thieves next, I'm going to be fully honest and transparent. I haven't had a huge opportunity to review all their games. They haven't had many of their games streamed either, so a lot of my opinions will be from others in the scene. I actually had a chance to talk with Cubby in particular, and he was saying that when he looks at this team, he's really focusing on Busio right now. Busio is looking like the strongest member of the team. Maybe not necessarily solo carry potential, able to just, you know, funnel everything onto him and he will win you the game, but he is a strong performer.
Right, like, it's hard to funnel support in the modern day and age without, like, a Senna being involved. And I think, you know, we were talking a lot about Instinct, too, as one of the players that kind of by default has been getting a lot of the farm for this team, especially after the 15-minute mark. And that just means that he is going to be disproportionately strong as we start getting towards the later game. But he's not, you know, the Uzi kind of player. He's not the strong enough player that he can just be, you know, give him all the gold and he's going to carry us. He's not quite at that level, but what he does do is he always makes sure that he is going to be a relevant threat later on in the game, and it's something that they tend to do. They tend to play a little bit longer than a lot of other teams because they aren't necessarily as focused in the ways that they're going to be ending games quickly.
And I also just want to take a quick moment because I don't know if this is confirmed or not. I also don't have the information on Young in particular, but there's a chance that on average this is the youngest team in amateur right now, other than Gamsu, who is a fellow boomer like myself. But they have multiple people that were born after the GameCube came out, so I'll let you do the math there for yourselves. That's kind of how I rate it currently, is like how many players are younger.
We're really dating ourselves, right?
Younger than the GameCube. Yeah, I mean, fair enough, but they're going to call us boomer in chat anyway. It's DuckTales too. Good point. But the big story is, of course, Gamsu and his return to the league, tracking his story coming back in from Overwatch. And when we were talking before, he's been serviceable. He hasn't really come in with a storm. He hasn't been popping off. But honestly, to me, that's still impressive. You're coming from a completely different esport back to League of Legends, which is very difficult. Top lane, yeah, you're, I mean, on an island, but there is still a lot that you contribute to the team, whether that's teleport flanks, whether it's being put on Ornn duty. But he still has stepped up to the plate and has looked like a serviceable top laner.
And
do you think that, and as Lee said, do you think there's a chance that we get carry Gamsu at any point throughout this Proving Grounds Tier 2 final event here for EGL.
I mean, you kind of think back to when he was playing for teams like Fnatic, right? He was looking quite good back in the day when he was able to play much more aggressively, when he had the tools to actually be this kind of star player, where he was, he was never at like the shy levels, right? Where we praise him for being the best player we've ever seen, but he is a very strong top laner historically, and I think as he starts to get back to that level, as he, remembers all of the things that he used to do, as well as understands how the game has changed, I think we can eventually see this guy climb back up into the higher echelons of competitive play.
I like the image of remembering what he used to do. He's like, the glory days, back when I was your age. The whippersnappers, Busio, Instinct. Yeah, when I played the N64. All right, we're ready for draft, though. So, Joshi, real quick, before we get too far into this, let's go over predictions. How are you feeling about this one? AOE versus 100 Thieves next. 2-1, 2-0, which way?
I feel like I'm having to lean towards AOE, right? They have made it out of groups both times, and I feel like they're going to continue looking quite strong. The big question for me is whether or not Zyko, we have not yet touched on, is going to be able to step in where Fizzy was playing previously. So I want to say AOE, but I'm going to go 2-1.
2-1 to AOE. Happy that you brought that up at the end there, because I guess I'll throw in my prediction first, too. I agree with you. I will also say 2-1 to AOE. I think 100 Thieves Knights have the tools to get at least one win, especially if they have the right draft for it. But Zyko, newer support coming in. Fizzy no longer on the AOE roster. And Zyko, it's been a while since we've seen this player. He has played before. He actually played way back in the day with Tactical back on Supernova. So if you think, back when Tactical was still around an amateur. Really cool to see that he's coming back into the league, but we'll hold off reservation, or we'll reserve judgment, I guess, rather, on play, because we haven't seen a lot. So this is kind of the test. How does Zyko look with the team?
Yeah. I mean, he used to play, it was 2019, so it's been about 2 years since we've really seen him play in any of these amateur leagues, so we'll see how effectively he'll be able to play now that we're getting into this series. But as we are paying attention to how teams are already banning, we do see the Senate taken away from Instinct, and it is something that they have played rather consistently throughout both Cup and Risen, and I think it makes sense to take away some of the gold that would normally be going over to Busio.
I like it, focusing here on the side of just taking away a lot of these enchanters. I think Lulu was also a good ban against them, but we'll see if that's picked up here, because I don't know if AOE even plays that one, so that one could make it through. But let's see what 100 Thieves next ban as their last. Thresh, it's gonna be the Thresh, so Diana, Gwen, Thresh, which is a lot of meta, pretty much. So AOE Esports on the blue side, what do they want to show us here? There's still Lee Sin on the table. There's still
a lot of AOE bruisers.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the Camille would be a bit surprising to me. It is something we've seen Faisal play at least a little bit in the past, but the big play that I always think of when I see this is Speedo. But it would be surprising to me if this is the blind pick, because there are things like the Lee Sin. There's still, the Xin Zhao that's available. You have lots of other strong junglers, and the Tom Kench just received some buffs on the patch and already going to get picked up probably for Busio.
I like it. This is going to be my first time casting the new Tom Kench. So, Josh, I'll have to pull up the name of the abilities here real quick, make sure that they're still the same. But they also go for the Lee Sin themselves, which means instant locks here from both teams. AOE, Xin Zhao with the Aurelia, and then, of course, 100 Thieves next. They go for that LeBlanc.
Yeah. Interesting to see this coming through. You have a lot of melee champions, a lot of physical damage melee champions already coming out from the side of 100 Thieves. And so you kind of wonder, like, this is a situation where things like Malphite or Rammus just become really, really strong, but nobody really plays those. People don't really practice with them, so it's hard to really just, like, bring them out at the drop of a hat. But we do notice that AOE is going for the slam jam kind of style of gameplay, whereas 100 Thieves are a bit more finesse focused with mobility and the ability to go into a fight and then also potentially leave.
Yeah, and also that Tom Kench ultimate helping reposition in fights as well. Mobility is key for them. Still a decent amount of mobility on AoE, but 100 Thieves next banning away these supports. They can also add some engage, because outside of Camille, we're not seeing a lot of just hard engage options from AoE, so that pool will be pinched even more as 100 Thieves next lock in the Varus.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to pay attention to how Tom Kench has been operating because it is very different now that his W is no longer the Devourer. You can't just use it to nom somebody and be like, oh, you're safe. Don't worry about any of that crowd control. We're just going to be leaving here. But the ultimate is very different now, right? You are going to be using the Devourer to eat somebody, and it's effectively a suppression in a lot of ways. So it's going to be a very different style of gameplay coming out from this Tom Kench than what we saw previously, and it'll be interesting to see where it ends up going and how they end up playing it, because it's not something that anybody's really been playing recently.
I mean, yeah, we haven't seen it in a while, especially not in professional play, but this is the new patch, and this is really the first look that we'll have at that new patch. But the big one, Joshi, is we got the Ziggs.
Let's go.
Ziggs is locked in here. They needed AP. This is AP.
They did.
It also helps them push down these turrets and can have a fine matchup against the Varus in the laning phase. And they also pair with a Braum. That's an interesting choice because they don't really have like a lot of attack speed steroids or like attack resets other than I guess the Xin Zhao.
But they do have a lot of auto attackers.
They do have a lot of auto attackers, so that will help them out there. 100 Thieves Nags rounding out their composition with that Nautilus, so hard lockdown on their bottom side. Wow. Looking at these two teams and what they've drafted compared to just the teams that we saw before, very different priorities and different team compositions.
Yeah, so I really like the fact that there's a lot of dangerous lockdown coming out from 100 Thieves at level 6 in the bottom lane in particular, right? You press R as Nautilus, and then you wait for it to hit, and then you press R as Varus, and suddenly somebody is locked down for like 3-4 seconds. You give a lot of time to auto attack and follow it up with the Q execute from Varus, so it is very difficult for sketch streams to ever walk up at that point.
Could be, but the idea for the Ziggs, obviously, take those turrets, so we could also get some help from the jungler going to the bottom side. We'll have to see. AOE Esports going up against 100 Thieves next. AOE Esports have gotten first in every group they've been in so far throughout the Tier 2 tournaments. 100 Thieves next, yet to make it out of groups. Let's see what happens here in this best-of-3 series after we send it to this break before we get loaded into the game. So do your stretches, grab your water. We'll be right back after this. And welcome back, everyone. Loading on to Summoner's Rift for our second match of the day for EGL Summer Showdown, the last of the Tier 2 tournaments for points and auto qualification into Proving Grounds and the Proving Ground qualifiers. We got AOE Esports taking on 100 Thieves next right now. Now AOE Esports already qualified for the Proving Grounds qualifier tournament to make sure that they can actually have that run for the Proving Grounds itself. 100 Thieves next. They're looking for as many wins as they can get, as many points as they can get, so they can say the same. Joshi, it's been a little break, so let's come back into this game here and talk once more about the compositions, how we expect this game to play out, and based on not only the team's identity and the team's playstyles, but also the compositional identity and compositional playstyle. Starting outside of AoE, what are you noticing here?
I mean, the big thing here is they got a lot of melee champions that just want to get in and brawl it out with the enemy team, and they're going to be adding to it by having a Ziggs, right? You're going to be, trying to get this big melee brawl going, and then you're going to lob this giant AoE bomb to deal 1,000 damage to everybody in the brawl, and it's going to be really strong if you can layer it all on top of each other at the same time. And they also have engage tools because they can just throw a Camille like a Pokemon at the other team.
I choose you. Also, triple teleport. Triple teleport is important to note, too. They have a lot of rotational plays that they can go for, cheating tempo, as it were.
True.
And we see really big meme starting on the red buff bot side is spotted here by a ward. We didn't see who placed that ward earlier on because we were taking a look at that beautiful cinematic instead. But that was definitely worth it.
I can't tell you it is young.
You can't tell you?
I can tell you it is young based on the fact that he's the only one who has activated his trinket so far because it is on cooldown. But I also just want to take a moment to talk a little bit more about this Tahm Kench, right? Like, it's a champion that nobody has been seeing at all recently as a... bit of a touch and go down here in the bottom. But it is a situation where it is a very obnoxious champion in the top lane, kind of as it has always been, right? It lost a bit of sustain off of the E because you're not going to be using it as much, but it has a little bit more aggressive crowd control you can start with in the W, and it heals more because if you land the Q onto champions, you are going to be healing for a percentage of the damage done. So that is going to be very, very helpful as well.
Oh, look at that. We even get to see it.
A replay.
Thank you, production.
Wow.
Thank you. See, this is why they pay you to be the smart one on the cast, because I didn't even think to just look at who placed a ward. But yeah, production's got my back. For the simple-minded that need to see it and can't put two and two together. But the Tahm Kench matchup on the top side, yeah, it's a very different look this time around. You're also taking Grasp for that extra sustain, and he's also getting an early gank here. Now, keep in mind, the new W on Tahm Kench can set up these ganks. Faisal is level 3.
Yeah.
Gamsu's waiting for it, just hits it. Do they go for this now? I think they do. Oh, Faisal's going to face check this right as we look bot side. Let's take another look top. Nope. Faisal does back off. All right.
Very patient. This is a lot of time being spent by Chad up here in the top side.
Oh, Faisal faked the ward.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so now RBM does have time to come over, and Chad Jungle's just going to be backing away. He doesn't get spotted.
Wow.
So RBM going to have an opportunity to pick this up, likely uncontested. He does indeed, but now he knows exactly
This is
where
awful.
the Lee Sin is.
This is so bad. Chad Jungle's he's 3 camps down. He's half of the clear of Really Big Meme, who can even just go for these Raptors. Like, Chad Jungle has to go for this bottom scuttle. Although, Really Big Meme isn't actually going for it. He's going for the Krugs instead. Okay, either way, you're still taking camps away from Chad.
Yeah, you're also threatening a potential dive on Tahm Kench. It's a really tough dive, to be fair, but you are threatening it because of the fact that the thick skin is there. You're storing a certain amount of damage that you're taking in the moment, and it does mean that you will be able to get a lot more effective HP just because every bit of damage you take is converted into a potential shield immediately after. So it's very difficult to actually kill him as... Whoa, Darkwings.
Lucio's mid lane. He's looking for it. Gets flash out of Darkwings. Darkwings goes back in, though. He's trying to bait him under the turret. That's a lot of turret shots.
Okay.
Oh, first blood. Barely secured by Young. It is traded as Darkwings gets one. Now Really Big Meme is here. He has Zyko roaming into the mid lane as well, but he's only level 4. Young is level 5. All right. That means that the wave will just be caught. Successful play there by the Thieves.
Yeah, the assist does go over to the Lee Sin, so that will be a little bit helpful, but Darkwings, very aggressive here, right? We're saying that he's always looking for a lot of these plays, and a great flash gets him an opportunity to try and turn things around onto Busio rather than just dying, but it is a little bit surprising that he's willing to go for this kind of thing, right? He knows he doesn't need to trade 1-for-1 at this point. He can just walk away, but he opts into the fight because he wants to get the kill. And it's just a little bit unfortunate for Dark Wings that the opposing kill is going to be going over to Young. So it ends up being a bit washy in the mid lane, but he is full build now. He has a Vampiric Scepter and can heal for all of the trades that we're going to be seeing.
But Young did get 2 stacks of Dark Seal. He already had that at that point. So that means he's already got that rolling. We can see, we have seen what happens when a LeBlanc gets fed. Gets extra stacks and he goes for that BM book in the Magi. So we'll have to keep track of that. But also bot side sketch streams here on the Ziggs. We haven't talked too much about AOE's bot laner, but he hasn't found much of a lead here against Instinct. Now the idea of the Ziggs, again, push turrets, take plates early. They haven't even gotten to the turret yet. So step 1, yet to be completed.
Yeah, I mean, if that was the only thing Ziggs does, it would be a very weak pick, right? You still have fallback in your ability to play these team fights, but it is a little bit sad when you aren't able to push things in. And it's kind of a testament to the fact that 100 Thieves have drafted a bottom lane that can prevent Ziggs from actually getting to the turret. You just counter clear the wave, and Nautilus is a better fighter than Braum when Braum doesn't have an auto attacker attached to him. He's not going to be getting the stuns nearly as quickly.
So we'll keep track of that bottom lane, how things shake out. Currently it is 2 waves in advantage of Instinct, but right now top side, 100 Thieves next are looking for a play. Chad Jungle's roamed up here. He's unspotted. If he leaves that brush, he will be, though, so you got to play this one carefully. Faisal, he's pretty much under turret. I don't think that Chad Jungle will find anything, and this is now twice that he's just wasting time topside.
Yeah, this is brutal. This is a lot of time that he could be using to clear his camps, and you're noticing he's now a little bit more than 4 camps. He's 4.5 camps behind RBM at this point, and that does mean that the Xin Zhao is going to be relatively accelerated. They know that he was recently topside, so at least I have some vague idea of where he could be. But it's going to really not do them a whole lot of favors because of how far behind this Lee Sin is in terms of the tempo that it's already spent clearing out these camps.
And the idea with the catch-up jungle experience is like, okay, you will catch back up to the levels of your enemy jungler even if you're not going for those camps, but not the gold. And he hasn't been finding these ganks. He only has 1 assist, but now play mid side, Lucio has to flash away as Zyko just walks up towards him. Darkwings tries to throw out the flawless duet, but doesn't find it, so flash down on Nautilus. But like I was saying, the big thing, Chad Jungle hasn't found anything. He's literally just wasting time while he's going for these plays. But here we go. Yamsu, he gets a stun on the hookshot on the wall. Faisal in a lot of trouble. Flashes away.
Nice.
Follow up by Yamsu, getting the solo kill as Tom Canch. Welcome to League of Legends, Yamsu. We missed you.
Yeah, it's been a while, and you get to see why this champion is so obnoxious to play against, right? You just are wrong one time about a trade, and it just walks you down, and now it eats you, spits you out, and it's just going to be able to stun you pretty much instantly, right? You're going to get a couple more auto attacks, you get the first stun, you get a couple more auto attacks, and you are still at full HP, and I believe he's building towards a Warmogs as the first time. We'll pay attention to this once again. Remember, this goes through, and great job getting the actual knock-up and slowing Faisal down from creating more space. And one more auto attack, you get the ult comes in, and you do so much damage based on your passive these days, where you just convert a certain percentage of your maximum HP into damage on everything you do.
They're going for another play. Faisal, he doesn't have flash, he doesn't have TP, so Chad Jungle with the Rift Herald and Busio here as well. They're going to push Faisal off. He cannot defend this if he stays. Okay, Busio actually does back off, and even as I say, it looks like he will, in fact, be able to defend because there is no play. But during that replay, it looked like Faisal didn't know the timing of the Tom Kench W. He walked back into it, and it took a long time. Like, it's a long timer right now to actually get that off, and Faisal definitely wasn't expecting it. So some slight mechanical misplay as well, walking back into the knockup, but it'll catch all of us off guard. We haven't seen a lot of Tom Kench.
We gotta pay attention to the first item that he has already built for himself. Anathema's Chains already coming out from Gamsu. So a couple of things that are interesting about this, right? You put on a person, and you designate them as a target enemy. You gain Vendetta stacks against them, and Vendetta stacks mean that you take reduced damage from this target, but also reduce their tenacity against whenever they're nearby to you. So
yeah,
The reduced
From all
damage,
targets. That's Nautilus. That's a block. That's Varus. Like, that's everybody.
The big thing here is that I'm curious where he's going to be using it, right? If he can use it on the Ziggs, suddenly he just itemizes straight armor the entire time. On the other hand, if you use it against Faisal, which is his current lane opponent, the true damage just ignores that passive.
Sure, but I think the bigger thing is the tenacity reduction. And it's also just a cheap item. Like, it's a very affordable item right now, so you just hit that power spike quickly. Let's see if it works out for them. Mundos go for this too. It hasn't worked as well on him, but hey, Tahm Kench, different champion. Also different player. Bot side, though, we see AOE Esports. They go for, I guess the Esports at the end is a little redundant. AO Esports, they do go for the
it's area of effect, you know. It's not area of esports.
But it's funnier if you just say AOE Esports. Like, it just sounds, it rolls off the tongue. Right. They go for the warding pattern on the bottom side, but they're not making any early plays here. And yet again, Faisal, he just leaves topside. He's playing so respectfully.
Yeah. I mean, it's tough at this point. You know that Trad Jungle has to have been sitting in bushes quite a bit, because RBM is not expected to be this far ahead in terms of camps already taken. But as we're seeing this Rift Trail get dropped in the top lane, we're seeing a counter push in the mid lane. Unfortunately, Ziggs does a lot of damage to structures, but only gets 2 plates in exchange for the Rift Trail crashing up here. And 100 Thieves, you know, with this Tahm Kench, it looks like they have a very clear identity, at least in this game, where Trad Jungle is just trying to make sure that Gamsu can run over Faisal.
And now they also have Chad Jungle picking up his mythic item. So 2 items completed by the side of 100 Thieves. They're up 1.5k gold at the 11-minute mark. Yeah, they lost that dragon early on, so they are down in the dragon department. But they also have that turret crash, which means that Gamsu can actually roam around the map. So if anybody's confused, Spurge, that is his current gamer tag, but that is the player Gamsu. So that's why we are continually using that. If anybody's just joining us, so I could see why that would be confusing, so I wanted to clarify. But he's still heading topside, even though he has taken that turret.
Damage.
Meanwhile, Darkwings with a one-on-one onto Young. Doesn't get the kill quite. Young does flash away.
And it is going to mean that Young is going to be in a bit of a pickle here, as he does leave Chad Jungle, though. Again, sitting in a bush. Darkwings doesn't get the stop.
And Chad Jungle, he's got the ultimate. He's culling the wave. Darkwing's taking a lot of damage. Flash from Chad Jungle to avoid the flawless duet. Easy enough kill. Goes over to the Lee Sin. Chad Jungle, very well played.
Man, the difference between that play working for Darkwings and it not working is just such a narrow margin, right? He just goes for the
Spurge sees this. Spurge sees this. He knows the Faisal's right there. Faisal, he still doesn't have flash. It's about to come off cooldown. The blast going to safety. Okay, he's out. Oh, that was close.
Well, look at the damage differential that comes through, right? Like, Tahm Kench does so much damage, again, because of the passive, whereas auto attacks deal a percentage of his maximum HP every single time. So, it looks really, really rough for Faisal to still go for this. Now he's got the Divine Sunderer done, so he can start chipping away at the HP, but he still doesn't want to take these long, extended plays. And speaking of these plays, we got to look at Darkwings as he goes for an opportunity to just fight Young and gets a lot of damage in the initial trade, just because, you know, you get a lot of damage off of these auto attacks. But the difference here, and the only reason why this dive doesn't work, is he's just a little bit too slow to pull the trigger and doesn't actually stop the back, giving Chad Jungle an opportunity to not only clear the wave, but also knock him underneath the turret and force him to play with a little bit of desperation.
I'll have to see why exactly Darkwings took turret. I didn't even see it in that last play, the replay. Maybe he dashed onto him, but either way, Darkwings now going onto Gamsu. Thinks he's got the one bomb. Busio and Chad Jungle are here. It's going to be a full 3v3. Darkwings knocked up, though. Nautilus provides a CC, and now eaten by Gamsu, but he's still alive. Now it's finally traded, but look who's joined in. It's Instinct. The Varus doing some work right now. Really big meme jumps on top of him, but he's got backup. He's got a Tahm Kench and a Lee Sin. That's a kill over to Instinct. Zyko trying to retreat back under the turret, has the flash, has to use it, but look at this, Gamsu committing.
Wow.
And all that health bar, he tanks it up, 3 turret shots, successful play from the Thieves.
Doesn't look like anybody on 100 Thieves, excuse me, on AOE has any idea like how to play around this Tahm Kench. They are losing in the top lane. They lost to it down here in the bottom, and it's just running people down over and over again. Sketch streams, you can die here. You got to be careful.
He could die, but he also gets the turret. It's just Busio. There was nobody else from the Thieves.
Just Busio. Alright, so we'll pay attention to this once again in the bottom lane, because you have to watch the fact that Darkwings, he's got the Blade of the Rune King, so he does a good chunk of damage to Gamsu, but when people show up, they get a lot of damage, and then they use his ultimate for this big burst of damage out of nowhere, and just throw him the opposite side so he has nowhere to run. Really exciting to watch how Gamsu is actually just playing this, because he has a lot of crowd control, he has a lot of damage, and he's got a lot of tankiness. He really just is the perfect character all in one, as he just goes in and doesn't even care that the minions aren't yet taking the turret.
I haven't seen a lot of the new Tahm Kench and solo queue. We haven't seen any of it in professional play yet, but Gamsu bringing it out here in EGL Summer Showdown, the last Tier 2 tournament. Very impressive performance so far. We know he plays the Ornn, and now we got to start respecting the rest of his tank pool too. We're also looking at Faisal's champ pool. He plays a little bit of Ornn, but his bigger tank pick is the Scion. Yeah. There's a chance that maybe we just end up with like tank v tank top lane, and then these teams focus elsewhere on the map, because this kind of performance, this was a blind pick Camille, and it is getting hard punished right now. As 100 Thieves next, they'll use their advantage to get this Rift Herald.
It's a very surprising blind pick. Again, like, even at the beginning, I was saying, this is surprising when there are things like the Lee Sin and the Xin Zhao available there. Aurelia, they just got some buffs. But it is something that we are going to have to look at and ask, is this just a bad matchup that they didn't know about? Is this 100 Thieves being really smart with their drafting and threatening to flex this Tahm Kench around later? And these are answers we're going to have to look at in the future, but Faisal will eventually get to a point where he can fight Spurge rather effectively as he gets more sustained to himself, and as the Conqueror and the ability for Spurge to burst him out lessens over time.
We'll have to keep track of that. When do we reach that break point? And at what state of the game? Because this is still a global lead currently for 100 Thieves next. It isn't too much. We actually have seen AOE stabilize for the most part here, and they still have this Ziggs who is just going around the map taking these objectives, taking these turrets. He cracked that mid one. He's actually still mid. He's going to try and keep this wave pushed so that there's no Rift Herald play from Chad Jungle. And yeah, Ziggs, he's got so much wave clear.
He does. It's why he was well known seasons ago for being this champion that just stalls out the game for, 30, 40 minutes basically on his own. It's because it was so difficult to push turrets up against this guy. And so now, as the Bomb Rat does have the Leandri's completed, he's going to get a lot of cooldown reduction. He's going to have a lot of opportunities to use the ultimate in order to clear waves, and he'll be able to continuously pump out DPS against all of the members of 100 Thieves throughout all these team fights. So the fact that Sketch Streams is 0-0-0 and has less CS than Instinct, he's not actually going to be particularly far behind just because of the way this champion operates. Exactly.
He's still going to pack a punch right now.
Oh, yeah.
And most likely going towards that Horizon focus as that next item with that needlessly large rod makes his Explosive Minefield even scarier. But that is Rift Herald dropped in the mid lane.
He also have Seraphs, like he's got options. He just needs to clear this out, and should be relatively easy to defend this turret. Or the teleport coming through from LeBlanc, going to be threatening Ziggs and pushing him backwards. And it looks like AOE are going to respect the man advantage that 100 Thieves have built for themselves. And it might get traded for the bottom lane turret, but we also have a dragon to fight for here in a couple seconds, and both top laners have teleport.
I will say it feels like 100 Thieves next, they kind of have to go for plays like that to get these turrets, because they're not sieging, they're not getting through the wave clear of AoE right now. And that's a little concerning that, Ziggs can just take them on his own, but 100 Thieves next need that Rift Herald. They will at least get this dragon. It's their second of the game, third overall, and there's no contest from AoE. So, yep, pretty much free objective. They're trading it, I suppose, for Faisal pushing topside. But even then, he's about to crack this turret. He does a lot. Camille really takes these fast in the side lane, so we could actually see AoE up in turrets despite being down in gold.
Would be rather surprising to see this come through. I mean, this is part of what we were saying. We saw previously, Camille is one of the best champions at actually just hitting these structures, right? So quickly between your auto queue, right, with all the Sheen procs that you're getting all at the same time, you're going to have plenty of opportunities to be aggressive here. But we're also seeing, on the other side of the map, as we continue to consider how this split push side laning game is going to be played out, Gamsu has picked up the Frostfire Gauntlet, so he now has a slow on a bunch of his auto attacks, which is going to make it very difficult for somebody to escape once he gets onto them in the side lane.
I don't know if anyone's going to necessarily look to fight him in the side lane, though, after that last play went awry. 100 Thieves next. It's, again, just historically, not being able to make it out of any of the groups that they've been present in yet. We've had a couple upsets already today. There's a chance that they still can't pull this one out, but as of right now, the last couple minutes, doesn't feel like they're being too proactive on the map. But hey, I guess they can hear me. They're going to start a Baron at 20 minutes into this game.
This is bold. Darkwings does have teleport, and you can tell that they have a bit of an idea of what's going on. Look at the damage that just goes across. It's actually not as much as I was kind of expecting.
Oh, Faisal. Oh, he gets caught. Oh, barely over the wall. Had the flash. We liked that from 100 Thieves, though. Young continuing the chase. Faisal, he doesn't have his hook shot right now. That's a lot of damage. Hexagonal Ultimatum has to be used. The dive on the turret. Faisal's still alive. He's buying as much time as possible, but he will fall. But man, he bought time.
He bought so much time. 5 members of 100 Thieves committed to that dive, and they're going to be giving up not just the mid lane turret, but also most of the bot lane turret, maybe the entire turret, and now 100 Thieves right on back to the Baron. This is a big committal from them, and if RBM is able to walk over and steal it, it's going to be a brutal turnaround where AOE just gets everything.
But you pretty much have to go for this. You cannot just let a Ziggs push in on your turrets.
This is Ziggs.
Look, they actually got Darkwings pushing in on the turrets on the bot side. Now the fight happens from 100 Thieves. They go for the engage, but look at that damage from Really Big Meme. He almost just blows up Instinct. He's in the Baron pit on his own. He will fall, but the team stalled enough. Teleport in from Faisal, teleport in from Darkwings. They jump onto Spurge. Gamsu's dead. Shut down to Sketch Dreams.
Wow.
AOE Esports got the mid-tier middle lane, mid-tier bot lane, and they stopped the Baron push. What a swing in gold momentum.
And we have to remember that the 2 kills that AOE lost in RBM and Faisal were 0-1. They weren't worth all that much gold, whereas Gamsu had this huge shutdown. So the fact that the kills are technically 2 for 1 in favor of 100 Thieves doesn't tell the fact that 100 Thieves lost out on that gold trade on the kills on their own. So this is a really big turnaround as we have a chance to look at the replay, because it looks kind of weird, right? RBM goes in, he just needs to dive, he just needs to stop this. He doesn't need to necessarily pick up the Baron for himself, he just needs to convince 100 Thieves to stop hitting it. And this is a situation where there are plenty of tools. The virus just presses R. You turn things around, but RBM goes in and forces Instinct to use the stopwatch. But at that point, his job is done. Even though he dies, he has taken enough damage away from his opponents to prevent them from actually continuing to threaten the Baron.
And I love Zyko's positioning too, this new support, wondering, hey, how's he going to look with AOE Esports? I was concerned based on how the early game went, but that kind of fight, really impressive. He just walks forward, absorbs like 10 cooldowns from 100 Thieves, and then still survives. He saves his W to get back out of the fight once his shield is down. I'm happy that Zyko is a support that is gelling with AOE Esports. I'm happy that AOE Esports still are in this game. They now have the lead for themselves as Ziggs putting in work, as we see Darkwings can now 1v1 Young in the bottom lane, pushing Young back. This Wit's End on the Aurelia, really affordable purchase, very a worthwhile investment for Darkwings to go for.
It makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of ambient magic damage consistently coming out from 100 Thieves. Now, one thing I am curious about in terms of items is who this Anathema's Chains is actually put on right now. Is Zyko trying to be aggressive? He's engaging.
Through. Look at this. He just sees Gamsu all alone right now. Hextech Ultimatum. They're locking down the top catch. They're locking down the tank. This guy's supposed to survive the fights, and he does. Now Young's over the wall. Gets onto Zyko. Bucio's down, and the fight has been turned, but turns right back. Faisal picks one up. Young retreating. Chad Jungle retreating. 100 Thieves next. They did take down Braum, but they sacrificed their own support for it. Now Instinct's in a lot of trouble here. Faisal on the Camille. Absolutely wrecks him. Gamsu will save Chad Jungle for now, but can he stay alive? He's still tanky. He's under his turret. A lot of damage coming through here from Sketch Dreams. The Ziggs is putting in work right now. And even with all of that, even with all that engage, all the tools used onto Gamsu, he survived. Absolutely insane from the Stomp Kench.
big tanky boy. He's gonna stay alive and also keep a lot of other people alive in that last bit of engagement, just because he uses his body to shield everyone. But it is going to be another dragon picked up for AOE. They are going to grab another mountain dragon for themselves, and as we take a look at this, I was surprised. Zyko just walking forward, his willingness to get this fight started and lock everybody up in this choke. It looks a little bit odd, right, as they jump onto Gamsu, but you have to pay attention to the fact that he's able to survive for so long. In fact, he's still alive at this point, and he ends up backing away while surviving. On the other side of the fight, the only reason why this goes wrong is the fact that Instinct walks the wrong direction. He's trying to make sure Chad Jungle was going to get out, but Chad was A-OK the entire time. Gamsu stays alive, comes back, saves Chad Jungle. And because you keep enough members alive, you keep the inhibitor alive as well. You only give up the dragon.
But that is still dragon picked up by AOE Esports. They are still 2,000 in the lead. 5 turrets to 2. The Camille split pushing and the Ziggs turret taking prowess really working out strong here. We didn't even touch on that necessarily. The 1-3-1 potential of AOE Esports with Camille in the side lane, Aurelia in the side lane, and then a Ziggs bomb coming in from the mid lane onto either side, depending on where the action happens. They're actually pulling this composition off.
Yeah. All right. I mean, we get a blue buff onto Ziggs as well. Suddenly, the Baron is a lot harder to take because Ziggs just throws out a lot of fights. Oh, no!
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, I didn't believe it.
1v1 under turret. If he had just auto-attacked Young one more time there, I think that was it, but he assumed it was the clone. But because he goes for that play, this is actually Baron started up yet again by 100 Thieves next. But they're not going to actually execute this. There's no way that they can just stay on the Baron when there's a Ziggs throwing bombs into you. So they have to back off. This is now 3 times they've looked at this objective and 3 times they've been pushed off.
They're trying, right? It's kind of what we were saying. They're not really playing to anybody at this point in the game. It feels a lot like there's like, let's try the Baron. Okay, well, that didn't work. All right, let's back away. And now they're just kind of waiting slowly for AOE to actually go for some of these big plays, right? Faisal, again, as we saw previously between Speedo and Doxa, not quite able to individually find the outplay onto the LeBlanc, but that doesn't change the fact that Faisal is now strong enough to continuously get this push.
Ooh, Joshi. 100 Thieves next. I think that they realized their play. It's no longer to go for the Baron, it's to make these sideline plays, but as I say it, they stop it.
They don't know where he is. Had the play. Yeah, they figured he had a recall, right? You just throw out the 1Q, but Darkwing sticks around and is going to be able to clean up another wave here rather soon. But Faisal has access to the ultimate. We might see a repeat of the fight earlier. No W on Young, but not enough range for this Camille to go for it.
Not going to jump in on that. So while it's kind of turned into a slower game pace right now, we got 14 kills at the 27.5-minute mark. Let's pull up the gold lead if we can take a look at that and see where exactly gold is located, because we see 3 items completed on Gamsu. Not actually that far ahead of Faisal, though. This Camille's very close in the gold department. And looking down, the big difference is actually, in fact, Darkwing's in the mid lane.
Yeah, Darkwing's very scary on this Aurelia, and we'll have opportunities. Faisal just going into Gamsu, not going to commit to the ultimate, right? You see, like, even though he's not taking any damage back anymore, because the base damages that Gamsu relies so much upon are starting to fall off at this point in the game, he's not able to do a whole lot on his own either, even with the Divine Sunder up against a very tanky character because of how much HP and how much armor this Tahm Kench has already built up. So it's a stalemate right now, but in 5 minutes when another item comes through, it should continue to get better for Faisal.
And that's the thing, is that his items also cost more. You look at Gamsu, that Anathema's Chain's at 2,500. That's why he was able to get that so early. It's a good power spike right away, but it's not going to keep up with a 3-item power spike Camille. Also, Thornmail cheaper than anything that Faisal's currently operating with. So we'll keep our eyes on the Camille in the side lane. So far, AOE Esports, they're not pressured to accelerate this game state yet. They are just going to play for these objectives. Dragon's up in 30 seconds. Seems to be that's where the next focus is. So thank you, Observers, for showing us Faisal getting this push topside. He has teleport. Somebody has to go answer him from 100 Thieves next, while the rest of the team is focused on keeping vision priority around Dragon.
All right, I mean, they're going to be the first ones to the punch, right? But the thing is, they don't have the best tools to lock people down in a lot of these choke points. Gamsu is going to get a little bit of a victory here in this fight, but the Chain of Corruption misses. That's really big. You got a bunch of melee
really
champions.
Big. Yeah, and now Busio is going to have to be the primary engage, but he's a committal engage. Once he goes in, he is in. They actually teleport Gamsu down here, though, because Dragon has spawned, but look at this. Darkwing's on a deep flank right now, all the way on 100 next side of the jungle, and they're also teleporting Faisal back
teleport.
there. 100 Thieves next. How are you going to play this one
big
out?
Flank.
You got multi
Watch
flanks,
Instinct.
multi-threats. Look at Darkwings. Look at Faisal. Instinct's dead. The AD carry's taken out of the fight to begin it. And AOE Esports, they found the perfect flank. Now chasing down Gamsu. It is a tank. Going to be hard to actually kill him, but he doesn't have any backup, and he doesn't have any escape route, so he's just going to waste as much time as he can. Sketch Dreams will take that one, and Dragon earned by AOE Esports.
We're going to have to watch the yin-yang of this last fight again in the replay coming up, but it's really big. Another Mountain Dragon going over in favor of AOE. They're the one with Ziggs. They're the one that can stop the other team from hitting the Baron. But it's not necessarily the easiest thing for them to go for these sieges, because Ziggs is the only ranged champion on their team. Young, gets spotted, but isn't going to get jumped on just quite yet. So now AOE are the ones with control over the Baron, and I feel like 100 Thieves just tentatively hitting is over. Pay attention to this. You got a little bit of a similar thing happening on both sides, where you have LeBlanc looking for Ziggs, and you have Camille looking for Varus. I think we all watched Camille just kill Varus the first time, so let's watch what Young does. He's trying to find sketch streams, but he uses the first W and doesn't get any damage off of it, so Ziggs is able to survive without using any summoner spells, and Young doesn't have a way back into the fight. He just has to leave, and so it means that Faisal is just doing Young's job, but better.
And that deep teleport flank was the big part there. 100 Thieves next. They teleport Gamsu in, but they didn't do their due diligence of sweeping their side of the jungle, checking for those teleport flanking wards. And now they've tried it a couple times going for the Baron, but they're not going to be able to with a gold lead this time. If they take it, they're going to have to get a couple kills, because at this point, AOE Esports, they're just going to post up around this Baron. They're not going to give 100 next the option to burst it.
There you go. Some good damage coming through. Yeah, it's so tough to burst these objectives with these teams. We'll see what they're actually able to do, as we do once again see Darkwings down in the bottom lane.
Yeah.
You have Faisal up in the top lane, and it's forcing 100 Thieves to go for this
They're
Baron.
doing
They
this.
need to do something to pull the attention.
But Instinct isn't with the rest of the team. The AD carry is caught out. He now has the
Busio.
backup. Busio is going to be the sacrificial lamb. The support is dead. Darkwing's teleported in, and now they're on to Gamsu. He flashes, but doesn't get over the wall. Oh, no!
The channel!
He does get over with the W,
Okay.
but Darkwing follows him. And that means disaster for 100 Thieves. Young falls. Top lane support as well. Instinct and Chad Jungle, the only two members left. And that means that AOE Esports, they already have a full wave bot side to push in with, and they will look to take this bottom inhibitor. Is this going to be the game?
This should be the game, or at least a big lead. They're going to get the inhibitor here. They're going to look for these
5
Nexus
seconds
turrets.
on
Remember, you have
Busio.
Ziggs to do a lot of damage. Chad Jungle
Oh,
goes
look at
in.
Chad
He gets
Jungle.
some
He looks for the
damage.
hero play. He pushes Sketch Streams, but there's no follow-up. Instinct was not ready. Almost kills him. He's in the golden state, but he does finally fall. Busio is traded, but they don't need Ziggs anymore. Look at Faisal. They still have the Camille. Oh, absolutely destroying these turrets, and that Nexus, GG. AOE Esports took them a while to come online, but once they did, what a performance. Pulling off the split pushing composition very well, and forcing 100 Thieves next onto that Baron over and over again when they just could not take it.
It's something that we've been seeing over and over from teams, is people have been looking at these team fighting compositions and saying, hey, if I'm going to play a split pusher, they need to be able to team fight as well. But this is a spot where the traditional team fight of front to backing isn't the only way to do it. We saw how effectively both Darkwings and Faisal were in this game, and it was so good. But we're going to have to go over a couple of replays to kind of figure out how we actually got to the spot where AOE just became inevitable.
Exactly. The first one, we got a couple of replays to take a look at, but the first one would be the Baron fight around the 21-minute mark. But we also had the Gamsu solo kill. I don't know if we have a look at that, because the Gamsu solo kill is where it started to look like 100 Thieves next. We're actually going to control that game. So while we're waiting for production to pull that up, I just want to again remind everyone that AOE Esports, even though they were on the back foot, they have still taken first in all of their groups that they've been in. They are a team that is resilient. They are a team that is a threat, and I think that they showed why they're so feared, because that is not an easy composition to pull off. I just want to remind everybody, 1-3-1s, especially at the amateur level, it's difficult. You need a lot of communication. This is also a new support coming in, Zyko, so hats off to AOE Esports. But we do have that replay ready now for that first solo queue. Walk me through this one, Joshi, because from this point, I thought the 100 Thieves next, this was where their PowerPoint was, and they could actually use this Tahm Kench to get around and start making more things happen.
True. I got to pay attention to how this Tahm Kench always operates, because he's always been a stat checker, right? The way he likes to play this lane. And as we go back a little bit further in time than I might have initially expected, we do see that Gamsu is just going to find a spot where it's just like, oh, Faisal, you can't actually go for this fight. You are not in a spot where you can actually take any of these extended trades. And Tahm Kench, he can like bully you around and just like be the stat ball and to out sustain you a lot of the times and make it very difficult to play this lane. But there are also times where it's like, wait a second, you can't fight me. And it's a matter of knowing exactly what kind of ranges you have as the Tahm Kench.
I believe this might be one of the other replay timers that we had that we were looking for. This wasn't the one that we had initially expected. But
I greatly appreciated watching the Tahm Kench just like chill over and over again.
It works. It works too. The big thing
okay. We love you guys.
When he was able to get that, I also think that it literally was Faisal just not understanding. That's why I want to take a look at that one, because Faisal walks back into the W as he's coming up, because he sidesteps, walks back in too early, and that's what gets Gamsu that solo kill.
Tahm Kench has mechanics now.
He does.
Who would have thought you actually have things that you can do? The coolest thing you used to be able to do was like devour a minion by pressing Q or pressing W in the middle of your Q and then spit it back. But we'll get back into that maybe at some point. We can discuss that further. But we got a Baron fight that we do got to talk about here in a sec.
Yeah, so as we pull up that replay here, the Baron fights over and over again. 100 Thieves Next kept trying to go for these because they were trying to pull pressure towards them, and the later the game got, the less successful it was. But there were a couple moments where I thought that they might actually be able to burst it down, but you're dealing with the Ziggs range, which is very difficult.
Yeah, it's so difficult when you get so much magic damage, and again, Baron always shreds your magic resist, so you have these opportunities to go for these big plays as Ziggs. And here, I feel like we saw something similar to this a lot over the course of today, where somebody is just trying to buy time and die slowly, so that everybody else has time to do something else. And eventually, turns out with these two turrets already going down to the opposite side of the map, we already see AOE is very happy with this situation. All they have to do now is prevent the Baron from going down, and they should be willing to give over almost everything they have to prevent that from happening, because you've already built the map control with the turret takes. You've already gotten plenty of what you're looking for, and if you only spend Faisal's life once for two turrets, you're happy, and then you trade it for another kill for RBM. So eventually you just see AOE, because they moved around the map more effectively, because they understood how to play the pressure with the waves better than 100 Thieves, they are able to come out rather consistently in some of these macro interactions.
They would stop the Baron and get something. Stop the Baron and get something over and over and over again. And eventually, it's just too much. But we have the final fight to take a look at, the Baron fight. This was actually only 2.5 minutes after that last one that we just taken a look at. But you see how often 100 Thieves felt like they were pressured onto the Baron. Oh, actually, we have a dragon fight coming up next, it looks like. So that will be the one that we'll take a look at here to close out. Because honestly, like, while we were trying our best to find the big highlight replay plays, a lot of this was just macro difference.
It really was. And, you know, I could spend an entire analyst list just talking about all the cool things that AOE did. But in this kind of thing, I, again, just want to highlight, right, these compositions, they both do kind of similar things. You have this brawly frontline, Lee Sin, Nautilus, and Tahm Kench versus a brawly frontline and the Braum, Irelia, Camille, and Xin Zhao. And you have these big back lines that you got to be very protective of in the Varus and the Ziggs. And when one of them is going to die to a smart flank from the Camille and the other is not going to die to the flank coming out from LeBlanc, the fight becomes very easy when you just have the one extra member who's able to continue to pump out damage.
Yeah, and we saw them pull off that composition beautifully. Let's see if they can do it again, though, because this is still a best-of-3 series, and we do have a chance for 100 Thieves next to bring us back here. We both said 2-1, right? So we're both expecting it to go the distance. We'll see if they can do it or not, or if AOE Esports can close us out quickly for the night. We're going to send it to a short break before we're back with game number 2 right after this. Hello and welcome back, everyone. We're preparing here for the... Wait, what was that, Joshi? Trying to hijack my intro? What's going on?
We'll get it.
Oh, man, nobody understands our references, but it's okay. Maybe we'll sing for them later. We're getting ready for what could be the final game of the day. You can tell it's taking its toll on us already. We've had some chaotic games, so we'll try and refresh our mental going into this last one, because this is close. AOE Esports against 100 Thieves Next. It was a back-and-forth game. 100 Thieves Esports had... or 100 Thieves Next, rather, had the early game, but they weren't really able to execute those Baron takes, and AOE Esports played the map, played the 1-3-1, and just took way more objectives once we crested that 25-minute mark. But it was a slow ramp up into that. So, Joshi, from your perspective, again, take it from both teams' perspectives here. 100 Thieves Next, what do they need to look at going into this next game? What should be their focus? Anything in pick ban that they need to adjust, or just stylistically in the game decision-making wise?
I feel like in terms of their pick ban, it was pretty okay, but a couple things jump out, right? You start with the fact that Chad Jungle spent a lot of time doing nothing up in the top lane,
yes,
and not accomplishing anything with his time as the Lee Sin. He found himself rather behind in terms of farming, as well as not really getting a whole lot of extra pressure onto Faisal up in the top lane. So it needs to pull the trigger if you're going to be spending that much time, or just not go up there in the first place. And I think that really hurt them over the course of the game.
Lee Sin being behind the Xin Zhao from pretty much level 3 absolutely affected how that jungle matchup went. And I understand the thought, I understand the want to say, okay, catch-up XP is back in the jungle, so I can go for these ganks. You gotta make those ganks happen. You gotta actually pull that trigger and at least get summoner spells out of the lane that you're looking at. And also, maybe not try and hard gank the Tahm Kench. Like, I don't know if that's gonna be necessarily the win condition for your team, despite the fact that Gamsey was able to get his own lead in that 1v1. So, all right, I like that. I like that. It's a good focus. That's something easy, something clear.
Easy to fix, right? Yeah.
Yeah. It's as simple as just be really good at ganking and pull the ganks off all the time.
just do it, right?
Just
Even
get
if you
the
don't
kills.
Get the kill, you can just get the flash off of it, and suddenly it becomes very difficult for Faisal to ever walk up to Tahm Kench, because the windows in which you can successfully do so without just getting run down like we saw early in the game become even narrower. It's so hard for people to ever walk up to the lane.
But now let's take a look at it from the other side, AOE Esports. I'm kind of struggling to find anything big that they need to look at, big that they need to improve on. They just took their time. That's really what it came down to for me. But from your perspective, is there anything else on their end that they can be looking at?
I mean, it's kind of hard, right? Because they could take their time with the roster, or the composition they had drafted for themselves. They were just kind of waiting for Ziggs to do things. They were pushing and playing this long pressure game the way that they really wanted to, because they could team fight, but it wasn't the easiest thing in the world. They weren't going to just win off of all these team fights. So it's hard to fault AOE for anything they really did, other than maybe a couple of small individual misplays where they were a little bit too aggressive. And, you know, they probably could have had a few fewer deaths, but at the end of the day, every single time somebody died, they would almost always get something in exchange for it. So it's not like the deaths were always in vain.
Exactly. It's kind of tough to look at that performance, at least from my perspective, and have very definitive, like, clear moments of, like, this was a big mistake.
Yeah, this was bad.
Yeah. But the biggest thing was the Ziggs pick. It made it very far through the pick and ban, so I'm also going to add that for 100 Next. You cannot let that get through. I mean, we'll see what the side selection is going into game number 2 once we're ready for pick and ban here, once the teams are loaded in. But you just can't let that go over, especially through 2 rounds of bans. I know, looking at AOE Esports match history, they actually haven't piloted the Ziggs at all yet in all of the Proving Grounds, UPL, Risen, Challengers Uprising, none of it. So I understand thinking, okay, it's not in their wheelhouse, but in the words of Cubby, another color caster in the scene, it is a meta warping champion. It changes how the game is played because of how fast it can take turrets, how fast it can clear waves. We saw it was impossible for 100 Thieves Next to even get onto a turret because of the Ziggs.
Yeah.
And I mean, you had this whole stream last night where you were talking about tempo and the importance of tempo and champions that can cheat tempo. It almost feels like Ziggs cheats. I don't know if it's tempo, but he cheats something. He's clearly changing how the game it wants to be played out. So I think
he's not necessarily building a lot of his own time that he can use to go elsewhere on the map and be proactive a lot of the time, because it's so dangerous for Ziggs to roam around the map by himself without friends, because he just dies, right? But what he does do is he stalls out your opponent's time so heavily. If they don't have a wave to play with, how are they going to be hitting the turret? If they can't hit the Baron without taking 1,000 damage across all of their members from a single bomb, how can they do that? They always have to find something to do, and it usually starts with, we gotta kill the Ziggs. He's like the Batman. It's normally Darkwing that you think of as being Batman, but this time it's Sketch Dreams.
Sketch Dreams, Darkwings. At least they rhyme. The big thing, yeah, the fact that Ziggs wasn't getting assassinated by that LeBlanc. They do. Yeah, we're at that point right now, waiting for Pick and Ban to load in. Also, the fact that you compare the Ziggs with the Rift Herald's another big part, too. You can just blow up turrets so fast, and we've seen that in pretty much every professional league right now. So, 100 Thieves next. Take it away. Or pick it if you're going to be blue side. Maybe I think it's blue winnable. I honestly think that you can't just go for the blind pick Ziggs right off the bat. I don't know if they play it. That's a big thing, is like you do need somebody who feels comfortable on the pick, and they also don't have any games recently played on that champion. But I that's just my personal opinion. I'm valuing this champion very highly.
I mean, I think it's good. I don't know if it's blue, like the first pick that you can go for, because it is such a heavy committal to a style, right? Like, he is a little bit more composition agnostic than he used to be, because he is more of a effective diver in terms of his backline threat that he's able to do, but he is this slow, methodical champion most of the time.
But tell me, can you think of a bot lane that can hard counter him? Because I don't know if one exists. Now, maybe I'm just not thinking of somebody. Maybe it's something silly like, I don't know, like Seraphine, Senna, something silly like that. But like the idea that you can blind pick him, because I don't think you can shut him down. I don't think that there's an answer. It's like, oh, they picked Ziggs. Awesome. We're just going to pick Caitlyn and, hard win that lane. He can just play so far back and just farm and then play that slow methodical. But all right, we are done. We're done with the Ziggs conversation, I guess.
Maybe because we'll see if it's banned or picked.
all right. Let it stew a little bit. Twitch chat, let us know what you think about it as well. But we are finally into pick and ban, so we can stop with the Ziggs theoretical stuff and hopefully see a Ziggs ban, because 100 Thieves next are not actually on the blue side. They opted for red side here. Oh, no, okay, looks like it just swapped. There we go. We do see 100 Thieves next on the blue side. So there we go. They could first pick that, or let's see if AOE want to take it off the table.
It will be an interesting thing. I mean, we've been seeing a lot of Gwen both piloted and banned away, as well as a Senna taken away from Instinct previously. Makes a lot of sense. I don't expect AOE needs to change up a lot of their draft. They just have to try and figure out what it is that 100 next are going to be playing as their first pick, because there are still a lot of champions. I'm not sure that Ziggs is the first pick of choice, but you do have like Lee Sin and Xin Zhao are kind of my go-tos, just because they are so strong, and Lee Sin is incredibly versatile in where you can put him on the map.
And 100 Thieves next do like to play him. They play him in the top lane. They also play him in the mid lane. So they would like that one if they can get their hands on it. Other popular bans on the red side have been Viego. Xin Zhao can work too if you want to take away AP junglers. Diana, there's just so much right now, Joshi. I think that's the funnest part of this meta, is that you can only take away so many tools, but there's always going to be something strong left up, and that first pick will tell us a lot. But still, focus. There we go. Aurelia, that actually makes a lot of sense. I like this from the Thieves now.
Yeah, I do like that. It's not the Ziggs as you were requesting, but it is possible to still pick it. And so AOE, I wouldn't be surprised if they just took Lee Sin off the table here, just because it is something that Gamzu has played quite well. But I also wouldn't be surprised if they pivoted and banned Tom Kench, just because it didn't look like AOE really knew how to play up against a top lane, but instead, they're going to ban the Bomb Rat.
All right, there we go. See, they think it's blue winnable as well, Joshi. They're banning it on the red side right here. Again, it's just meta warping. But 100 Thieves next. Let's see what they want to pick for their first champion right now. Wow. They're putting Gamsu on the Scion. And this is technically a takeaway from Faisal as well. He does like to pilot that champion, but surprisingly we see a tank top lane be the first priority pick.
Yeah. I mean, it's not something that we've seen Gamsu really play since his return. It is a very strong tank, but it is also a very committal tank. Like, you kind of have to throw it in a couple of different places, and wow, we're just going like super quickly.
Oh!
All right, okay. Okay, we're not even having time to react to the fact that they just locked Diana, Yasuo, Scion as their
They
first
want a quick
picks.
day. They want a quick day right now, Joshi.
Wow.
So we do see that sign
okay.
locked in here. AOE going for the Gangplank with Viego and Akali, and we're also seeing the pick in order. Now, important to note, there is a chance that they just had these picks already drafted ahead of time. I think we're missing that potential because we've seen this happen a few times here. But still, I'm liking this from AOE.
Yeah. These bans are very slow. They're like really going through it. They're taking their time in the... Okay, I think they might be drafting in order, right?
I'm pretty sure. I think we might be getting ganked by the teams right here on the production end. So everybody, we're catching up right now as well. It would make a lot more sense if these drafts were done ahead of time, because again, like the order is a little confusing, but we can still talk about the identity and what the teams are trying to accomplish regardless, right? So let's think about this 100 Thieves next composition. They got the combo of the Diana plus the Yasuo. We've seen this, but I actually haven't seen it find too much success. The thing is that you still can kind of draft into it if you get the right picks.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting combination with the Diana Yasuo, because it is a very easy combination to pull off. You just throw the Diana in there and then you ult, and you ult again with the Yasuo, so you can catch a lot of these melee compositions off guard, but I can see you're very excited about the last two picks.
Yeah, that's more knockups, Joshi. That's another, the Kalista ult throwing Taric in as well, so all of these knockups for the Yas means that it's going to be just, you know, Bounce City here. Young can just keep people up in the air forever. And AOE Esports, with that said, though, they do have a pretty decent kite bank team. Akali's got the mobility to go backwards, although she was recently nerfed, rather. She can no longer cast her Q during the E animation. That actually really affects her trading patterns. But then also the Gangplank good at kiting back. The Tristana good at kiting back. So a lot of tools to get away from the engage of the Thieves. Oh, it looks like we might have lost Joshi. All right, cool. Well, what a time, Joshi, because we're going to be sending it to a break shortly anyway. So let's just send it to that break right now while we get ready to load into the game. Joshi will get back in, and I will have a go-caster. Fingers crossed for this next game. So grab your water, do your stretches. We'll be right back after this. And we are back, everybody. So sorry for that delay. We had some technical difficulties, but we are loaded onto Summoner's Rift yet again right now. Just to remind you where we're at currently, AOE Esports versus 100 Thieves next. AOE Esports are up 1-0 in the series, but we have a very different looking draft, and we did finally learn that we have been, in fact, casting pick and ban in correct pick order this entire time, Joshi. Woo! We finally got there. Thankfully, you know, I think we provide some good content regardless, though. But let's just make sure that the next caster pair that comes on, we let them know. We give them the heads up. Oh, that's us again. All right, perfect.
Well, let's go.
They're probably doomed regardless then. But let's talk about these teams because it has been a long while since we've taken a look at them.
All right.
The big exciting one is on the 100 Thieves next side. So Joshi, talk me through what you think this team is trying to do, because I mean, clearly it's going to be a combo team, but how do they get to that combo?
Yeah, the big thing that they got to make sure that they do is they have the Diana. You know, you go in, you use your ultimate, and then you have the Yasuo who just follows it up right off the bat. You also have other options like using the Kalista. You just throw Busio into the team again like a Pokemon and just say, hey, I'm going to use you to follow up with Young. And the big thing is, you need that to be enough of a victory in the initial parts of the fight to win the rest of it. Because if you don't win that initially, you're going to lose out to all of the range that Faisal and Sketch Streams are going to be able to put out. So a lot of pressure on Chad Jungle, Instinct, and Busio to make sure that Young can do his job.
Now, Joshi, I also just want to let you know, because I learned something recently during that delayed pause to start us off. I did go check out Twitch chat. I was
nice.
I mean, it's always dangerous during a show as a broadcast talent, but I was seeing a lot of Sketch Dreams Tristana hype. Now, apparently this is one of his pocket picks. Something he's very comfortable and has carried on before, so I'm excited to see it myself. Zyko is taking a lot of damage bot side, though. Instinct on the Kalista. Does a lot with that Hail of Blades, and that's almost a kill already.
Yeah, it's very crazy, like, watching Kalista come through. A lot of teams like to use this Kalista early on to get these dives going. It's why it's a little bit stronger on the red side, because it's easier to dive the blue turret than it is to dive the red turret early on in the game. But some teams will just say, oh, they let us pick Kalista, they deserve to suffer. And Instinct and Busio already getting a lot of damage down into Zyko, pulling off all of the potions that Zyko started the game with, and it doesn't get better for a couple of levels.
Not necessarily. Also blows that W cooldown. That's like 12 seconds, level 1. So Busio and Instinct do have an angle here to go in onto Zyko aggressively if they want to. Busio, is he going to read it? He might not have taken Dazzle yet. Actually, no, he did take that level 1. So, all right, Zyko will have that W back off cooldown. I wanted them to punish that. The small little windows can really help you win the game, but I am also a support main, so obviously I'm thinking about that constantly.
Oh yeah, and you get both the champions who have the ability to have a greater effect when they are near somebody else. So Tarek very happy to give the extra armor over to Instinct throughout this entire time. But there is a fair amount of magic damage that 100 Next really do have to contend with on the side of AoE's bot lane. Zyko does a lot of magic damage with the Nautilus, and Sketch Streams like the explosive shot. Both the active and the passive part of it do a lot of magic damage as well. So, it's some value simply because everybody does physical damage with their auto attacks, unless you're Corki. So it is a very big part of their early game power budget.
Taking a look at what the junglers doing early on here, Joshi, we see Chad Jungle checking out bot side, just sniffing it out, saying, hey, that's a pretty low health Nautilus with no potions. Maybe I can go for it. Not going to find it. Really big meme. Went for the top side. Okay,
nice.
They do actually go for it, but Sketch Streams just rocket jumps away, so well done. They also see Chad Jungle there, so this gives really big meme some information.
Yeah, we'll have to pay attention to how he's actually going to be playing, because once you see the jungler on the bottom side, it's going to take him about 30 seconds to get anywhere relevant on the map. You could go directly mid lane, and you can do that in about 15 seconds, which is very valuable, but it does mean that RBM will have an opportunity to be aggressive as Faisal. Already going
Look
very
at top
aggressive.
side. These barrels,
nice.
Yeah, Gamsu's got to flash away. Just a reminder, Spurge is Gamsu. You heard me correct. If you haven't been catching up with amateur players, amateur teams, 100 Thieves next. The amateur program for 100 Thieves did re-sign Gamsu back into League of Legends. He has left Overwatch, going by Spurge right now. So he does have to burn flash, but he gets out safely as we see beautiful cinematics down there. Thank you, production. Yeah, Dwagon is in fact on the map, everybody. That is Ocean Dwagon. And we'll have to wait and see what Dwagon Soul is up later. Now I can't stop doing it, Joshi. You've ruined me.
It's true. Welcome to League of Legends with Joshi. But the big thing that I want to, be very cognizant of right now is the mismatch that we are currently seeing on the map in terms of farming in a number of positions, right? You start off, we obviously have to identify Instinct and Busio doing a fantastic job pushing around Sketch Dreams and Zyko. Currently, about a 2-wave advantage in the bottom lane, but it is also matched by a 2-wave advantage up in the top lane where Faisal has been doing a fantastic job preventing Gamsu from farming. But in order to get the advantage up in the top lane, they have to expend a lot of time from RBM. He went for not just one gank, but also a second one that didn't necessarily result in anything because he just stood in the bush for a while, and now he is also down in the jungle.
We've seen this happen a couple times today. These junglers getting put very far behind. Last time around, though, it was Chad Jungle getting very far behind, looking for those early ganks. This time it's a really big meme, and that means Chad Jungle gets this dragon very early on.
Ooh,
6 minutes, but look at this teleport onto the bottom side. Double TP, Sketch Dreams going aggressive. Instinct going aggressive right back. The Ren stacks. Instinct gets it! First blood to Callista. Takes a second, why not? It's going to be an even trade, but heavily in favor of the Thieves. They get 2 for 2 and both teleports out of AOE.
Yo, the crazy part about all that is Chad Jungle sees that people are coming down. He's doing the dragon. He's like, oh god, please don't notice me. Please don't kill me too.
You see nothing.
They're able to pick up the ocean dragon. It feels like the penguins from Madagascar, right? It's like, you didn't see anything. He just pieces out because he knows he can't affect the fight, and going from a 2v5 to a 3v5, not very relevant. But because of this, because Sketch Dreams and Zyko are trying to get the fight started right away, they have to go really aggressive, and unfortunately, you just can't get the Ren stacks out of you even if you get far away. So Instinct is still able to find the kill, but they are also very aware of the fact that they're giving Faisal this kill in order to make up for the time that he spent teleporting down here and not being in top lane.
But I do like the answer here from AOE. They keep Faisal bot side. He just catches that wave, pushes it in, and they immediately on spawns and Sketch Streams top side. The Sursana actually got some work done on that turret. 2 plates down early on. So at the end of the day, the gold is still very even. And yeah, 2 kills went to Instinct on the Callista, but it's traded for kills on the solo laners and turret plate gold on Tristana. At the end of the play, the very tail end, it's really just the dragon that's a big difference.
And the question will be, is it going to be traded for anything in just a moment, right? Because the Rift Herald is going to be spawning.
Oh, combo!
Combo!
Darkwings! He's feeling it! He's feeling the Diana Yasuo! Down a game of the series, pulling out Yasuo and making it work. 100 Thieves next do pick up a kill onto Darkwings. Now they're looking for more. Do they actually want this? Sketchstream's only level 5, Zyko's level 5 too, and there's the Cyan ultimate. That means that they have to retreat upwards into Young, into Chad Jungle.
Nice.
Really big meme, ults over the red buff wall and does escape, but you said it, Rift Herald's on the table, and 100 Thieves next will take it.
That's why I was expecting AOE to be in the advantage spot right now, because they have the duo lane up there, while Gamsu is the only one on his team up in top lane. That means you just have one fewer champion here to fight for the Rift Herald, but because Chad Jungle and Young just find the fight onto Darkwings, they aren't able to convert this man advantage that AOE had picked up. They do a good job of going for the fight and also rotating
really
people,
big
but
meme.
now...
Oh no. What's he doing? He doesn't even have an ultimate. He's got flash. Busio can throw out the W and then hit the dazzle. He's not gonna do it. Okay, but now they gotta watch out because the rest of AOE have joined in. Chad Jungle does get a moonfall. Actually takes a really big beam. Straight right back. Sketch Streams gets that one. Now Darkwing's trying to get a little bit more, but wow, very action-heavy early game right now, Joshi. The complete opposite from last time around. But I think the fans are probably happy about that one. We had a long break. We need some action.
Oh yeah, we're just going for the blood back and forth, and it's still interesting to see where the advantages are ending up because the farm has equalized in the jungle. It has continued to balloon a little bit up in the top lane where you're now about 20 CS in favor of Faisal, but the kills going back and forth into different places. And this is kind of funny for me to watch this fight because I pay a lot of attention to health bars even when I'm playing by looking at what they are on the map. And I don't necessarily pay as much attention to the UI along the bottom. So I wonder, did RBM realize how low he was during this whole thing? Because he got bursted very, very quickly, and he just needs to wait for Diana to die in order to get more HP back.
And it also wasn't even the Moonfall. I miscalled that one. That was just a 3-man Scion Q. He just knocked up everybody right there. Impressive stuff. But yeah, really big meme gets blown up. He's Viego in the early game. Not the tankiest of members even in the later stages of the game. Want that Immortal Shield bow if you can.
But he will be able to. I mean, he's going for the Divine Sunderer, right? There's a number of different builds that you can go on this champion, but they're all sustain focused, right? You want to be able to just hit people and get some HP back, and once he completes that, he will have a lot more effective HP to play with throughout the rest of these fights. He just needs to get there.
Exactly. Let's see if he can do just that here. He's down a little bit in just terms of kills. He's got the same kill participation, but doesn't have that kill that Chad Jungle has. But at the end of the day, that's not the big difference. The big difference I'm looking at right now is in the top lane. Faisal actually has a sizable lead up over Gamsu, and that's a gangplank. He will still scale, and he also has to worry about the combination of that Yasuo, but if he can just play these side lanes, he's going to be very comfortable.
Yeah, and I keep getting, like, baited, right? Because Anathema's Chains isn't an item that has been in the game for nearly as long as Warmugs, and so I see the Kindle Gem, I see the Giant's Belt, and I'm like, yes! We saw this a couple times on characters like Mundo, who just don't want to get pushed out of lane, but I think Gamsu will be building that up for a very similar idea. He just wants to not die to Akali and be able to stack armor otherwise, so it allows you to be just as effective against a lot of magic damage as you are against physical damage, just having the extra health rather than going for something like an Abyssal Mask that just gives you only resistances to magic damage.
Might see a play happen mid here, Joshi. Holding my breath right now as Busio is around. And keeping... okay, not quite that much. Keep in mind the Kalista can throw Busio in, and they also have the die potential. But no, they're just going to push mid and then go for this dragon. This is the second dragon now for 100 Thieves next. And yeah, no contest coming in from AOE Esports. Gold's pretty even, but this dragon stacking is starting to come through for the Thieves.
It's a little bit hard to actually try and contest 100 Thieves in a lot of these fights right now, right? Because they still have the combo. The combo will always be a threat that will get stronger later on as you have more AP as well as just more points in Yasuo's ultimate, but you don't have a whole lot to fight back against it at this point, right? Sketch Dreams doesn't have a whole lot of anything. We're past the point where Tristana is a really aggressive laner, and we're in the point where she doesn't have a full item. She's got a bunch of levels, but not enough to actually be a strong range threat just quite yet. We're still a ways away, and AOE are trying to buy time.
But they still can scale. That's the biggest thing that we've been highlighting, is the fact that it kind of comes down to 100 Thieves next to play aggressive. Yeah, they got Scion, who is technically an infinite scaler as that tank front line, but you're dealing with the Gangplank, Viego, Akali, Tristana, all these champions that scale very well as Darkwings. Aggressive here. Not going to find anything. He is in a 1v3 situation. You got to play those ones carefully. And we'll just back away. But the point is, if you're AOE Esports, as long as you can prevent that Dragon's Soul from going over, you're still probably feeling pretty good about your current situation, but Darkwings might not. Oh, Chad Jungle just completely whiffed the Moonfall. Interesting usage right there. Not finding Darkwings.
I mean, he thought he had the E, right? He thought that he had put himself in range of the Akali so that it's an easy follow-up from Young, but goes invisible at the right time, and now Darkwings goes in!
He's going in for the play right now. Follow up by Zyko. And Chad Jungle, he barely survives with the Taric ultimate. Busio, could he be in trouble next? He's stunned. He's still pretty tanky. He has a Taric. Gets under turret. No play from AOE.
Crazy brinksmanship going on between these two teams as they try and figure out, do we have enough damage to actually kill them through the Taric ultimate before it comes down, or do we not? And in this case, AOE not going to have the damage just quite necessary, but they also have the time because they pushed so many members out of 100 Thieves, and now we see Instinct potentially getting dived.
On the bot side, Instinct, you got Flash, you got Exhaust, he flashes away, but into the brush. Follow-up CC comes in, he's surviving quite a while. He has that Immortal Shield bow, but through the Exhaust, he's still alive. They can't kill him. Instinct makes it through. The re-engage, throwing Busio forward. That's another kill to 100 Thieves.
Oh, that's crazy that they were able to get there in time. The Flash coming through with the heal just to keep Instinct alive. It was so close, and I feel like that's been so true of all of these fights that we've been seeing, where it's like, do they get the reset? Do they stay alive for long enough? Are they going to have an opportunity to turn this around? But every single time, it has just broken out in such a way where nothing actually happens. And this is one of the few times where we actually see the breakpoint happening where somebody gets the big lead and 2 kills going over to Callista. And that is big because it means that she's going to be strong for longer than we were expecting.
Absolutely massive right there. The shield bow was completed. Now Bax, let's see what she's able to pick up. That's a Zeal, that's double daggers. Yeah, already getting towards presumably that Runan's Hurricane or Gwynsu's Rageblade. But here we go. This was the dive. This was the attempt, and it looked so bad to start.
Right, they do a fantastic job, but the exhaust coming out from Callista rather than the heal gives her more effective HP to play with, but then you get a flash
now we're
in
back
and
to live,
we're
though.
in.
We got a full fight right now. 100 Thieves. They are going forward onto Zyko. Really Big Meme was on the flank, but he doesn't find anything for it. Now Gamsu goes for the re-engage onto Faisal. Not finding that one either. Chad Jungle chasing that Really Big Meme. He's got to be careful here. Young on the blast code. Ults away, but right into Gamsu and Busio. That's another kill onto Young. Joshi. Looks like the Thieves are doing it. They're right on the Herald too. Winning a fight, getting an objective.
Wow, and that's what you gotta see is just every single time you get something, you also want to use it to get something else. The second Rift Herald going over in this game to 100 Thieves, and they're starting to win all of these skirmishes that AOE are the ones opting into. Perhaps they're a bit too confident after how they were able to play last game, and trying to play the skirmish style isn't quite as successful for them as the split push that we were seeing earlier, but they can just still go back. Right, Kangas, they can just stop fighting and just say, hey, we got a Gangplank in one side lane, we got an Akali in another. We're going to be able to grind you out and make sure we're in the right places at the right time.
They got to slow down the game state. They're 2K behind at 16 minutes, 45 seconds. Not the end of the world. They still can just catch these waves, try and keep them pushed out. But now they're grouping up with the Dragon. I don't know if this is it. Tark's got ult. Instinct has ult. Everybody has ult on the side of 100 Thieves, save for Gamsu, who's about to have his come up. But already on the Dragon, AOE Esports, can they burst this one down fast enough? It's going to be up to Chad Jungle to try and get into there. The barrel does it.
Now you leave.
Down preemptively. Get out of the fight, AOE. You're not going to win this one. They're shredded, but Darkwings doesn't have an escape route. He's in the Shroud. Oh, he does a lot of damage with that ultimate. He takes out Instinct. Maybe this is enough. Sketch streams with the reset. He's knocked up. Young gets the kill onto him. And now Faisal trying his best to retreat. Has to flash away. Gets the move speed. Gets the slow. Can he get out? I think he will. Chad Jungle will not jump over the wall. So Dragon taken by AOE Esports. That actually will delay the soul.
And crucially, they're not going to lose that much off of it, right? The kills going over were shutdowns that they were able to pick up for the side of AoE, but not for 100 Thieves. So the gold remains even until the turret ends up going down. So I was surprised, not that they were coming to contest this dragon, because you want to get the third one rather than the fourth one, right? Because you don't want to 50-50 all these smites. So picking this up is nice, but I was surprised that they opted into the fight afterwards. You already see the Taric ultimate coming through. You can't even do any damage just quite yet, so you lose 2 members to start. And then the fact they're able to pick up anything here is impressive, right? I think it would have made more sense to leave, but they were able to find a couple of kills. They got a shutdown onto Callista most crucially, and that will allow them to be a little bit more relevant as the game goes on.
It's Sketch Dreams accidentally autos Gamsu right at the end there before Young. If, I don't know, maybe a crit would have killed Young. It would have been close.
Would have been close.
But imagine he gets that and he gets a reset and gets out of there before the Yasuo knocks him up. That would have been huge for AOE Esports. But still, they'll take the Dragon. Now we're back to live. 100 Thieves next. They're up 3K gold, but that Dragon Soul has been delayed. They've dropped all these wards on the top half of the map. They're just see if anybody from AOE comes nearby. But no objective to take up there.
Okay. I was trying to see if there was going to be any damage being done here from Faisal up against Spurgeon. Eventually, he might do damage, but I'm very surprised that he's opting into this lethality, right? Because you know that you're going to be hitting the Scion over and over again, and while he doesn't have any armor outside of the hobbies as a steel cap just quite yet, he will later.
Darkwing's in trouble here, Joshi. He's all alone. 4 members of the Thieves. Tark ultimate available, but they're not going to use it. I guess Akali, yeah, he can just buy too much time, but with 4 members of the Thieves topside, this leaves Faisal space open butt.
Yep, okay, watch for Scion ultimate. He can go find this flank engage.
They really want to fight. Instinct already pulls the Fate's Call. They're going to go onto Zyko. He gets away, though. Flashes the wall, too. Blast go to safety.
Nice.
Wow, AOE Esports, look at this. when you stop team fighting and you just avoid 100 Thieves, they're actually playing the side lanes yet again.
Yeah, Darkwings is hitting the top lane turret. Faisal got the bottom lane turret and crashed another wave into the second tier. So this is where AOE were able to turn the corner in game 1 when they started playing like this and started pulling 100 Thieves apart. And now it works in a very similar way, but it's more dangerous this time because if Chad Jungle ever finds an angle to come in, suddenly AOE are going to lose all of their defenders all at once. So it's the same game plan on the side, but it's way more touch and go in the center. Sketch Dreams, RBM, and Zyko need to be very aware of where Chad Jungle is at all times.
And also where Young is 5-0-2 on this Yasuo, has the shield build plus a BF sword. Might actually build right into a GA early on. We'll see if he goes for that as he had already used that stopwatch. But the big thing was Instinct, he did go for the Runehands. So 2-item power spike here on Kalista and a big one for these grouped up fights. I'm just not convinced that they're going to find that many grouped up fights anymore because AOE Esports, they found that the play is no longer just face check, stat check the 5v5s. It is now pull them around the map as they're doing right now. Look at Darkwing's topside. He's about to get collapsed on by all members of the Thieves again, but he's just backing, so they're not going to find it. They're going Baron.
Okay, this looks like a repeat of what we saw in game 1, but there's no Ziggs this time on AOE to stall out the Baron. They're going to have to do it with their bodies. RBM might have to go for a steal.
Sketch Streams is all the way back. They have double TPs coming in. That's Darkwings into the top lane. And Faisal into the mid lane, but that's already Baron over. So now it'll come down to a fight, but this is where 100 Thieves next can fight. They can actually go for this. They want this. Dark Ultimate available, and they find the combo onto Darkwings.
Only one.
Golden right away. That's good for Sketch Streams, but he gets knocked up yet again. Sketch Streams Ursana is kiting back. Dark Ultimate down. Zyko will be traded. He will fall, but now the re-engage coming in from Darkwing, trying to buy space. Sketch Stream still getting all these autos off. He's been autoing this entire time, but he just doesn't do damage right now. He's only one item Tristana, level 11. The Thieves have done it. They got the Baron, and now Really Big Meme goes in. I don't know if that was the call, buddy. Almost goes down, goes golden, will fall. Chad Jungle picks up that one, and another kill over to 100 Thieves after the Baron take. They finally pulled it off this time. The Baron Gambit works. Now, Gamsu's got to flash away. It's not even over. Sketch Streams with the autos. He just keeps going, but it's got to be the end of the play. You can't just force this. Nope. Don't do it. Don't do it, Darkwings.
I don't believe you, Darkwings. Yeah, he's going to have to back away. Gets rendered for most of his HP. Meanwhile, Chad Jungle is the one who's going to be picking up the dragon, putting 100 Thieves one away from Soul Point here. Sketch Dreams cannot even pretend to walk up if Chad Jungle is going to be threatening like that. So now AOE are starting to lose really heavily. RBM had a number of mistakes earlier on that made him too weak at this point to go for a lot of these skirmishers that he might otherwise want to. And you see that he's not even confident at this point to jump over the wall without vision because he doesn't know if he'll be able to pick up the smite and take it away from Chad Jungle.
And then the rest of the fight here, 100 Thieves next, they start retreating, but then they're like, wait a minute, we
have Tark?
We've been trying to fight them this whole time, and they've been avoiding us, and now they're trying to challenge us after the Baron's taken? Absolutely, we will do just that. And we all remember how the rest of the fight went. It takes a while, but the big thing is they're going for another fight now, but this time they have the Baron. They can take a lot of objectives, a lot of turrets if they win this one. Like not Zyko, but they turn their attention onto Really Big Meme. Viego's dead. The Diana plus Yasuo combo has worked for the Thieves, and it is not working for Really Big Meme. 0-6-2 on the champion. This will be the middle inhibitor going down.
And this might be even more. They're definitely going to pick the first inhibitor here, but do they want to try and end the game? They have Tarek's ultimate coming back up, or they can just back away because they know AOE doesn't have any credible threat to get another fight started here. As long as Tarek has the Cosmic Radiance available, they can just go in, go out, and really look for any opportunity where AOE is going to give them for a full team fight. So as AOE pushes back out and tries to take some space, looks for something to do on the map, they have to be very wary because they don't have any information on whether 100 Thieves have actually reset.
Currently, 100 Thieves do still have pretty much everybody on the map. It was only Busio that backed up. AOE gonna try and push out this mid. Baron-empowered minions are there. Instinct will walk a little bit further forward, and they're gonna try and crack this outer turret, I suppose. 5 turrets to 2 in favor of 100 Thieves next. And it's just so rough because the gold lead was coming back in favor of AOE. If we looked at the gold graph, it was rising. They were getting there. They were only 1K behind. But that Baron take, like you said, they no longer have the Ziggs, so they can't just leave that objective up for the Deathball composition. But this is how you play a Deathball composition. You force them to come to you for the big objectives, or you try and collapse onto them. Right now, it seems like they're going to push in topside and try and siege that next.
Still very tough. I mean, they've been willing to use the Diana Yasuo combo on champions that don't necessarily have a big impact on the team fight, right? They've been using it on RBM solo, on Darkwing solo, just to get them out of the fight and find themselves a 5v4 very quickly, because they know Tristana, not yet a credible threat. Faisal, not yet a credible threat. He's just trying to find ways to be aggressive in all of these fights and do the damage that he needs to, but he has to play from such a large distance away that he's not able to hit any relevant members.
That being said, he is at least 3 items. He's up 60 CS over Gamsu. Pretty impressive for the Gangplank, actually, as he is approaching critical mass. He's already passed that level 13. He's close to 16, the level 3 ultimate. Barrels will be doing damage at this stage of the game, and the Thieves do need to respect it, because while they have this strong Wombo combo, if they get chunked out by Barrels, it's a little less confident to go in for those plays, but they could also just find Faisal. He's all alone pushing out this top side, and look at who's catching him. Chad Jungle's walking up here. Faisal's in trouble. Chad Jungle will spot him out. He says, hey, here's the Gangplank. We were looking for you, buddy. Taking a lot, though. Faisal, this is what I was talking about. These Barrels, they are doing damage. Timing it. Oh, flash from Chad Jungle. Now Darkwing teleports in. You gotta find this kill, or else you're just dead. They don't. Chad Jungle's out. Instinct is in. Full 5 members of 100 Thieves are topside to back up their jungler, and he will survive.
It was impressive that Faisal was able to turn that pretty effectively. It does show that he is, getting stronger on this Gangplank. There's some time, there's some hope left, but it's not a lot of hope. It's only a fool's hope, right? As Gandalf might say. But now they got to get away before the Sion finds access to anybody and gets another fight started. 40 seconds before the dragon spawns.
He almost landed that ultimate. That was very close. Instinct also has ultimate, so I think they were trying to corral Zyko and really big meme, but not finding it yet. But still, dragging up in 30 seconds, and all members of the Thieves are here. Yeah, Death Ball up. Make AOE answer you. This is Soul if you pick this up right now. And that is a win condition in itself, since it is the Infernal Dragon here. Plus their combo, they will just blow up anybody that they catch with Diana Yasuo. And they might find another catch right here. Darkwing's very far forward. He gets knocked up here. Dazzle stun. He's taking a lot of damage in the Shroud right now. He's got to jump out. The Moonball, the Wombo combo from 100 Thieves next. And it's just that easy when you got this kind of composition. AOE Esports trying to retreat the best that they can. But 100 Thieves next. They don't even need the Dragon. They're just going to go for the game. And they took down 2 members. They still have 5 strong.
And there's not a whole lot that they can do. There's some wave clear coming up from Faisal, but he's got to be very protective of these barrels. He doesn't have his ultimate just quite yet either. And Sketchstream's not using his front line just quite. That's some big damage, but I don't know if it's just enough.
No, the turrets are going to go down. There's nothing AOE can do. They just got to watch and die at their base. GG 100 Thieves next. You did it. You brought us to a game 3. And hey, our prediction's looking a lot better right now, Joshi. We do have a series on our hands.
We're going to a game 6. Puggers! We get to see all 6 games that were possible today between the teams. Cloud9, TSM, AOE, 100 Thieves. This is really what we're already looking at from the Summer Showdown. A lot of very close games going back and forth, and this time we saw everything that both teams are trying to bring out.
Yeah, impressive stuff right there. And just 100 Thieves next, I was close to criticizing them during that game when they were going for the Baron, but then I remembered what you had taught me about tempo, Joshi, and how long it takes for AOE Esports to get back on the map, and I realized this is actually an incredible play. Even if they don't have necessarily the fastest of Baron taking teams, they still have Kalista with Rend, and Yasuo is essentially just another 80 carry, and they also just have this Death Ball, so if AOE comes into them, you can peel off and fight them at that point. Very different setups than we saw in game number 1. But we still have a 3rd game to go, Joshi. Since we're a little behind, we're just going to send it right to break while we get ready for that game 3. So grab your water now, grab your snacks now. We're going to be right back with more League of Legends action right after this. Hello and welcome back, everyone. We're preparing for the final game of the day. It's going late here, everybody, but that just means more fun, more League of Legends action ahead of us. Once again, joined by Joshi for the final game right now, AOE Esports versus 100 Thieves next. And from the looks of it, looks like we're already ready to get into pick and ban very shortly here. So, Joshi, give me the TLDR of what happened in that last game from your perspective. And also, I guess just thoughts on what's going to happen in Game 3, because we did predict a 2-1, but I'm not super convinced that AOE have it in the bag anymore.
It's harder. I mean, we were saying that there was going to be a big opportunity for the stylistic difference to kind of come out at the beginning of the game, right? It will come down to how effectively the Diana Yasuo is going to be utilized. But one of the things that we saw 100 Thieves doing not so effectively in Game 1, where they would just constantly go back to the Baron, they were able to do it this time because there wasn't any poke, there wasn't any real siege tools that the side of AOE had to dissuade them from doing it. And suddenly, if you're able to just hit the Baron, the 1-3-1 comp kind of falls apart because it doesn't have anything that it can effectively pull you around from.
Yeah, and the fact that they had that tempo lead as well, they just saw AOE reset. They're running back to the map, but like they had to teleport really far back behind. They had a flanking ward, but it just didn't work out for AOE Esports at the end of the day. We saw a very different Baron control from 100 Thieves next, but that is showing that that seems to be their style. Now, they are a young team. We highlighted that in the pre-show, one of the youngest on average that we have. And then also Gamsu has been out of League of Legends professionally for quite a while. Now, I think we are still seeing some of the growing pains of a younger team, of a newer roster put together. It's like they don't have a lot of answers to the split push other than just, okay, go for Baron. Because they tried a couple other things leading up to that, like ganking lanes, and they hadn't actually found much success doing that.
Yeah, and I think it is something that can be very effective if you understand that dance a lot better than other teams and you can just be aggressive like that. But it also means that you have to be the ones to ban away things like the Ziggs, things that can dissuade you from doing this. So a lot of the heavy engage tools that we'll often see are, you know, this issue that 100 Thieves will have to deal with at some point as we get into draft for Game 3. Just a heads up for everybody, I believe we are going to once again be doing it in the order of champions, just straight down the side. So, you know, if it looks a little bit weird, that is why.
Exactly, but we will still be catching up just like you on what these compositions are and breaking it down piece by piece as we go through. But it also gives the teams a chance, you know, catch up as they obviously want to continue playing their games and putting on this performance, because there's a lot on the line here. Just to remind everybody, currently, just the stakes right now, we are competing for the top 2 places in this tournament. EGL Summer Showdown will auto-qualify for Proving Grounds. Everybody else will get points and then be seeded into Proving Ground qualifiers based on those points. 100 Thieves next. At least a win would essentially guarantee them qualifying or enough points to get into the qualifiers, and a win against AOE Esports, the team that we were saying as favorites in this group, would be insane. We just saw TSM Amateur do that against Cloud9 Amateur earlier today, and that pretty much locks them in right now. So 100 Thieves next, really hoping for the same story here. AOE, they're already locked into the qualifiers. They've already gotten enough points for that, but they're actually going. They're competing for more. They've made first in their group twice in the previous 2 Tier 2 tournaments. They're hoping to do the same and then actually make the run for playoffs so they can get top 2. That's their goal here. But catching up with the bans, Senna, Diana, Xinjiao, and then, hey, there we go. The Ziggs ban yet again. I think it's worth it. Yeah. And the Thresh and the Gwen.
Especially for 100 Thieves, right? Because they're the ones who have to be very careful about things over and over again. And remember, you know, once again, these are not the order that these champions were picked in. I cannot possibly imagine a world in which AOE would see, oh, they've picked Trundle, let me grab Sejuani real quick, right?
This is the perfect counter. Absolutely the perfect counter. But the big thing is that the Trundle has been rising in popularity. I haven't been convinced because it's been played into a lot of squishy champs, especially in the LCS. But this I do like. It is historically, and always will be, as long as kits don't change, a Sejuani counter.
Yeah, just because of the way that the Trundle ultimate interacts with 1 Aftershock and 2 Sejuani's passive, because it calculates how much resistances it takes based on the initial cast of Trundle's ultimate and how much you have at that point. If you get somebody while Sejuani shells are passive and Aftershock going, and you have this really distorted amount of armor and magic resist, Trundle steals from that, and then when those fall off, it can actually put Sejuani and other similar characters into the negative armor and MR, which means that they actually take increased damage.
Exactly, and he also can provide a lot of pressure for turret taking too. That's something that Trundle, not everybody realizes. If you leave a Trundle jungle alone in a lane or with somebody else, they can take those fast, but not going to be with the Tristana, as 100 Thieves next got the Varus Viego instead, but AOE... All right, I don't know who that Siren's coming for, which of these comps, but AOE... They're drafting the Tristana plus the Rakan, so they do have a lot of engage options between the Sejuani Ultimate or the Arctic Assault, Rakan's Battle Dance, and 100 Thieves. They got some engage options too, but again, kind of some kite back as well with that Braum in the mix.
The issue that I'm going to point out is something that we've addressed a couple of times so far. One, Anathema's Chains exists in the game. Gamsu's probably going to be building it, probably going to be putting it on Faisal so that he doesn't have to build any magic resist, and the rest of AoE is very heavily indexed on physical damage dealing. And when you're going to be losing a lot of armor off of Sejuani, giving it to Trundle, it makes it very difficult for this team to actually deal any damage. So I'm worried that 100 Thieves has just outdrafted AoE once again.
And I'm noticing a trend right now, Joshi. This is the third tank in a row for Gamsu. He played the Tahm Kench, he played the Sion, and now he's on the Ornn. So yeah, he's showing that this is what 100 Thieves next want to play. This is their team identity. Let's see if it works out for them here in this game number 3, the final of the day. We're going to send it over to another short break while we get loaded into the game. So make sure you don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this. And we are back, everyone, for the final game of the day. The kickoff day for the EGL Summer Showdown Final Tier 2 tournament. Wow, there's way more detail than I ever imagined on Summoner's Rift. Thank you, producers and observers, for showing this off.
Yeah.
Beautiful Summoner's Rift, where we will find ourselves here for this final game. AOE Esports taking on 100 Thieves next. And the cinematic zoom out.
Woo, let's go. I'm pretty sure that's Harryism that's on the Obs 1, and then Man X Asian, Manx Asian. I'm not actually sure how to say your name, Kevin. Yeah, let's go, Kevin, and actually getting all the great replays for us throughout the day. They do great work.
Shoutouts to production. They deserve it.
Production.
You think our job's hard? Wait until you hear what production has to do on the back end. It's a scary place.
And of course, Tone, thank you for continuing to do great work in the scene. But with that, as we're getting into our Game 6 poggers, we do have a lot that we got to talk about. We talked a little bit about the over-indexing of physical damage and AoE versus a couple of tanks on 100 Thieves who can actually itemize armor. But we also don't have a ton of magic damage coming out from 100 Thieves up against the Sejuani. So we got this really weird thing where the armor and the magic, or the armor penetration and the armor that people are going to be building in the HP, it's going to be really wonky.
Wait,
RBM,
Joshi, late invade. Late invade. RBM can't be slowed, but he can be stunned. Kill first blood to Chad Jungle. He just wanted to clear his red buff, guys.
RBM, no. It's been a long day, I know, but it's one of those classic mistakes where you gotta be aware of what people are going to be doing at level 1, especially when they have a Braum on their team. And we see that, unfortunately, Darkwing's left just a little bit too early. Can we get the Fog of War change? Yeah, that's what we want to see. He backs out.
Now switch back.
He tries to cheat back, but he doesn't notice. They have no idea.
Oh, that's so heartbreaking. But hey, I mean, well played by 100 Thieves right there.
True.
They actually pull it off. It's rare that you get those, but with the Braum, you can pull them off. Worst case scenario, just take the red buff away, but best case scenario, you find that. That will greatly accelerate Chad Jungle in the clear. So to catch up on what his decision was after that, he went from buff immediately to his top side. So he's going to the Raptors. He wants to make sure that there's no vertical jungling happening for Really Big Meme.
Yeah, it's a really tough position to be playing from Really Big Meme at this point, because even though he died, the bigger loss is actually going to be in terms of time. Suddenly he's going to not have options to go for all of these different camps. He doesn't have an opportunity to take these camps and then go for a gank somewhere. And you always got to pay attention to Sejuani and what lanes she has, because she has the Akali and the Irelia. Since they're both melee champions, you stack up her passive really quickly in order to get stuns. You're going to be more effective a lot of the time, but since she had to start on the top side and clear towards the bottom side of the map, she doesn't have the ability to actually go for a lot of these ganks.
But what I will say is, despite dying level 1, having your buff taken away from you, doing just fine. I mean, clearing about the same pace as Chad Jungle because of how long it takes Chad Jungle to walk topside. I actually don't like the pathing that Chad took here. Really Big Meme even gets a scuttle. Like, you should not be getting double, or at least trading scuttles and taking away a blue buff when you die level 1. This is a big missed opportunity for 100 Thieves.
It'll be interesting to see what they got, because there's a couple different ways they can go about it. And I feel like RBM kind of guessed right as to what Chad Jungle was doing. It's unclear to me if Chad Jungle was visible in the mid lane crossing over, like maybe they walked through Darkwings.
This is so efficient.
Yeah, and so RBM lost, or RBM got the information what Chad Jungle was doing, but if he doesn't have that information, he kind of gets a little bit lucky that Chad Jungle didn't just clear the bottom side and contest him at the bottom scuttle. So it is a bit of an information game that we've been seeing over and over, and 100 Thieves came away in the lead the first time, and then AOE might have had the information, but they also might have had to guess.
Guessing aside, still outcome is Really Big Meme, not that far behind. It really will just be that gold differential from the kill that Chad Jungle has a lead for now. He does go for the reset, picks up the Sheen plus a Ruby Crystal, and also a Longsword. So that is actually a pretty chunky buy.
Boom.
Nice start for Chad Jungle here. Let's see what he's able to do with it.
Typically, Trundle these days has been going for Divine Sunderer or one of the Sunfire items, right? And the Divine Sunderer is going to be helpful against the one tank and against all of the other melee champions that are currently on AOE, right? Because it gives you a lot of sustain. Every time you would get a Sheen proc, you deal percentage max health damage. It gives you armor and magic penetration, and also you heal for some of that damage that you're dealing as well. So very good against Sejuani, but also just allows you to stay in these fights for longer in a similar way as just having the flat stats in the first place would.
Let's catch up on what's happening elsewhere on the map as well, because jungle aside, we actually haven't seen that big of a swing happen either way, but we do see some lane states changing right now. On the bottom side here, 100 Thieves are starting to push that in. Maybe they can get some turret plates for it, but overall, we see kind of just battle lines drawn. And Young does finally get that push out in the mid lane, and finally Chad Jungle will start up a dragon. We will have an objective start.
He's actually behind in CS overall, though, and RBM still feels behind, but he doesn't necessarily know that he's actually ahead in not only CS, but also EXP at this point. He gets evened up, and watching Trundle heal up with the smite and the dragon dying at the same time, he goes from like 20% to like 60-70% instantly. Absolutely crazy to see how his passive interacts. But really big meme is, as you said, not as far behind as we might have previously expected, and the gold is dead even across the map. So AOE have been doing a good job finding some advantages, particularly in Darkwings over Young.
Mid lane, also Bax gets that plated steel cap back into lane here, so defensive option from Darkwings. Potentially as well, respecting the fact that Trundle will be the one ganking your lane, so you're trying to prevent some of that damage coming through. But also, the lane's kind of frozen, so he wants this to crash. That way it can start to bounce back towards him, and it will actually start to do that as the wave state will slow push right now. Darkwings roams down to the bottom river. Chad Jungle spots him out. Darkwings got to be careful right here. You have Flash, but Chad Jungle will chase you down. Channeling of Young. And onto Darkwings, really big meme is here. Had to back off of the red buff and go for that. That further puts Sejuani behind.
Won't cost them that much at the end of the day. The big thing is that RBM wasn't quite level 6 for that fight, and if they were, I wouldn't be surprised if AOE chose to opt into it. So RBM just really coming up behind on that small breakpoint, and coming up soon, we're going to start seeing this Sejuani come alive once again. They are still level 5 and do still need to clear out their wolves or one more camp in order to actually get access to his ultimate. But I think we're going to start seeing these brawls start to open up across the map and break this long series of silence.
It's up in a couple seconds right now. Let's see if any of the bot laners roam up towards it. Instinct and Busio still down here. The scary thing against, if you roam against a Tristana, she'll just take your turret, and at that point, it's not even worth the Rift Herald. So it kind of comes down to AOE Esports. Do they want to send Tristana up towards that objective? But even as I say that, Instinct is pathing up around there. Just get some vision down. So really big meme, Chad Jungle. Let's see if they fight here. Young roaming up a little earlier, but Darkwings is here too. They commit, they engage out of Chad Jungle. Just jump onto the Trundle. He does subjugate, really big meme. He's a tanky troll. But guess what? That's the Darkwings right on top of you. The Aurelia will pick up that kill. And now Busio is here, but so is Psycho. Engage, double knockup. Young has to ult under the turret just to stay alive. Busio jumps back, really big meme, under turret. Can't be slowed. Taking damage though. Almost goes down. One more turret shot would have done it. But still, they'll take their one kill into Chad Jungle and go right back to the Herald.
This is what we're talking about, right? Just the fact that you have this Trundle against Sejuani made them very exceedingly tanky, but Viego not yet at a spot where they are going to be this big damage threat, whereas Irelia, you stack up that passive, you get to 4 stacks now instead of 5, and you're going to be doing a lot of damage to the other team. But RBM, okay. Giving me a little bit of a frighten as to whether or not they're actually going to do that before Chad Jungle comes back, but they do end up picking up the Rift Herald. They are going to be getting this team fight win, and suddenly a situation that looked a little bit rough for AOE is now turning into a situation where they can be very aggressive. Just watch how quickly Darkwings is actually able to stack up this passive and get the Conqueror stack, so she's doing more on-hit damage as well as true damage and healing for it because of the Conqueror stacks.
And then Zyko coming in with a double knockup, the support that we weren't quite sure what to think about, given his you know, a past experience in amateur, but it's been a long time since he's been here. And I have been impressed with what Zyko has shown us. His game number 1, very clean on the Braum. And now here on the Rakan as well. Still 0-0-0, but hey, he got there. He participated in that scuffle. And that did eventually net the Rift Herald to AOE Esports. Faisal is actually the one that picks that up, so Akali with that in her back pocket. Let's see what she decides to do with it. That would just be solo gold if she can push in a lane, but that's Ornn. Really hard to push into that lane, especially now that he already has Anathema's chains.
True. I mean, we've seen this a couple of times already. We discussed it at the beginning, so we'll see how effectively Faisal is going to be able to push his lane at all. Luckily, he is not a mana champion, whereas Gamsu is. We got to fight.
Bot side 3v2, Instinct locked down. Busio in trouble too, and Instinct will not stay alive through this one. He almost trades it back onto 2 members, but Busio, he does have space to run back now. So, Instinct with his positioning keeps his support alive, but still will go down.
Interesting spot. I was kind of expecting Sketch Dreams to jump in on top of Busio towards the end, but this is the information differential. You can't go for that play if you don't know where Chad Jungle is. So, Zyko and friends now moving in. RBM just jumps in.
Right on to the Grob. Chad Jungle. It's not even a fair fight, but he flashed over the wall. He gets out. Teleports are coming in. That's Gamsu. Young is here too, but now all members of AOE, they've grouped up. Call the Forge God is used. A 4-man knockup.
Oh, the
Young
resets?
can hit the resets. Zyko still alive. Young
Oh,
can't get him. He's down. Darkwings gets the kill. It's traded right back. His Instinct has rejoined it on the fight. 100 Thieves, they're not out of this one yet. Trying to jump on Sketch Dreams. Tristana slowed down. She's dead. Another kill to the Thieves. What a turnaround fight.
Oh, and Zyko dies off on the side as well. Doesn't give enough time for the execute and gives a kill over to Young. But that whole fight was on a razor's edge the entire time. We'll talk about it more when we get back because it does result in 100 Thieves picking up their 2nd dragon of the game. But watch this and how crazy this fight ends up being. You see AOE are in a spot where they just feel like fighting. They're just going in for anything they can. But look at why Trundle is so good to just one. You see how much HP he got there?
Yep.
He just got like 40% of his health bar back instantly. Super, super tanky. And as all of this fighting comes through, you notice how low everybody goes. Everybody is a potential reset just waiting to happen. Darkwings make sure that Viego doesn't pop off and turn this fight into an easy win. But
it's
Zyko
the minions
off on the side.
It's the minions on Zyko.
Yeah. It's a tough time. He just didn't wait long enough in order to get the reset, and it does mean that 100 Thieves have a small gold lead in the extra dragon. They just go again!
AOE just jump right onto Instinct. That's a dead Varus. Teleport comes in. That's gonna be Young. That's the Viego. He doesn't have the ultimate though. Oh, traded back. Sketch Dreams is dead. And now 100 Thieves. They might be ready for the play yet again.
Oh, he's here!
Jumps in. What are you doing? Your team's out of the fight, but Faisal's right on in there. He gets a huge 4-man ultimate. Can he get more down? He takes out Busio. Traded kills. But that's a melee to first support. Don't know if that's quite worth it. And that is another reset for Young. He's got his ultimate back off of cooldown. 100 Thieves next, and AOE Esports. They're giving us a treat, everybody. They're fighting for literally nothing, but damn is it fun.
Hey, it's fun. Yeah, my favorite part of that was just the confusion. It was like, wait, Faisal's here. Oh, it's because he used his E on Gamsu, or excuse me, on Young, and walked across the entire map because of it. Oh, Gamsu getting caught.
Oh no, the Ornn's still on the bottom lane right now, and 3 members of AOE will pick up the kill. 2 now onto Darkwings. Was that really the Akali following? Can we get production to take a look at that and see exactly how that works?
Yeah, that, I mean, we can recognize the animation, but we got Instinct just going down off the top of it. But notice here, there's no teleport. Faisal gets the E, waits, and here we go. Zoom!
Woo! Faisal gets in there. Yeah, I mean, once you press that button, you're not getting out, and you're like, wait, team, I'm coming.
Please.
I'm coming, get ready.
Help! Yeah, I mean, I'm impressed he's able to turn this around at all. Remember, they pulled out a fair amount of damage from Akali this patch, so not going to be able to get those executes as easily, and the difference between having 1 HP and 0 HP is the difference between getting a kill and not getting a kill. So Faisal still well within the range of what they're able to do, and the game has now turned into a small gold lead for AOE and a couple of dragons for 100 Thieves, so there's still a lot of play here, but AOE have been the ones consistently finding the aggressive plays to actually go for it, and if they are able to continue doing that before 100 Thieves can set up, they will have the advantage.
They currently do. It's only 1,000 gold, but hey, it is something in their pocket right now. Gamsu and Dark Wings checking each other right there. Man, this has been such a bloody game, and I love this kind of Sejuani play. Really big meme, really impressing me. Not just on the early jungle clear, but also just this trigger that he is willing to pull. And now they have the inside track of mid lane. That's Tristana stacking up this mid turret. 100 Thieves next will try and answer, but they don't have the same engage tools of the Rakan plus the Sejuani.
Yeah, I mean, they don't really have the same kind of, like, easy engage tools. Yeah, you have Ornn who can get fights started, but he doesn't necessarily get himself into the thick of it immediately. It's kind of like we need this, and then we need a little bit more follow-up as well. Varus can do that because Varus is, like, close enough in order to get his ult off that you basically have a guaranteed fight immediately afterwards. So, they do have tools, but they are not as directly easy to use as AoEs. They do require a little bit more finesse in order to pull off, but as we see the Rift Herald goes down, I have to ask you, King, because I didn't see it. Did Faisal ever use the Rift Herald?
It's actually a great question. I wasn't able to check that either. Production, if you could go back and check the tapes. I mean, there's been so many fights happening right now that my attention has in fact been elsewhere. But either way, that is the second Rift Herald picked up there by Chad Jungle. And I mean, looking at the top plates, I don't see where Faisal would have dropped it other than... Yeah, no, I mean, there's no turrets that have, like, Rift Herald damage on it.
Yeah.
So unless it was killed before it hits a turret, yeah, it might have expired.
Maybe it expired while he was dead after that, you know, pseudo-teleport. We would have to think about it a little bit more, but this is a situation where AoE do have a gold lead, and now we're spoiling for yet another fight as Faisal has teleport, and we might see this come down right here.
We could. There's the Rift Herald dropped, and now AoE, really big meme, the jungler. Oh, the knockup doesn't come through for Gamsu. Really big meme. Can you make it out of this? You don't have your teammate behind you. Faisal's over the wall, but really big meme's already dead. The engage comes in a little late, but now Faisal's there. Plus the Aurelia combo. They get a lot of damage done, but it's traded right back. As 100 Thieves next, they got the team fighting composition. They are ready to flex those muscles. Locking down Faisal. Locking down Dark Wings. Jumping out of Sketch Dreams next. Not going to kill the Tristana, but they got everybody else, and that will win them the team fight and get them that dragon.
That's the third dragon. That's going to be one away from Infernal Soul, and the one thing this composition could be said to be lacking is maybe a little bit of damage, but they are so tanky already. You saw how difficult it was to actually punch through all of these tanky members. Gamsu, Chad Jungle, and Busio are so hard to kill because of all the physical damage auto attackers that you're really indexing on AoE. Tristana is not at the late game threat just quite yet. Dark Wings is still very powerful already, but still has to physically auto attack people. And now, we kind of see this come through. Well, pay attention to that, right? You're trying to get the damage, but they're so far away from Dark Wings, or rather from RBM, that Faisal, only one who can go in. It's going to be a very tough fight for him to go through, even with all the AoE.
Yeah, and we see what the Ornn's able to do, what the Braum shield can do. Instinct when he's got all these meatballs in front of him. The Braum, Ornn, Trundle, nobody can get on top of Varus. And yeah, Viega resets on top of that. 100 Thieves next right now. They're really bringing it to AOE Esports. We were talking about how important a win would be for them. If they can get just at least third place in this group, they're practically guaranteeing their spot in the Proving Grounds qualifiers. And they're going up against AOE. They've taken first in every group they've been in, whether it was Challengers Uprising, whether it was Risen. This is a tough opponent, but the Thieves are bringing it to them in impressive fashion. They got 3 dragons, 3 minutes, 45 seconds until that next one's up, and that's going to be the Infernal Soul. Imagine what a Viego and a Varus can do with that.
I'd rather not. It's going to be rather difficult, but something worth pointing out is, for the first time today, we're seeing a Varus that's not going Duskblade, but Gamsu, not quite caught out, does have to flash in order to keep himself alive. But we're seeing an Immortal Shield Bow coming out from Instinct. He knows he just needs to stay alive.
They saw Rocket jump on Tristana. Oh! Oh, Gobsu locked down, but it doesn't matter. They still had enough engaged. Zyko getting hit by the Chains of Corruption. Busio followed up with Glacial Fissure. 100 Thieves still find a pick.
All right, that's going to be really impactful later on, right, when they have these tools to just blow up all these different members. I'm very excited about the fact that, oh, we'll get back to this, Darkwings.
Yep.
Gonna have to
Josh,
run.
it's going to be one of those ones, man. I know you want to talk. I know you want to be a big brain color caster, but we got to talk about Darkwings. Dying here in a 3v1. Very exciting stuff, everybody. Young, the benefactor of that kill. Now 3-1 and 5, and look what's up. Baron on the table. And guess who is going for it?
Well, it happens to be 100 Thieves. I have to imagine they're going to be in a pretty good spot here. They are up an extra member. Darkwings will still be dead for the entirety of this Baron take.
AOE's here, though. Faisal, Zyko, Sketch Streams. Can they go for it? They need really big meme on the front line, but he's looking to potentially go for the steal instead. Darkwings has 8 seconds and then teleports. So if they can just stall the Baron for that long, then now they have a 5v5. But Zyko, oh no, he's caught out. He's stunned. He's shut down. Kill over. Now the teleport coming in here from Darkwings. Really big meme over the wall, but he can't get into the pit. That means 100 Thieves are going to commit to it, but look at Faisal and Darkwings. They're going to go for the kills. Can they take down the 80 carries? Baron is secured, but how many members will survive? 100 Thieves are losing the 4v2 in the pit. Are you kidding me? Faisal takes down Instinct. They do trade back. Darkwings will fall, but wow, Faisal and Darkwings, they did some damage in there. Maybe not enough, as there are still multiple members with the Baron buff, but even Young went down too. So Chad Jungle, Gamsu, and Busio, they're the benefactors of Baron.
Wow, I mean, we're starting to see this start to come through where some of these melee champions are almost at a spot where they can do enough damage, but it's likely going to turn around relatively soon. And I'm interested to watch how AOE play it is, because it's unclear if they're trying to play for the steal or play for the engage. You pointed out, like, RBM needs to be here in the front line if they want to take the fight. Zyko looks like he wants to fight, but if you're playing for a steal, you actually let the other team DPS it. Right, you have to let them get the Baron low if you want to try and steal it. So they're not playing for the steal, they're not playing for a fight, and then it just evolves into these two separate skirmishes. And when things are chaotic, that's when Akali and Irelia shine. They're able to get a couple of big opportunities here. They almost take down multiple members with this, but just not quite having the damage breakpoints to get through.
And really big meme had to have been in single-digit health right there. Almost went down to Young, but end of the day, that is still Baron over to the Thieves. 30 seconds for this next dragon. This is Soul. The AOE cannot just give this one over. They're going to have to go for the team fight for it. And I think that we're starting to see right there. Never mind, I'll get back to that point because already the engage comes through. Really big game starts, and Zyko falls up with a four-man storm onto everybody from the Thieves. Faisal, he's on the back line. Can they get Instinct? He's locked out. He's knocked up. He's going to go down. Sketch Streams. Oh, he gets Instinct. Instinct's dead. Faisal's still alive. Really big meme trying to re-engage on the front line, but he baits 100 Thieves in. Zyko with the knockups. Darkwings is in there now, but he's stunned. He's locked out. He can't heal back up, but he gets out. Sejuani passive not used by
watch
Young.
Tristana.
Now the fight. Zyko, Faisal, he gets on to Gamsu. The Tristana resets. Sketch Streams goes in. He's going to go down. He doesn't. He's still alive. Sketch Streams gets the resets. And it's just Busio left alive, limping back to the mid turret. And AOE Esports will take the team fight.
That was one of the most interesting team fights I have seen in forever. There are parts that are good, there are parts that are bad, but it's so complex, and everybody is playing with all these different things that they can do. Watch Sketch Streams throughout this whole fight, right? He starts off, there's this fight, there are two walls separating this into like 3 different sections. It starts off as close enough to Sketch Streams where he can hit people, but then after everybody jumps onto the far side, he's just stuck here hitting a raptor, and finally has an opportunity to jump in, but he wasn't hitting for several seconds, and then jumps away, intimidated by the Trundle as he should be. But he spends another couple of seconds where he doesn't get to do anything, and finally, when he comes back, he's got the wall, people are low, and suddenly the team fight is perfect for Tristana at any point in the game. Jumpman jumps, and he goes in. Whenever Chad turns around, he still has Buster Shot ready. He's held onto it this entire time, and so this is what everybody in chat was excited about when they first saw Sketch Streams on the Tristana, because he's able to play this fight in such an immaculate fashion. Beautiful play from Sketch Streams and all of AOE for bringing that to fruition.
We didn't see him pull off that kind of fight in game number 2, but that was beautiful here in game 3, and this is the one that matters. You just got to win this one to win the series. They're up about 800 gold. It doesn't even matter. It's basically dead even. It'll still come down to another dragon fight, maybe a baron fight instead, or maybe they just fight for nothing. I mean, the teams are willing to do it. Glacial Fissure goes out by Busu. He's trying to hard engage onto the Rakan. Not going to be the look. Young can't even fight it either. What are you doing, Thieves? This is the trouble with this comp. They don't have that hard engage unless Ornn is there.
Right, that's absolutely crazy. It was so close. If Busio landed the Q, if Young landed the W, it was going to be an opportunity for them to get the fight started because Zyko would be slow enough, or at least they get some resources out of AOE, but they get none of that. And so, we see this 1-3-1 that AOE was going for in games 1 and 2 start to become more impactful once again. They're splitting up the map in 100 Thieves with no Baron to play for a little while, looking to just wait until they can force AOE
be
to come
patient.
to them again.
I know you're a young squad. I know that you maybe haven't been in these kinds of positions before. These are rare, but you gotta be patient right now. You do still have Dragon Soul as an option. You can try and play towards that, which means setup, which means using your Ornn to actually go in. And also, Ornn's reaching a point where you can start to upgrade your teammates' items. You can use that Ornn for the scaling. You have the Viego for the scaling. It's not like your team doesn't scale. Yes, you're still dealing with the Tristana and the Sejuani. That's kind of scary. But you can scale yourselves, so I like this. They're no longer going for just mindless fighting. They're going to go for these resets and play a little slower. So, Joshi, let's take this opportunity to set up what the next objective will be. We do have Baron in 40 seconds, Dragon in 2 minutes. What do you think the focus is going to be here from each of these teams?
Well, you're going to have to play around these Barons, and there are ways to do it by playing directly for it, like 100 Thieves have been doing over and over. They bring a lot of members and say, hey, if you're not here, we're going to start hitting this objective, and then you can play for it indirectly, like we've been seeing AOE, Darklings,
or you can catch Young in the side lane, stunned by the flawless duet. Sejuani passive, he's down. Young, the mid laner for 100 Thieves, is out of the fight, and now they're looked for more. Chance of Corruption misses. Big ultimate cooldown now, and guess what just spawned on the map, Joshi? Baron's on the table for AoE.
I don't know if AoE are necessarily going to go for this. It is a situation where they don't necessarily want to take this fight, but they can teleport Faisal into a good spot. They're in a great position, and 100 Thieves just believes them. They're not going to go for this fight whatsoever, and that just means that AoE have so much freedom. Faisal chilling in Fog of War because he knows he doesn't want to overextend in vision, but they're hunting for him now. Is he going to be able to get out? He has teleport. He has tools. Will he be able to do it?
He's running, but he's caught. Oh, he's just going to go for the fight. Oh my god, Faisal. So much damage just with that one use of the perfect execution, and he's out. There we go. That scares away 100 Thieves, but no, Chad Jungle's here. He doesn't realize Faisal's going to have to flash over the wall.
Okay.
Summoner spell down. Big cooldown, but still, the Baron was the prize, and they're using it.
Yeah, and crucially, Faisal still has his teleport, right? He had to use the flash to stay alive, but the teleport means he can go right on back to split pushing a sec. Chad Jungle wants to stop them, but what does he do? He throws at a pillar, and is like, meh, and then he has to back away.
Is that what Trundle sounds like? I imagine a lower voice, but I guess
King, troll, king.
He's a troll, so yeah, I suppose. This is what 100 Thieves are showing. Really, their only play that they know is to hard engage. Now they're getting hard engaged on, but it's by a Rakan plus a Sejuani. Much better.
Oh, Sketchstreams?
Sketchstreams goes in. He's just going to get blown up. Sketchstreams, what was that? The Tristana's out of the fight, and everybody from the Thieves are here. They're going to look to re-engage as a 5v4. Can they do it? Dark Swings gets onto Instinct. He has to flash away. He takes him down. Dark Swings out of the fight. Instinct still outputting DPS and shredding through AoE. A 5-man team fight win, taking out 3. No one traded. 100 Thieves next. They did it. They won the big team fight.
That is crazy. We just got done praising Sketchstreams for his immaculate positioning, but this is the kind of game where you need to take these fights long, and Sketchstreams tries to end it early by jumping onto Instinct, and it means that they don't have an AD carry to chew through these big tanks, and now with only RBM and Zyko to defend, that's going to be at least one inhibitor going down. They're going to be getting over the Infernal Soul as Chad Jungle's currently hitting it, and AoE
I don't think you fight right now. You don't want to do this. Really big meme's taking too much damage. He has to jump away. Oh, the Thieves. They almost got another kill right there. That could have potentially been game. Even though there is Baron still technically on the side of AOE Esports, but that's Dragon Soul over to 100 Thieves. They got it, Joshi. They didn't get the Baron, but they got the important team fighting one. And now this Varus, this Viego, going to be doing way more damage. Just get another look here, watching what Sketch Streams tries to do here. Goes a little ham.
Oh,
okay, he cleansed.
I didn't know about that.
What?
That's big, just not having that cleanse. As he goes in, but look at all the damage that he's able to do, right? He's got 3 items already as this Tristana, and he thinks he sees an isolated instinct, but people peel back. They haven't used any tools just quite yet, and he just goes down, and suddenly the Tristana that was on your team shifts over to being on the 100 Thieves team as Young possesses him. So it just turns into a situation where you not only lose your Tristana, but you give the other team one, so it's the whole difference of 2 Tristanas.
I mean, I'm just going to say, I don't know if that was tilt or what was going on there, but just cleansing in lane and then diving on top of a Braum who has his shield up to try and get instinct. Like, that was not the play, but let's see if they can bring it back. It's not too late. This is still a 3-item Tristana. You have the stopwatch now. You can recover, but it's going to be tough now that the Infernal Soul is on the Thieves.
The one thing that they can be happy about is the fact that it is a, an auto-attacking Varus and not a lethality Varus, because those Qs would actually, at this point, be like 2-shot Sketch Dreams. But, they still do a lot of damage, don't get me wrong, but they're, it takes 3 at this point, instead of just the 2 Qs in order to kill Sketch Dreams from 100 to 0. So, we'll see how they can play. Remember, the Orin Eyes are starting to come through. I see 3 already upgraded, and that just means 100 Thieves effectively have, an extra 3,000 gold in their inventories that they have spent in effective money. So,
man, it is so hard to see that Immortal Shield Bow upgrade. I was like, wait, they have 3? No way. Oh, they do. Look at that. Yeah. There's a trap waiting here. AOE, they're going to see Chad Jungle. They go in on top of him. He's got the Subjugate. That's a really tanky troll. That's not the member that you want. And now really big game, taking a lot of damage himself. Look at Instinct. Oh my god! Absolutely insane burst from Instinct right there. That's the power of that Infernal Soul. And that's a crit Varus that can poke you down. Now Zyko gets caught by the pillar. He's going to go down. He jumps over the wall. He is still alive and does get out. But now Gamsu trying to chase them down. The Horn from downtown. Zyko, he's going to get hit. Flash with the Billow's Breath. And Gamsu will pick up that kill. 35 seconds on Zyko. 20 seconds on Really Big Meme. But the Thieves, they aren't going to go for the end.
I mean, they're 100 Thieves. They gotta play for Baron King. You're gonna be going back away and just going for it once again. They are so far ahead in terms of these team fights at this point, just because you have this Infernal Dragon. You can chew through everybody, and when you're at this point, you can't really afford to make mistakes, right? The Trundle Pillar separates them. RBM
and
goes
the Braum ult. That was
just
so good.
It's brutal, the amount of damage you take. You just aren't tanky enough to stand up to this anymore when they have so much extra damage in their kits than they would have otherwise. And it really comes back to the difference between how you play your fights effectively.
Chad Jungle had such good pillar placement in that play. I just want to give props to him right there. Stopping Zyko from following up on their engage under Really Big Meme, or I guess the counter engage, and then also catching Zyko right at the last second. Zyko's like, just let me jump around, man.
Please.
I was promised this champion had mobility. I guess not when there's a pillar coming out of the ground slapping you around. But now we go to the Baron. 100 Thieves next are on it. And can AOE make it in time? They're checking. Faisal teleports deep behind the red buff wall right here. Call the Force God is used. There's the engage. It knocks up 2. Really Big Meme is still alive, though. Sketch Streams untouched. He doesn't even need to worry about a front line because he's just taking down Gamsu. But can Gamsu heal really back up here?
This is about as good as it can be for AOE. With both these major engage tools down, it means that you can buy time, and hey, we can always be flippers. We can always just go to the Elder Dragon and take a 50-50 spike between the two teams. Yeah, you can just go in, Sketch Streams pushes things out, but the thing is, you gotta pay attention, 100 Thieves. These ultimates aren't on that long of a cooldown. They will be back up for the Elder Dragon, so AOE needs to at least survive one more engage attempt from 100 Thieves.
or try and catch him out in rotation. Maybe even trade for an objective. If they can get the Elder Dragon and give that Baron, that's a favorable trade here for AOE because they've been struggling to win a lot of these 5v5 team fights now that these Ornn items have come online. But that big team fighting buff, the Elder Dragon would help out, but that's still 45 seconds, and the Thieves, they're on the Baron. They're just trading priority bot side. They're not interested. They want to force this.
Okay, it's on Vision. AOE know they need to do something about this, but they also have Darkwings off on the side. He has teleport. He's going to join.
I honestly don't know if you do. I think you could just go for the super minions instead. Really big meme. Oh, he flashes in.
He tries.
Oh, no! Oh, they go for the steal. He fails the Arctic Assault over the wall, flashes in, and goes down for it. Darkwings will at least trade for an inhibitor, but even as I say that, he doesn't get it. Young and Gamsu, they're here in time. They get the knockup. They're going to take down Darkwings. Is this how it's going to end? Is this the final moments of AOE Esports on day one against the Thieves? Not with the bang, but with the whimper. But just as I say that, Sketch Stream's doing a lot of damage. Faisal goes back in. Glacial Fissure used, but it's not stopping Sketch Streams. This Tristana's doing so much damage. Flashes over the wall. Oh, into Guardian Angel. Isn't spotted yet, but no, they didn't get the kills. They didn't get the resets. 100 Thieves next with the Baron buff, and the Infernal Soul will march as 5 down the mid lane.
And that's going to be it. As you said, AOE, they've been 3-0 in every group in order to get first in both Challengers Uprising and in Riz. And now on day one of the Summer Showdown by EGL, we're not going to be having that. It's going to be a situation where 100 Thieves already getting as many wins as they did in both of the previous Tier 2 tournaments. To start it off, we've gotten 2 major upsets back-to-back on stream. What more could we have possibly asked for?
What an impressive performance from the Thieves right there, Joshi, bringing it back. They got one play in their playbook, but if they get that Baron, they can close out games, and they're looking pretty good in those team fights as well. I think that they're a legitimate threat in this group, and it just shows why a lot of